Wisniewski. 1. Initiation FX-14752. Octavius Malloy was fuming at the disrespect he had received from his teachers at the Iron Water Cultivation Academy. It was ridiculous that mere commoners held authority over him at all, being the scion of the vaunted Malloy clan. Their stretch of the sky held little mana and commanded meager sway in the imperial court, but for a backwater sect like Ironwater, they should have been licking the very ground his boots stepped on. Instead, he had been expelled, and for something so stupid as acting improperly with a common-born girl. She was talented, for a commoner, but it was absurd to Octavius that they would side with a peasant over the pure-blood direct descendant of one of the 88 progenitors. Yes, they had fallen from their former graces, but the Malloy were still a progenitor clan. His groveling father had barely even fought back against his removal, offering his sincerest apologies to the headmaster for his son's disgusting behavior. Octavius kicked a training bag with his full fury as he soared through the stars far faster than the speed of light on his personal spaceship. When he came into his own right as head of the Malloy clan, there were going to be changes. Big changes. As it currently stood, Octavius was only level 155 and was confirming the very basics of his domain and Tao path. He would bide his time and continue to cultivate and grow stronger. He had all the time in the world, having recently evolved to an elemental superhuman too. His lifespan could now be counted in the thousands of years. Octavius would cultivate for the next few decades and shore up his foundations to pristine levels. Those issues were for the Octavius of tomorrow, however. In a few days he would descend on an uninitiated planet at the very farthest reaches of Malloy clan territory. The multiverse was a truly enormous place, and the Malloy clan's holdings stretched nearly 100 million light-years, but he had still carefully chosen the planet to be as inconspicuous as possible. The Pathfinder AI of the Final Frontier Empire was both a curse and a blessing. It required him to invest hundreds of orichalcum drachma in the proper karmic and timeline algorithms, but Octavius was a well-off man. His target was a paltry world completely lacking in mana. Mortals on the planet live frighteningly short lives. His probe discovered 100 years was considered ancient. It was a perfect planet to take the edge off some of his anger. Killing billions of mortals would normally abolish his karmic reputation, but with the love cloak of subverting benevolence, Octavius would be safe from even the sage's hallowed eyes. It would be unfortunate for the people of Earth, but who cared what powerless mortals thought? The world was ending, and there was nothing Alistair could do. Just a few days ago, everything was fine. No. More than fine. Alistair had just graduated from Boston College with a 3.9 GPA and was ready to start a cushy six-figure investment banking job. His love life wasn't bad either, as he had been dating his girlfriend for almost 3 years. Alistair often remarked how lucky he was, and he wouldn't trade his life with many people at all. He lived with 2 roommates in a house outside of campus. The area was a bit sketchy, but the rent was cheap. Tommy and Nathan were good friends, and on the fateful day in question, all 3 of them were watching the NBA Finals, blissfully unaware. Everyone had their own stories about where they were when they saw the news. Alistair was on his feet with Tommy and Nathan, watching a huge dunk. One of the craziest dunks in Finals history turned into an emergency CNN broadcast. A reporter in a helicopter spoke over a scene of apocalyptic destruction. "What you are seeing is live footage of Moscow. Words cannot express the level of destruction we're witnessing. It appears that the entire city was burned to the ground. We have received credible reports that this carnage was the result of a single individual." Shaky phone-captured video captured a streak of fire descending from the skies, blowing up multiple city blocks. A cut to drone footage showed a human figure surrounded by fire slicing through thousands of people with an infernal spectral sword that seemed to move at his command. It was hundreds of meters long and shaped like a katana, and with every cut, it created lines of destructive combustion kilometers into the distance, until finally the drone itself melted in the confluence of heat. No one spoke. It was beyond their comprehension. A single person? That sounded impossible. The videos couldn't have been faked, but it didn't make any sense. It was so out of bounds of normal reality. Thoughts raced through Alistair's head, and everyone else's on the planet. Was it an alien invasion? A figure from mythology or religion? His thoughts were interrupted by the seal of the president. A woman with disheveled hair ran to the podium. Alistair wasn't into politics, but he recognized her as the White House press secretary. "We have interrupted your regularly scheduled programming to inform you what we know about the attacks on Russia. 15 minutes ago, an unidentified alien object landed just east of Moscow. NASA and other space agencies had picked up something headed for Earth 2 weeks ago. However, it was not expected to cause any serious damage. We believe these terror attacks to have been caused by an alien." The press secretary was going to continue, but she noticed that the reporters in the room were all checking their phones. Alistair couldn't help but mimic them. Every social media, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, had a deluge of notifications. Alistair was getting dozens of texts. They all said something similar. The alien was on the move. In its wake, a wave of fiery destruction followed. It was moving thousands of kilometers an hour based on satellite footage and destroying every city in its path. It was last spotted in Volgograd, already having killed millions of people. There were other reports that parts of Kazakhstan were being bombarded by waves of fire. "This can't be real," Tommy muttered, reclining on the couch with a dead look in his eyes. He was in stark contrast to Nathan, who was walking about erratically and rapidly texting. "What the fuck is the government doing? Where's our military? We just have to bomb this thing until nothing's left!" Alistair felt the urge to mention that it would not be taken well for the U.S. to just start bombing a country like Russia, but he immediately realized how mundanely he was thinking about the whole affair. An alien with magic powers had landed on Earth and was killing millions of people, and here he was thinking about sovereignty and geopolitics. The ramifications of what was going on hit Alistair like a truck. Even if they stopped this one alien, what about an army? Was this being truly alone, having traveled through the vast expanse of the final frontier just to start a genocide of Earth? Alistair started panicking as he thought of his family and girlfriend. His mom, dad, and sister were on vacation in Turkey. It was 3 a.m. there, and they were probably fast asleep, but he tried calling them anyways and got no response. His girlfriend, Caitlin, was just down the block, and she ran over as soon as she saw the news. Over the next few hours, the mood grew even worse. No one looked away from a screen, desperate for more updates on the attacks. The news was grim. The alien seemed unstoppable. Report after report came in of millions of deaths every time it swung its flaming sword, which had grown to be kilometers long. Its rampage had destroyed most of Central Asia and the Middle East. HD footage of it finally appeared, and surprisingly, the alien looked like a young Caucasian man with blonde hair and robes that could have been out of Imperial China, which caused rampant speculation. Some conspiracy nuts thought China had captured an American and experimented on him to give him superpowers. In opposition to that theory, the man kept firing kilometer-long bolts of fire into the sky, bombarding places halfway across the globe, including China. America wasn't hit yet, but it was only a matter of time. Nothing worked on the man. The governments of the world sent enough missiles at him to blot out the sky, violating every international law, and nothing worked. In fact, his pace of destruction only increased after he met Earth's feeble resistance. Alistair scrolled through his Instagram feed. Over 1 billion people dead. South Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East took the brunt of the attacks, but his long-range fire bombardments killed hundreds of thousands globally every time they landed. His family should have been waking up by now in Turkey, yet they didn't respond. Fear clenched Alistair's heart as he immediately thought of the worst-case scenarios. Turkey hadn't been hit by anything, but 6 hours into the alien's destruction, mass rioting had broken out all over the world. Caitlin hugged his arm for comfort as gunshots and car alarms went off in the distance. They boarded up their house and reinforced the front and back doors with furniture, but he doubted a truly motivated group of individuals would be deterred by their efforts. Social media abounded with videos of looting, assaults, and far worse crimes. The cops and military had declared martial law and were trying to enforce order, but they were massively outnumbered.
"Everything's going to be okay. Right, Alistair?"
Caitlin looked up at him with wide brown eyes. She was trembling, all but clinging to him for reassurance. Alistair wanted to yell at her, to say of course it wasn't okay, but he reined in the intrusive thought. It was funny how things worked. He was probably just as scared as she was, but it was his duty to comfort and be strong for her. "Of course," Alistair said, caressing her silky brown hair. He couldn't help but think of his family. The reality of the possibility of never being able to see them again sunk in on him, and he wanted to retch and cry, but he stayed featureless. At this point, his roommates had abandoned reality, choosing to watch some TV show on Netflix rather than see any more carnage. He didn't blame them. What could two ordinary humans do against godlike powers? Although he understood them, Alistair couldn't look away from his screen. The being was certainly evil, but there was something fundamentally awe-inspiring about him. When he watched the swing of his sword, it was like he was seeing the tiniest glimpse of some ineffable truth. He would never admit it, but there was a certain beauty to it. It made Alistair wonder what he would do if he got that kind of power. It sounded cliché beyond belief, but he imagined he would be a superhero, flying around, saving people from guys like the alien, instead of killing them. Alistair sighed, reclining on the couch with his girlfriend's head on his chest. How could things have gone this wrong? His mind wandered to how his parents always told him to be more mindful and generous lest he be reincarnated into a lower realm. He had never believed in any religion, but any thought of some greater plan gave him meager comfort. With that thought, a massive wave of sound went off in the distance. The entire house shuddered as if there was an earthquake, with glasses and plates falling out of cabinets and the lights flickering. It was over. Alistair had read the reports. The titanic bolts of fire the alien sent out first caused a sonic wave that spread out for hundreds of kilometers. The lucky ones closer to the center of impact would be ripped apart instantly, while those on the outskirts of the radius would be burned to death by a wave of unstoppable fire. Alistair closed his eyes and gripped Caitlin's hands tightly. He thought he would have felt more fear, but instead, there was a quiet sense of calm. His only regret was not being with his family.
Optimization 99.75% complete. Integration 99.93% complete. Initiate personal interface PL-1076 for planet designation FX-14752.
Alistair opened his eyes as a robotic feminine voice spoke in his head. The voice felt like it came from within him. He looked around, seeing nothing out of the ordinary except the others who were also shocked. Wait, was he alive? Despite obviously being able to feel his body, Alistair looked down at his arms and torso, which were decidedly not incinerated. Somehow, he and everyone else had been saved from fiery doom, and perhaps it was related to the voice speaking in his head.
The Final Frontier Empire is deeply sorry for the actions of Atavius Malloy, the voice said.
A vision forcibly flashed through his mind, picturing the alien who had killed over 1 billion people. He was frothing at the mouth and screaming in a sibilant language foreign to Alistair, and most likely to Earth as a whole. His body was cracked with veins of white energy, and it looked like his hands were cuffed behind by translucent glass links as he thrashed around.
As compensation for his indiscretions, your planet, designation FX-14752, will be initiated into the Final Frontier Empire as a premium-tier beginner world. Congratulations are in order. It is unheard of for a planet with as low a mana concentration as FX-14752 to be initiated as premium tier. However, humanoids of FX-14752, you must first survive the initiation process in order to become true citizens of our glorious empire. The predicted mortality rate is 82.5%, but those who survive have the potential to become the foot soldiers of the next generation.
The voice faded away, and Alistair was at a loss for words. Caitlin was just as wide-eyed as him, and Tommy and Nathan both looked like they had heard it as well.
"What was that?" Alistair asked shakily. "You guys heard it too?"
Nathan was up and walking with his nervous tic.
"I did,"
Caitlin said, her voice barely louder than a whisper.
"This is like some crazy, realistic nightmare that just won't end."
Alistair ruffled a hand through his black hair.
"I'm not normally inclined to believe the words of a mysterious voice in my head, but I would assume that people all around the globe heard that."
He had already taken out his phone to check social media, but something was amiss. He had no connection.
"Guys, is the internet not working for you?"
"Yep. Wi-Fi and cellular down for me," said Tommy.
"And me,"
said Nathan. Alistair considered everything the robotic voice had said. Without any further information, he took everything it said at face value. Apparently, the alien that attacked Earth was named Atavius Malloy, and was acting against the authority of the Final Frontier Empire. Earth was in their territory and was being initiated. A glimmer of hope struck him. This Atavius fellow was a citizen of the Final Frontier Empire as well. Would it not be possible to become as strong as him eventually? A fire burned in Alistair's heart as he turned his anger toward Atavius. Before the message from the Pathfinder AI, the alien was an unreadable force of nature, so it didn't make sense to be mad at him, any more than it made sense to be mad at a hurricane or volcano. Hearing he had a name and realizing that they were part of a greater whole coalesced his rage. One day, Atavius would pay for what he had done. But that was putting the cart before the horse. Alistair was faced with the more pressing problem of how they were supposed to survive the coming weeks. Almost as if on cue, Alistair felt a strong desire to press a button inside his head. The concept made absolutely zero sense, but he tried anyway, and a blue holographic screen appeared 2 feet in front of his face.
"Name: Alistair Tan. Species: human, unevolved. Class: none. Level: 1. Health: 57 out of 57. Mana: 34 out of 34. Strength: 8. Agility: 8. Constitution: 7. Endurance: 9. Intelligence: 10. Wisdom: 4. Charisma: 8. Badges: Premium Initiate. Talents: none. Skills: none. Quests: The First Step. "Are you guys seeing this?" Alistair exclaimed, not wanting to believe his eyes. He had a stat sheet like in D&D or an RPG. He turned to his friends, who were both raptly staring into space. "Guys?"
"What do you mean?
"Where are your guys' screens?" Tommy asked, looking at Nathan and Alistair. "It's like we can't see each other's screens," Nathan mused, scratching his chin. "I have this feeling." He stared intently for a second, and his screen popped up magically just like Alistair's own.
"We can see it now!"
Tommy exclaimed, craning his head to look at Nathan's screen, Alistair looking over as well. Parts of his screen were identical to Alistair's, with the same Premium Initiate badge and The First Step quest. However, his stats were different, along with his health and mana. "How did you do that?" Alistair asked. Nathan shrugged. "I just kind of imagined my screen materializing in front of me, and it made it visible for you guys."
Alistair tried to do it as well, concentrating on imagining the screen in front of him to be as real as possible. He didn't notice any changes, but after 2 seconds, Nathan said that all 3 of their screens were now visible. He checked out Tommy and Caitlin's screens. Each of their stat sheets was subtly different. It seemed like their stats actually represented their real characteristics in numerical form. Alistair was more athletic and agile than both of his roommates, lending to his higher agility, but he often lacked common sense, hence the lower wisdom. It also seemed likely that Caitlin's lower physical stats were endemic to all women, since Caitlin was decently athletic for a girl. However, if stats were anything like any RPG he played, the minute differences in their starting stats would become irrelevant as they leveled up. He also wondered what the average was. Alistair somewhat conceitedly imagined that his attributes were pretty decent, and his total number of stats was higher than either Nathan's or Tommy's.
Can't believe Alistair gets the lucky high stats even in an apocalyptic nightmare, Nathan muttered.
Don't be jealous, Alistair teased.
I'm serving as inspiration.
He frowned for a minute, looking at the health and mana, doing some calculations in his head. He ignored that he had such a thing as mana for the moment, though he was giddy inside at the idea of being a mage class, something he always played.
I think I cracked how health and mana are calculated. Health appears to be equal to 20 plus 4 times constitution plus endurance, while mana is 10 plus 2 times intelligence plus wisdom.
Nathan whistled. Showing us why they thought 10 intelligence was a good number for you, I see.
What do you think all these stats mean? I think strength and agility are self-explanatory, but what about constitution or endurance? And mana, for that matter? Obviously, I can't know for sure, but I think that we're going to be able to upgrade our stats like in a game. We have a level, after all. It depends on the type of game, but usually constitution is how resistant you are to damage, while endurance represents your stamina and how fast you heal.
This is crazy, Tommy said. The world was being torn apart by a madman, and now we're in some kind of game.
I don't think we should think about this as a game. We have stats and levels, but if you die, you're dead for real. And if this final frontier empire wanted us dead, we would already be dead. They can magically transmit voices to our heads and give presumably every human alive a stat sheet. We just have to go along, and if we play our cards right, I'm sure we'll be a part of the 20% who survive. I don't want to be morbid, but our odds are definitely decent. When it comes to survival, 4 young people are going to have a huge advantage over old people and kids, right? The average for each stat is probably around a 6, I'd wager.
Tommy nervously nodded, and Nathan gave a grunt of acknowledgement. Caitlin looked at Alistair with admiration. He grew more convinced.
We'll all make it.
Hey, if you focus on an area of the screen, it'll give you more information, Nathan said. Alistair concentrated on the class section, and a sub-window popped up.
Class. Warrior. Common. Primary attributes. Strength and constitution. There is strength in simplicity. Defeat your enemies in direct combat and refine your path of combat. Available at level 15. Acolyte. Common. Primary attribute. Intelligence. The path of magic is an insurmountable peak, but it begins with but a single step. Available at level 15. Random. Take your luck with one of the hundreds of different classes provided by the Pathfinder AI at Premium Tier. Rarity capped at Rare. Available at level 15. Locked. Find your own path. Each individual has a unique potential inside them worthy of their own individual class. Confirm your class with achievements that demonstrate potential. The Pathfinder AI provides over 1,000 beginner classes, many of them non-combat. Available at level 15.
It looked pretty simple to him. Reach level 15 and he could choose Warrior, Acolyte, a random deal of the draw, or a class based on his accomplishments. It seemed obvious the strongest one was the locked option, but he imagined it would take more to achieve.
I think you should look at the quests right away, Caitlin said, pulling at Alistair's arm. Quests. The first step. Your world has been initiated into the majestic final frontier empire. However, before you can truly become a citizen, your world must be terraformed and your people culled in order to meet our strict criteria. Expect the local wildlife to mutate and an invasion of various species of our empire. Task. Kill at least one Sophont in the next 5 hours. Time limit, 4 hours, 55 minutes, 12 seconds. Penalty on failure. Death.
The timer kept ticking down as Alistair stared at the first step. The choice of word was peculiar and very nerdy, but he knew what it meant. A Sophont was a category describing intelligent beings of around human level or greater. The quest was asking them to kill humans. 2. The first step. What does Sophont mean? Tommy asked.
A person, Caitlin murmured. Something that's intelligent.
Tommy's face paled as he realized the implications of the first step. Alistair could feel everyone's minds racing. They were being asked to kill each other.
That would explain why they said there's an over 80% mortality rate.
Nathan had a broken look on his face. He was most likely thinking the same as everyone else. Facing imminent death, would they raise their hand to their friends? Alistair was certain he wouldn't. He'd rather die than do so. But he had hope there was another way.
We might be missing something, he said. If they just wanted us to murder ourselves, why use that specific word? They might send other things at us too.
It was a shot in the dark, but he clung to that hope. Just as Nathan was about to respond, the world shattered like a piece of glass. It was as though the normal world was an illusion comprised of pieces of broken glass that happened to fit in the right configuration, and then the veil was lifted, and Alistair could see reality for what it really was. His face became attached to the reflection of Nathan's arm, and up became down as the laws of physics were blatantly violated in front of his eyes. And then it was gone. Everything turned back to normal, as if the psychedelic mind-breaking shattering of reality was nothing more than a powerful reverie. However, it wasn't the only thing that was gone. His roommates and girlfriend had vanished without a trace. Alistair panicked, running around looking for clues as to what happened. He checked his status screen, and there was no new info there either. Then came the waiting. He calmed himself down from his initial panic, rationalizing that they would just come back if he sat still. He convinced himself there was no way that they could be so cruel as to separate people from their companions on top of thrusting such a horrible quest upon them. The seconds turned to minutes, and the clock kept ticking as no one came running through the door, and no new cracks in reality appeared. It was 30 minutes before reality set in. In his desperation, he had waited an entire half-hour doing nothing. 4 hours, 23 minutes, 16 seconds. The timer's incessant ticking weighed down heavy on him. He would die if he didn't complete the quest, never to see his friends again. How could he have wasted so much time? Yet at the same time he contemplated going outside to complete the quest, he knew without a doubt he could not bring himself to kill some innocent person. Even to save his own life, he couldn't do something like that. A thought suddenly popped up in his head. What if he had killed someone in self-defense, or in self-defense of another person? From the increase in gunshots and sirens, there was definitely a whole lot of carnage going on. He wasn't a pacifist and felt like he could kill someone who was trying to kill him. He skirted around the morality of purposefully putting himself in a situation where someone would attack him, but he easily rationalized that if someone was going around killing people because of the quest, they had forfeited their right to complain. With his mind made up, Alistair grabbed a steak knife from the kitchen and snuck out the back door of their house. There was something different in the air. It should have been close to 3 a.m, but it was as light as dusk, with the sky having an evil red tint to it. The moon was mahogany, and he felt an oppressive glare. Large cracks littered the streets. What came out of them was the stuff of nightmares. Slimy orc-like creatures climbed out of the cracks in the ground. Their skin was red as blood, and they looked about 7 feet tall and heavily muscled. Some of them wore armor and carried spears, while others were barely clothed with no weapons at all. As soon as he spotted the orcs, Alistair quickly got down behind the trunk of the tree in their backyard. It looked like they moved in groups, sending members into houses. From the house across the street, he heard primal screams. He shuddered at the thought of being killed by these monsters. He was about to run in the opposite direction of the group of orcs when he heard a gunfire. An orc dropped dead in the street, and the others turned in the direction of the sound. There was a man standing 50 feet away in the middle of the road, pointing a handgun at the group of orcs. Alistair thought him incredibly foolish to challenge a group of over a dozen monsters who all looked far stronger than a human, but he was proved wrong in the next second. The man sprinted toward the group of orcs, flying faster than anyone Alistair had seen before. Instead of shooting them, he used his gun as a bludgeon, and the first orc he encountered had his skull caved in by a single blow from the man. The other orcs tried to stab him and attack the interloper, but he deftly dodged all of their blows and continued to pistol-whip the burly orcs, killing all of them with a single blow of his gun. In under 30 seconds, all of the orcs lay dead on the road, their skulls broken and bleeding. Alistair could hardly believe his eyes. Was this the result of someone who had leveled up? What did this man do to get so powerful? He felt a sudden shift in his vision as a screen appeared in front of him.
Name: Jamal Bradley. Species: human, unevolved. Level: 8.
There was no information other than that. Alistair presumed that was the man's name and level. He checked his status screen, finding the previous none under the skills category was replaced with Inspect.
Skills: Inspect, Tier 1 skill. Gain insight into your target. Upgradable, 0 out of 3.
How had he already reached level 8? It had only been just over half an hour since their world was initiated. Perhaps he had already developed offensive skills, and maybe even talents or badges. Badges seemed to be something like bonuses you could accrue for achievements, and he wondered what talents could be. He was unable to open his yet. Alistair looked at his badges page.
Badges: Premium Initiate, Untiered Mythical Badge. The Final Frontier Empire welcomes your planet at the highest level of hospitality. All attributes, plus 10%. Empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot. Increase badge slots, 0 out of 100.
He noted 3 things. 1. Things like skills and badges had tiers, though Premium Initiate was untiered. It also was unable to be upgraded. 2. It seemed like they also had rarities, reminding Alistair of a trading card game. Common was probably the lowest quality, and mythical sounded pretty damn good. 3. It was possible to upgrade his skills and even increase his badge slots, to which he was limited to 5. He speculated leveling up might be how he could do it. Leveling up was something Alistair was deeply curious about, and he believed he had figured it out. Not like it wasn't obvious, but clearly you could become stronger by killing enemies. That must have been why Jamal seemed so confident taking on a dozen orcs with ease. Seeing how strong the man was gave him hope. Just 30 minutes of fighting and 7 levels was enough for him to be on the verge of superhuman physical capabilities. He was going to call out to the man to ask him what he had done, but he stopped himself. That was far too naive a move. Maybe Jamal had even killed people to level up. He kept watching the man as he bent down to the bodies of the orcs he had just killed. Cries of fear came from another house across the street, just in front of the bodies of all the orcs. A woman and child ran out of the house with surprising alacrity, being chased by a gigantic orc. It smashed its pig-like head against the doorframe, charging after them with sluggish speed. The orc must have been 7.5 feet tall and was muscled like the most roided-up bodybuilder. His arms had golden bands around them, and he wore leather armor clearly of a higher quality than the massacred orcs. The woman and child ran past Jamal and the orcs, with the level 8 man not paying them any heed. He looked up at the intimidating monster and shook his arms free of orc blood. Before the orc took a single step towards him, he had chambered and fired his handgun, aiming straight for its head. With 4 loud bangs, he fired 4 times at the monstrosity. Unfortunately for Jamal, it wasn't enough to stop the orc warrior's charge. His forehead and cheeks were bleeding, and he staggered each time he was hit, but the creature kept charging at the gunman with reckless abandon. A brutal fight for supremacy ensued. Perhaps out of bullets, Jamal chose to engage the beast in close quarters combat, using the same pistol-whipping strategy as before. This orc was clearly tougher and stronger than his brethren. Strikes similar to those that killed his smaller counterparts instantly were shrugged off as he viciously tried to claw at the weaker man. The orc used no weapons, instead relying on brute strength and animal instinct along with his enlarged fingernails. Alistair activated his Inspect skill on the orc leader.
Name: Juriz Odurak. Species: War Orc, partially evolved. Level: 12.
The higher-leveled orc, apparently named Juriz, was being swarmed with the quick strikes of the armed human. Every second it seemed like he was being slammed in the face or gut, yet he continued charging at the smaller man. In return, Jamal was forced to continue walking backward as he frantically avoided Jariz's claws. Jamal got in 10 hits for every 1 hit of the war orc, but each of Jariz's strikes was far more powerful. Jamal was dripping with blood, his clothing torn to shreds as swipe marks covered his body. There was even a nasty set of foreclaw marks over his face that was obstructing his vision. He wasn't the only one that was injured. While Jamal's blows were much weaker than the orc, they still added up. It was honestly a gruesome sight. Jariz's right jaw was completely destroyed, barely hanging off his face by threads of skin, and his skull was split open and bleeding. He was limping, and his breathing looked pained, which made sense since Jamal had bashed his ribs over and over. The two were gearing up for one final clash. Alistair couldn't help but watch from behind his tree with trepidation. It was brutal, but there was something primal about watching them. Even spectacles like MMA matches had rules and would be stopped before they went too far. In front of Alistair was a true life-or-death match between man and beast. Modern man was divorced from fighting with everything on the line, but in this new world, it was going to be necessary again. Jariz shuffled backward, gaining some distance from Jamal. He held his arms out with hands open like a wrestler, ready to tackle his prey. He had underestimated the man before him with his reckless charges. He would likely try to end it in one fell swoop. "You dumbass!" Jamal said, flipping his pistol back to the barrel, pointing at the orc. "You thought I stopped shooting you because I ran out of bullets?" He fired a single shot straight at Jariz's face, who had realized something was amiss and started charging Jamal. The bullet pierced directly through the war orc's destroyed mouth, and he fell to the ground, dead instantly. Jamal dropped to a knee, laughing in a way that could have been that of a madman or just someone releasing stress. Blood was pooling on the ground at his feet. Alistair knew he shouldn't stay around him any longer. The likeliest possibility was that he had killed people to level up. Just when he was about to run in the opposite direction, he noticed the mother and girl who ran by a few minutes ago. They were huddling together on the street looking at Jamal. What were they still doing around here? Alistair cursed under his breath as he carefully crouched and walked closer to Jamal, making sure to stay behind him. "Looks like some free levels to me," he said, starting to run after them. With his injuries, he was slowed, but he was still faster than the little girl, who looked to be only 4 or 5 years old. The girl tried running away, but she tripped and fell, screaming and crying, forcing her mother to bend down and try to pick her up. But it was too late. Jamal was already upon them. Just as he was about to clobber them with his pistol, a large, squelching noise came from the side of his neck. Jamal looked down to see a knife plunged right into his throat. Alistair trembled as he pulled out the knife, letting crimson blood fly free. In one of the stupidest moves of his life, he dropped the knife in shock as his target turned around, a maniacal look on his face. He was bleeding from practically everywhere on his body, and there was no way he could survive in the long run, but Alistair wasn't thinking of even 10 minutes in the future as he caught the gaze of the man. He either killed Jamal right now, or he died himself. Jamal lunged at him with an unfettered fury, but even the higher-leveled man was starting to feel the impact of severe blood loss. His charge was clumsy and slow, allowing Alistair to sidestep him. With his very life on the line, Alistair dug in and prepared the strongest punch he had ever delivered. He imagined his girlfriend, his roommates, his family, and everyone he would let down and never see again if he died there. He needed to survive, not just for himself, but for everyone else too. His will resolved, he felt a tug in his core as he released all of his energy in an uppercut right to the gut of the injured lunatic. Jamal stumbled back several feet, collapsing to the ground, unmoving. Alistair fell to his knees in a flood of both physical and mental exhaustion. He had just killed a person. He didn't feel too bad about it, considering what he would have done to the mother and child who still stood watching him hesitantly. But a life was still a life. It was then he noticed a rush of energy flowing into his body, and a screen popped into his view.
Level up, ×6. You are now level 7, plus 24 free attribute points. Badge acquired. Good Samaritan, Tier 1 Uncommon Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes plus 3. Upgradable, 0 out of 10. Quest complete. The first step. Skill acquired. Mana Punch, Tier 1 skill. Envelop your fist in condensed mana and strike your enemies. Mana cost, 10. Upgradable, 0 out of 10.
3. Good Samaritan. I promise I won't hurt you, but we need to get out of here. It's not safe with all these monsters around, Alistair said, putting both hands up to show he meant no harm. The woman wrapped her arms around her child and said nothing, staring at him with suspicion. Alistair sighed internally, but he understood her position. She had probably witnessed a lot of death in the past few hours. If I wanted to kill you to try to level up, I already would have, he said. It might not have been the best tactic to imply he could have killed them if he wanted to, but it was better to speak plainly. My name's Alistair. I went to Boston College. What are your names? There was a moment of silence, but the woman finally spoke. Donna, she said at last. There was some hesitation before she said her daughter's name. And my girl is Tamia. Nice to meet you both, Alistair said. I was thinking about what to do, and I think we should stay hidden until the timer runs out. Normally, I would say we should try to find others on campus, but with the first step quest, I think that would be dangerous. Alistair looked around. A couple of blocks down, he saw some people engaging the orcs in battle. He could make out their movements as being swift and powerful, clearly coming from a level similar to Jamal. Wait, he could make out details from thousands of feet away? His eyesight hadn't been atrocious before, but it certainly wasn't 2020. Leveling up must have improved his vision. Let's get back to my place. He beckoned them to come with him as they practically ran across the road, jumping over some of the larger cracks. Alistair did not want to be anywhere near them if more orcs started breaching them. He really wanted to figure out what the hell was going on, with the quests and monsters coming out of the ground, but such higher-level concerns were suppressed. All that mattered was short-term survival. They followed him across the street and through the back door of his house. Once they were safely inside and he was certain no one had followed them, he opened his status screen. He was now level 7, with increased health and mana. His calculation about the maximum health and mana proved accurate, and it looked like he had lost 10 mana from using Mana Punch. He wondered for a second how he recovered mana before realizing it was already trickling into his body at a slow pace. After using Mana Punch, Alistair realized he could feel the flow of mana within his body. It was a mysterious force that permeated through his every cell, and Alistair could feel it in the air around him. It naturally flowed into his body, and Alistair could feel that at a certain point he would be full. At its current rate of replenishing, he estimated it would take around 2 hours to fill up completely, suggesting a rate of around 0.084 mana per minute. Based on having leveled up 6 times, it looked like each level gave him 4 free stats, which he could place into any attribute. He was very interested to see his stats. They had all increased by 3, except for Wisdom, thanks to his Good Samaritan badge. He speculated the Premium Initiate badge calculated the 10% bonus after every other increase, and so now that his Wisdom was over 5, it rounded up to an extra 1 Wisdom. He was too distracted by the exhaustion of using Mana Punch and the relief of killing Jamal to notice before, but his body had changed, very slightly. He felt more coordinated, stronger, faster, and more durable. It was like something had improved every aspect of his body, and maybe even his mind, by a slight amount. Alistair couldn't stop himself from experimenting. Somehow he inherently knew if he concentrated on allocating his free attribute points into a specific stat, it would increase it. Considering it told him he had 24 free attribute points, he decided on trying to put 2 points into each stat and trying to register what kind of change it did. He worried just 1 wouldn't be enough, and having high all-around stats couldn't be strictly bad, but he did eventually want to have a build. He imagined being a powerful sorcerer just like he always played during D&D. Specialization was almost always better than being a jack-of-all-trades. At that point, he realized he wasn't being very hospitable, so he caught up to Donna and to Mia, who were huddling together on the couch in his living room.
"If it comes down to it, you have to promise me you'll save her at any cost," she said.
"What do you mean?" Alistair replied, though he had an inkling of what she was about to say. Donna stood up and put her mouth to his ear, whispering lightly.
"If we don't manage to kill any of those monsters before the time is up, you're gonna have her kill me."
Her voice was tight, and her words choked. A mother's love for her daughter was a beautiful thing, Alistair thought, and he dearly hoped it wouldn't come down to that. No, he was confident once he allocated his new stats, he would be able to capture some weakened orcs for them both to kill. "Don't worry, it won't come to that," he said, radiating confidence. "If I might ask, what are your levels? And do you have any badges, talents, or skills?" Donna shared her screen with Alistair. She was only level 2, her only skill being Inspect, just like him, and her only badge was Premium Initiate. "How did you get to level 2? He asked.
"It happened just after you killed that man."
Alistair wondered if just being in the vicinity of a kill was good enough, or did the Pathfinder AI consider her to have aided him in killing Jamal, giving her experience? He wasn't sure, but he would have to experiment with that later. "All right, just settle in here for now. I have to go test something." He wanted to get more information out of them, but that could wait. First, he had to see what each stat did. The names gave good information, but he wanted to know precisely the effect of each one. Alistair was grateful for the first time that Tommy had decided to bring a bench press and weights to the house, putting them on the enclosed front porch. He lifted up a 45-pound plate with one arm. It definitely felt lighter than before. Next, he allocated 2 points to strength, bringing it up to 13. It felt like he could literally feel the muscle fibers in his body reinforcing themselves. It was like he had just done a year's work at the gym at once, and he could move the 45-pound plate like it was nothing. His physique even looked better. It looked like he had toned up and gained 5 pounds of muscle, but it wasn't even close to being on par with his strength gains. Alistair picked up a 60-pound dumbbell and easily started curling it, with absolutely zero rocking or instability. He probably wasn't at the peak of humanly possible strength yet, but he was certainly close. Next, he added 2 points to agility, also bringing it to 13. The feeling it brought on wasn't as powerful as the strength upgrade, but there was still a tingling sensation in his muscles, and interestingly enough, his brain and eyes as well. It was as if he could process the sensory information of the world better, and he instantly knew his reaction speed was faster. As he walked around, he noticed his steps were lighter and his gait more graceful. He was sure that if he sprinted, he would have been way faster than before the apocalypse arrived, with an extra 6 agility over baseline. Constitution was next, and that came with the biggest change to his body. His bones, skin, and organs churned, filling Alistair with a deep sense of unease. It was similar to nausea, but it also felt like pressure at the same time. After a few seconds, the rumbling stopped, and Alistair felt more solid than before. It was like his bones and skin had reformed to become denser and tougher. Alistair was certain that he weighed more than before, and he guessed that the orc leader Jamal fought was high in constitution. Upgrading endurance felt like a warm ripple through his body, but after that there was no noticeable difference as there had been with the other 3 physical stats. Based on the domain of the other 3, Alistair guessed that endurance had to do with physical recovery and stamina. For intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, Alistair couldn't decipher any changes. He didn't feel any smarter, wiser, or more charismatic, though he supposed it would be difficult to detect that. It made a lot of sense to Alistair that mental stats couldn't be improved the same way physical stats could be. Beings like the alien that terrorized the planet would have IQs in the thousands, if not millions. Still, he wondered if there was a more minor effect that he was missing. Why would anyone choose to improve their intelligence and wisdom if all it did was increase their mana and mana regeneration, let alone charisma? He would have to investigate that later, but he had more important priorities first. He still had 10 more points to allocate. His first choice was to put 4 points into intelligence. It was quite a lot and made his intelligence by far the highest stat with 20 points. The 4 points added a total of 5 intelligence, as Alistair presumed that the premium initiate bonus was kicking in. His decision to allocate points to intelligence was based on the fact it bumped his mana to 60, allowing him, if he had full mana, to perform 6 mana punches in a row. Alistair didn't think he would have been able to defeat Jamal if not for his skill, even with how injured he was. Mana Punch clearly allowed him to deliver a strike far beyond the potency of his normal body, so he felt it was best to capitalize on his ability. It had been a fluke act of desperation that allowed him to discover the Mana Punch skill, and he doubted others would be able to replicate it, at least not in that situation in particular. Therefore, he wanted to leverage his competitive advantage as much as possible. He split the remaining 6 points equally between agility and constitution. It was simply a matter of survival. Be too fast to get hit, and if he did get hit, make his body tough enough to handle it. With his new stats allocated, it was time to go out and hunt some monsters, both to level up in preparation for future trials and for Donna and Tamia. With the existence of quests and the 5-hour time limit coming up, Alistair was expecting more challenges to come and wanted to level up as quickly as possible. But first he had some questions for Donna. Alistair and his friends had boarded their house up and hidden for the past 7 hours, but she had clearly seen more of what happened post-Pathfinder. It looked like they were making themselves at home. Tamia was helping herself to some fruit snacks from the kitchen cabinet.
"I hope you don't mind,"
Donna said as she saw him walk into the room. "Of course not," Alistair said. "How much time is left for the first step?"
3 hours, 57 minutes, 12 seconds,
she said, staring at her status screen, which was invisible to Alistair. "All right, here's what we're going to do. You and Tamia are going to hide in the basement, while I go out hunting those creatures. I'll try to injure them to the point of death, and then you can, finish them off." He tried saying it in a way that didn't seem completely gruesome. "By the way, what was going on near you right after the initiation started?"
"We were at church. With the alien and everything going on, we were praying. I mean, what else were we going to do? Pastor John was in the middle of his sermon when the voice started speaking."
She shuddered as she recalled the memory.
"At first, people thought it was the work of the devil. Everyone was panicking, seeing the vision of the alien chained up. Pastor John got everyone to calm down. But that was when someone noticed the quest. There was a kid. He was the type to always be getting in trouble, not acting right. And he started the killing. Once that started, there wasn't any stopping that kind of thing. I took my daughter and ran as fast as I could."
"So there are more people like Jamal then? Those who already have high levels from killing other people?"
"Yes,"
she said, with a sad look in her eyes.
"That kid, Marcus, he was level 11 already, and that was almost an hour ago. Others were high level too. That's why my inspect skill is tier 2 now. I think the more you use it, the better it gets. But I'm not sure what's better about my tier 2 inspect."
Alistair contemplated what she said. While he had realized the possibility of people completely flying against the old world's laws and morality, it was disappointing it had happened so soon. Anyone could be a killer, and as a level 7, he wasn't at the top of the food chain. Still, they couldn't stay holed up forever. Even without Donna and Tamia, he would still have to venture out to get stronger eventually. And with them, he had a job to get them past the first step. "I'm going to head out now," he said. "Don't worry. I got this." 4. Monster hunting. Alistair had only just under 4 hours to severely impair and injure 2 separate monsters and safely bring them back to his house. While the pressure weighed down on him, another part of him was excited. He had so many responsibilities in his past life. He was expected to have a nice-paying, white-collar job. He was expected to enjoy certain movies and books and TV shows. And he was expected to always put on a happy facade at social events. Despite everything that had happened, he somehow felt freer. Of course, Alistair would never forget his larger goals. He had to find his girlfriend, his friends, and hopefully his family as well. With the internet and all cellular being mysteriously taken down, he had no hope of that in the short term. All he could do was survive and get stronger. It was instrumental to his true goals, but he had to admit having the dexterity of an Olympic gymnast while simultaneously being stronger than the heaviest powerlifters felt really good. The abilities of the mighty flame alien also influenced him. He had no scale of reference for such a being. Just how powerful was the man that terrorized their world? Probably not the peak if he had been arrested, but maybe the Pathfinder AI was some kind of universal presence, like a god. Or maybe it was just a created tool by the final frontier empire. Alistair had too many questions, and he was simply too small and inconsequential to get his answers. He snapped out of his daydreaming and walked out of the house. He was born into a world of chaos. He once was nothing, and then he became something. And he knew he had one purpose: to kill. He didn't know how he knew he needed to kill, how he knew not to kill the ones who looked like him, or how he knew his name was Okaz Kyogaz, a level 4 orc, but he did. His divinely guided purpose was to rise from the depths of the black pond of sludge from which he was born and strike out into the world of man. Okaz, like hundreds of thousands of his brethren, emerged from the cracks of FX-14752, ready to hunt. Despite being just seconds old, he had knowledge of language and a basic understanding of combat. He knew to give obeisance to his commander and never back down from a fight. There was no way Okaz could have ever defeated the man that killed him, even if he hadn't been ambushed when he was going from house to house killing helpless humans. Okaz died instantly as his skull was caved in by a blow of condensed mana. If Okaz had known what had happened, his final thought might have been happiness that a true warrior was the one to end him. He was an artificial orc created by the billions with implanted memories and instincts, but an orc was still an orc.
Level up. You are now level 8, plus 4 free attribute points.
It had taken killing 5 of what Alistair was calling grunt orcs to get to level 8. From the past 30 minutes of observation, the grunt orcs were between levels 3 to 5, whereas the leader orcs were between levels 9 to 12. Based on Jamal's performance against the leader orc, he guessed that humans were generally more powerful level for level than the orcs. The other things he had learned from observing the orcs was that they were bloodthirsty on a level that made Alistair throw up from thinking about it. The orcs traveled in a group of 13, with one leader for every 12 grunts. After finding a good vantage spot, they would split up individually to go and massacre everyone they found within the houses on a street. It was disturbing how intelligent the whole procedure was. It was like the orc leaders were bred for maximum possible carnage. In his disbelief and anger, he had killed the first orc he had seen with a single mana punch to the face. The grunt orcs were pretty weak, and he easily caved in their skulls with his skill. It did make Alistair wonder if these massive-framed orcs died to a single punch, how would a human of equivalent level fare against his mana punch? He didn't want to find out, but he suspected it would happen eventually. The worst of humanity had come about in the apocalypse. With the next 2 orcs he had killed, it wasn't on purpose. He had tried pulling his punch, but his skill refused to cooperate. It was as if it only had one power, maximum power, and always used the same amount of mana. If anything, his battles had proved useful for understanding how his mana punch worked. When he activated the skill, he gathered mana that flowed freely in his body into his fist, condensing it into a visible blue aura. Punching things with that aura fist damaged enemies multiple times what a normal punch would do, making it one of his most effective weapons in dealing with enemies. However, it was a cost-prohibitive skill. He had exactly 1 mana left after killing the final orc with his mana punch. It was at that point Alistair realized he was being far too liberal with his use of his trump card. He cursed his own stupidity. He didn't need to use his skill on the grunt orcs at all. Jamal had just used the butt of his gun, and Alistair should have caught up to the dead man by now. Alistair resolved to not use his mana punch on any more grunt orcs, but he was worried he wouldn't have his skill when dealing with the leader orc. His reasoning for choosing to use his fists was simple. After seeing the effectiveness of blunt force blows on the grunt orcs, he had decided to eschew his previous choice of the knife. Alistair had no idea how the Pathfinder AI worked, but he had a feeling that a coherent build was better than a disjointed one. If his strongest move right now was Mana Punch, it made sense to him that he should try and bolster his bare-handed fighting ability. In a world of guns and tanks, trying to be a pugilist was idiotic, but considering the way the alien was unscathed from thousands of conventional missiles and bombs, Alistair suspected that in time, with an increase of stats, and his own survival, knock on wood, his fists would grow far beyond human technology. Plus, it was just plain more fun to use his own hands to defeat his enemies. He was covered in orc blood, his hands were bruised, and he probably had some fractures, but he was still alive and stronger, and the monsters weren't. Originally, he had felt some sympathy for them. The AI considered them sophants after all, but after seeing their barbarism, he didn't feel so bad anymore. The sight of brain matter on his hands had almost made Alistair puke, though. Before the apocalypse, his closest dance with the visceral had been rated R movies. Alistair had come across a larger problem than squeamishness, however. He just simply wasn't strong enough to nimbly move with an unconscious orc on his back. With his newfound strength, he surely could have easily squatted the give-or-take 300 pounds the grunt orcs weighed, but to carry one back to his house without being spotted, and having enough speed to outrun any bands of orcs that did spot him, there was no possible way. With that in mind, Alistair reluctantly put all of his 4 free attribute points into strength, bumping it up to 18, making it his highest attribute behind intelligence. He would have preferred adding more to agility or intelligence instead, to improve upon his hit-and-run magic fistfighter idea, but he had to be flexible. And he shouldn't be so arrogant to think he knew what he was doing already. He was trying to apply concepts he knew from RPG games, but this was real life. Maybe a build focused on constitution and strength would be better when it was your actual life on the line, not just a game over screen. He had considered putting 1 point into intelligence just to recover his mana faster. He noticed before when adding points to his stats that the difference between his new maximum health and mana and his previous maximum was added to his totals. It might save him one day. For instance, if he needed a small amount of health in a pinch, he could put some points into constitution. He turned his head away as he picked up the lifeless body of the orc. Upgrading his strength caused the weird knitting feeling in his muscles again, but it actually felt kind of good this time. Less painful and more like it was something that was supposed to be happening. Alistair hefted the corpse onto his back, fireman's carry style. He was once again stronger than before. Not strong enough to be able to sprint with the orc, but another level with all 4 points going into strength should be sufficient. Alistair carefully dropped the body to the ground. With his improved hearing, Alistair wasn't quite sure what stat that came from. He detected people upstairs. He wanted to help them, but he wasn't sure what to do. He had already promised Donna and Tamia. He said a small prayer for them and swore to himself to try and come back for them if he could. He snuck out the window of the house, hugging the ground as he tried to remain hidden. It was dark outside, just a little brighter than a full moon's light, with the red hue that cast an eerie glow over the world, but he wasn't sure how good the orc's vision was. The orcs of the current band he was targeting had spread out over the course of multiple blocks, and even though he had made sure to kill them when no one was watching, it looked like his gig was up. The remaining 8 orcs had gathered around their leader in the middle of the road and were arguing with each other loudly in a harsh, guttural language. Alistair had thought he was well hidden behind a large oak tree in the backyard of the house he had just left, but apparently not well enough. From his vantage point, he saw the leader orc turn towards him and shout something. He was pissed off. What had given him away? He groaned internally as he realized it was probably the gallons of blood that covered his clothes. The orcs likely had a good sense of smell with their pig-like noses. They started to run after him, and Alistair knew he had to make a decision. He looked at them with inspect. Their levels were all under 5 except for the leader, who was level 13. When he inspected the leader, he got a notification alerting him that his inspect had improved to Tier 2. Jamal had been able to dispatch the grunt orcs without a sweat when he was the same level as Alistair, and even the leader orc, though he had been severely injured as a result. Alistair considered his advantages and disadvantages compared to the maniacal pistol whipper. Alistair had a pretty badass skill if he said so himself, while Jamal had a gun. Alistair had the Good Samaritan badge, and while he didn't know if Jamal had possessed any badges, if there was a badge for saving people, it seemed possible there was also a badge for killing innocent people as well, which he had no doubt done. All in all, Alistair evaluated his chances of being around the same as the man, but the difference was he didn't want to be bleeding heavily and near death by the end of his battle. Instead, he would try a different tactic. Alistair ran at the band of orcs with speed exceeding that of the fastest sprinters. He suspected that the orcs' highest stat was in strength, but he doubted they could even match him in that at this point. Of course, with his 17 agility, he was way faster than the grunt orcs. It wasn't just straight speed either. His reaction time and proprioception were far superior to just 1 day ago. With his increased strength, he delivered a straight punch to the first ugly orc he found. It looked like his kickboxing classes were finally paying off. The over 2-meter-tall orc staggered backward, hurt but not knocked out. Alistair could feel that his strike had destroyed the jaw of his larger foe, and it seemed apparent that his strikes were packed with more power than even the heavyweight sluggers of the previous world. It was pitifully obvious his agility far outclassed that of his opponents. Alistair was too worried about brain damage to try full contact sparring in his kickboxing classes. He regretted that now, considering the magic of the Pathfinder could probably fix anything, but it didn't even matter. Each swing of a club or sword was in slow motion to Alistair, and despite having zero experience in real death matches, he dodged all of the attacks. He used his superior speed to kite the orcs around, never allowing himself to be surrounded by their superior numbers. It took about 3 to 5 blows to the head, but eventually the muscular brutes dropped, dead or unconscious from the repeated brain damage. He took no damage himself, always managing to have their sluggish strikes hit only air before connecting. It was so easy that Alistair almost forgot there was a real threat to him present. As he killed a third orc, his danger senses tingled as he felt something fast coming from behind him. He managed to move his head to the right at the last second, but a large meat cleaver raked down his left shoulder and back, causing a spike of pain. Alistair was nearly overtaken by the grunt orcs as he shouted in pain at the cut he received. The mysterious sixth sense he had gained, the one that sometimes gave him unearned insight into things Pathfinder-related, told him he had just lost 18 health, bringing him down to 76. He quickly dispatched 2 orcs dressed in leather armor with hooks to the head, running forward to evade the whoosh of another slice by the enemy behind him. At that point, he had gathered who it was and what had happened. As he was distracted by the grunt orcs, he lost sight of the leader orc, who was cunning enough to sneak behind him and try for an ambush. It was the kind of move he hadn't expected from such brutish-looking monsters, but Alistair should have known appearances could be deceiving. He activated Inspect on the leader.
Name: Kalak Ogres. Species: Half-Orc. Partially evolved. Level: 13.
Alistair carefully considered Kalak. He was a level higher than Juriz, but he looked much less threatening. Actually, looking at him up close, he looked fairly human. The underbite tusks that the other orcs had were more like oversized canines, and his face was just a little bestial and pig-like with a reddish tint. His muscles were less extreme, and he looked like he was wearing real clothing rather than some torn loincloth or misshapen leather or chainmail armor. Kalak was perhaps 6'5" or 6'6", rather than the monstrous heights of the other leaders that Alistair had seen. It probably had to do with his different species, being a half-orc instead of a war-orc. Did that mean the orcs came from some kind of society? He didn't have much time to contemplate the ramifications of the information he received as he continued to weed out the grunts, giving a spear-wielding orc a sidekick to the chest that caved in his sternum. Alistair couldn't get over his newfound dexterity. There was no way before he had gained all the points in agility that he could ever pull off a kick like that. The remaining 6 grunt-orcs retreated in fear, huddling close together around Kalak. The half-orc looked at Alistair with cold green eyes as he tossed around his giant meat cleaver.
Foolish human, why do you oppose the culling of the weak? If the Tao wills it, there shall be no resistance. We have no quarrel with you, human, unless you desire our blood for your own advancement.
Kalak spoke in a deep, soft voice that sounded like the desert sand pattering against metal. For a moment, Alistair was too shocked to respond. He had never heard an orc talking in English before. He eyed the half-orc suspiciously. Had he said something about the Tao? Alistair was familiar with Chinese philosophy and religion, and a concept from Taoism was possibly the least likely thing he'd thought he'd ever hear out of an orc's mouth. He tried to probe for more info. The Tao wills it, does it now? I don't think so. Alistair was making up complete bullshit, but it could provoke a response from Kalak. It did seem to provoke him, and heavily at that. He started laughing, a sick, profane expunging of mirth that made Alistair cringe.
How the heavens have cursed us. Humans can live so apart from the Tao, yet they are blessed with untold bounties from the heavens themselves while we toil away with nothing. I'm bound even now, aren't I? I think your death would please me very much, young human,
Kalak said, going from inert to in motion in an instant as he threw his meat cleaver at Alistair. Alistair had been anticipating another sneak attack from the talking orc, so he easily dodged the whirling blade and charged the left flank of the grunts. He used the 3 orcs to Kalak's left as a shield, employing their large frames as a natural barrier against the crafty half-orc. He finished all 3 of them with a single punch to the head. A notification popped up in his vision right after killing the first of the 3.
Level up. You are now level 9, plus 4 free attribute points.
All 4 points were immediately put into strength, and he felt his muscles course with power. His strength had hit 22 and became his highest attribute. There was no way he wasn't completely superhuman in his strength at this point, and Alistair felt like he could bench over 1,000 pounds without a problem. Kalak chased after him, pulling out 2 more cleavers from scabbards on his back, but Alistair already figured out he was a hair faster than him. He dodged a downward swing and moved onto the 3 grunt orcs on Kalak's right side. With his newfound strength, his right straight sent the first orc he struck several feet back, killing him instantly. His punch was so hard it hurt his hand a bit. He could see how strength and constitution were complementary attributes, and Alistair guessed if his strength was too high without a decent amount of constitution, his strikes could even damage him. Alistair didn't plan on doing that kind of build, but it was worth keeping in mind. Mana Punch seemed to inherently protect his fists, as his past mana punches were stronger than the strike he just released, yet it didn't hurt his fist at all. The other 2 grunt orcs died seconds later. Alistair grinned as he marveled at the speed he dispatched the enemy. Now, where was... Alistair felt his world cave in as he was flung several feet to the side by a massive swing to his side. He tasted blood, and his vision blurred, but he still got to his feet and instinctively dodged another attack. His side burned, and when he managed to spare a glance, he saw a massive gouge in his side, bleeding profusely. His health dropped all the way down to 42. How had he lost track of Kalak again? Alistair searched for answers as he desperately jumped away from another thrown meat cleaver. The only conclusion he could think of was that the half-orc had some kind of skill that allowed him to conceal his presence. Alistair hoped that now that he could spare his full attention for him alone, it wouldn't work. The 2 stared off for a second, circling slowly. Kalak procured another cleaver from his back and clanged them together as he hunched over, giving out an animalistic roar. Alistair conserved his energy and let Kalak run at him. It was over in one exchange. Kalak lacked the constitution of a war orc, and his build wasn't centered around taking damage or being a tank. He was a trickster and rogue at heart, and he tried one last ruse. Believing the leader orc possessed a concealment skill, Alistair tried a last resort attempt to unveil him. He had no idea if it would work, but he activated Inspect on Kalak and simply tried to make it stay active with his willpower. A trickle of mana exited his body as he used the one mana he had left. His gamble had worked, and Alistair ignored a notification screen as he detected a thin film of dark mana surrounding Kalak. Even with the detection ability of his improved skill, he had a strong desire to look away. Alistair pretended to be fooled for a second as Kalak pranced towards his left in a crouched stance. Then he struck. Kalak was taken completely off guard as Alistair charged with as much speed as his body could handle, delivering an uppercut through his robes. The lean orc doubled over, heaving from Alistair's powerful strike. He had enough constitution to survive a single blow, unlike his weaker brethren, but Alistair's next strike ended their battle. He teed up the injured orc, grabbing his hair with his right hand, and then he cracked him in the face with a full-forced left hand straight to Kalak's face. He felt his fist destroy bone and flesh, and Kalak crumbled to the ground, his jaw blown off. He might have had a fracture in his left hand, but he ignored the pain as he looked down at his notifications.
Level up ×2. You are now level 11, plus 8 free attribute points. Skill acquired. Inspect, Tier 3 skill. Gain insight into your target. Upgradable, 1 out of 15. Mutation, active. Drains 1 mana per second to see past illusions and trickery.
Inspect had improved again, this time with the active aspect that he had subconsciously used to bypass Kalak's illusion. Interestingly, it said it was at 1 out of 15 in terms of upgrades, which he hadn't noticed before. After clearing his surroundings of danger, he opened his skill page in curiosity.
Skills. Inspect, Tier 3 skill. Gain insight into your target. Upgradable, 1 out of 15. Mutation, active. Drains 1 mana per second to see past illusions and trickery. Mana Punch, Tier 1 skill. Envelop your fist in condensed mana and strike your enemies. Mana cost, 10. Upgradable, 4 out of 10.
He smiled as he saw the upgradable section for Mana Punch. It was as he imagined, and using the skill contributed to upgrading it. But he still felt like something was off, and the way it listed upgradable meant Alistair feel like it should have some way to use points, just like stat points. He shrugged, not able to figure out that mystery at the moment. His giddiness at leveling up and mutating his skill distracted him from his injuries. He coughed out some blood and felt the wound on his side. Kalak had really got him good with the cleaver strike with his back turned. It wasn't all bad news, though. He had seen better days, but he was doing way better than the dead half-orc beneath him. He opened his status screen and allocated his free attribute points. His strength felt ridiculous at this point. He was fully confident he could one-shot any normal human with a single punch, and Mana Punch would be his asset against tougher opponents. In addition, he felt easily strong enough to fireman carry an orc and run back to his house, so he felt he didn't need any more strength at that point. He decided to put 3 points into agility and 5 points into intelligence. Alistair had wanted to do it from the beginning, but his need for carrying strength forced him away from the idea temporarily. The extra intelligence brought his maximum mana to 70 and gave him 10 mana right away, which was the reason why he had split his points in favor of intelligence. If he needed to use a Mana Punch on a strong opponent, he would be able to. The wound in his side burned with agony every time he moved, but he couldn't stop there. He had a mission to bring back 2 orcs for Donna and Tamia, and he would complete it, or die trying. So, Alistair trekked onward. 5. Necromancer. The pain from his wound hurt, but the threat of failure hurt more, forcing Alistair to move on. He took off his shirt and wrapped it around the gash in his side in an attempt to stop the bleeding. He was no medic by any means, but it was worth a shot. He was heaving air after the fight with Kalak, and every muscle in his body screamed in exhaustion. Alistair was almost positive that endurance would help with his stamina and help his wound recovery, but he wanted more of every stat, except charisma and wisdom, the purpose of which was uncertain to him. Gunshots rang out in the distance, and alarms still blazed, but it seemed quieter than before. Maybe people were running out of bullets, or maybe they had discovered that in this new world guns weren't the apex anymore. Alistair shrugged as he walked toward the source of the noise a couple of blocks north. He might find more orcs there. As he walked toward the sound of the gunshots, the houses in the area loomed over him like specters of the dead. There were so many who perished, probably all over the world. If monsters like the orcs that had invaded his college town popped up all over the planet, there must have been billions dead. Likely more than the number that were killed by the fire alien. It was a sober reminder that while the Pathfinder AI had given him power, it was a ruthless machine that caused the death of billions, perhaps even his own family and friends. He stopped that idea as soon as it came. There was no time for extraneous thoughts. Still, he solemnly promised the deceased in those ransacked houses all around him he would try to stop any more bloodshed. Alistair stopped for a second as he realized what lay ahead of him. He had walked farther into the city than ever before, and the sight would have made him throw up just a day ago. There were hundreds of dead bodies strewn about, both orc and human. They littered the streets, which had cracked open just like the one near his house. For a second, he wondered why so many people had left the shelter of their homes, but then he came to a sobering conclusion. They were probably just like him, not willing to kill their families just for a quest, and they had tried their luck at the orcs unsuccessfully. He spotted 2 surviving grunt orcs in the road, each ravenously biting into a human body on the ground. Alistair had lost most of his squeamishness, but even he could barely look at them. Checking that the coast was clear, he dashed after them with superhuman speed. The 2 grunts didn't stand a chance. Alistair jumped into a sidekick at the first orc, but he had made sure to pull his blow, sending the orc flying but keeping it alive. With the other, he dashed around it and jumped on its back, applying a rear-naked choke as he had seen in fighting videos. After a few seconds, the orc dropped to the ground, unconscious. The other orc got up and seemed furious its brethren were put down and came charging at Alistair, but he was ready, and as the orc tried to grab him with its meaty arms, he jumped over its head and applied the same maneuver he used before. He was far away from a martial arts expert, but with his far superior physical stats, fighting the grunt orcs was like toying with elementary schoolers. Considering his 15 constitution paled in comparison to his 22 strength and 20 agility, he probably should have been more careful. But who could blame him for having a bit of fun? Alistair bent down and hoisted one of the orcs onto his back and shoulders, and then knelt down carefully and tried picking up the other. It was too difficult to get the other one onto his back while he was holding the first. He had the capacity to carry both of them with his improved strength, but there was just no way he could actually pick up the second orc. Sighing in defeat, he would just have to take 2 trips. "What do you think you're doing with those bodies?" a voice called out. Alistair turned around to see 2 people eyeing him suspiciously. One was a man who looked around 40 years old with a long beard and a beanie cap, and the other was a short, petite woman with glasses. Both were covered in blood, just like Alistair.
Name: Robert Oakland. Species: human, unevolved. Level: 9. Name: Jules Verdant. Species: human, unevolved. Level: 10.
His inspect gave him information on their names and levels. They were below him in level, but combined they would be a threat. He stopped himself there. Was he already so cynical he imagined everyone as a potential enemy? "I'm taking this unconscious orc back to some friends of mine to complete the first step," he said, keeping his voice even and calm. "That's all," Jules said. Alistair felt some hostility from her, but he didn't understand why. Had these people had a bad interaction with strangers before? "Yes, that's all," Alistair replied. "It's just, you look similar to the guy we saw before, taking some bodies. Robert said. Well, I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't been to this area before. You have the wrong guy. Shouldn't you see that my name is different from that man with Inspect?
That would be fine if there wasn't a necromancer who has a way of fooling Inspect. All we know about him is that he has black hair and an average build and was caught stealing the bodies of the dead to make zombies. He's killed at least 20 people in this area over the past 2 hours,
Jules said as she shot daggers at him.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Alistair honestly felt sympathy for these people. A guy going around killing people and raising their bodies as undead right out of a TV show sounded repulsive.
But I'm telling the truth. I'm not this necromancer you think I am. You can look at the orcs, they're just unconscious. I'm trying to help some people complete the quest without killing others.
A light bulb went off in Alistair's brain as he realized he had a way to bolster his claims of innocence. It wasn't like he wanted to do it, as it felt manipulative, but if it abated their concerns, he would do it. A window popped up in front of Alistair, facing his 2 accusers. He concentrated to make it visible to them.
Badges. Premium Initiate. Untiered Mythical Badge. The Final Frontier Empire welcomes your planet at the highest level of hospitality. All attributes, plus 10%. Good Samaritan. Tier 1 Uncommon Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes plus 3. Upgradable, 1 out of 10.
Alistair was banking on them seeing his Good Samaritan badge and trusting that he was a good person. When he perused the screen himself, he was a bit confused at the 1 out of 10 for Good Samaritan. The more he thought about it, the more he started to understand how the upgrading system worked. Since he had most likely saved a family's life by the orc he killed a few minutes earlier, he received points towards the badge's upgrade. It was similar to his Inspect skill in that the more he used it, the better it got. However, for his untiered badge, there was no room for upgrades.
Look, you see my badges? I have the Good Samaritan badge right there. I doubt the guy you're after has that badge. And if I really was a necromancer, I probably would have some badge relating to killing people or raising them from the dead. I think that's how badges work.
Alistair hoped it would be enough and that he wouldn't have to fight them. They both examined his badges and whispered among themselves for a minute. Robert turned to face him after they finished. Seeing as I can detect no illusions surrounding your screen, it looks like you're telling the truth. We're sorry for holding you up, he said contritely, though he didn't look it.
It's not a problem,
Alistair said, and he partially meant it. While he was annoyed that people now seemed to inherently distrust everyone, it wasn't as if there was no reason for that.
After I finish helping my friends complete the quest, I wouldn't mind helping you guys hunt for the necromancer.
Us non-murdery folks have to stick together, you know what I mean?
I can see some merit in that,
Jules said, and Alistair thought he might have spotted a hint of a smile on her mouth.
Do you guys mind picking up the other orc and putting it on my back? I can't get it up on my own, he said.
His back had started to ache from staying still with the orc's weight on his back, but he couldn't let that affect him. Robert grunted in affirmation and walked over to the unconscious orc splayed out on the ground, attempting to cradle it.
What's your strength, boy? I can barely pick this monster up.
It's pretty high, Alistair admitted, but he didn't want to give them any more information. He felt he could trust them not to slit his throat at the moment, but he didn't consider them allies.
Why don't you just drag them? Jules asked. Why do you need to carry them on your back?
I didn't think of that, Alistair thought. He had forgotten about his own strength. It would be very easy for him to drag the gigantic orcs along the ground. They might wake up quicker, but he could just knock them out again. Jules patted Robert on the back, which looked like he strained a muscle trying to get the orc up. Alistair noted she looked in shape with her toned arms standing out in her t-shirt, but her strength completely belied her appearance. It was similar to his own. His physical strength had grown exponentially past his physical appearance, though that also had improved. It made Alistair wonder how exactly the Pathfinder AI was improving their bodies and where that energy came from. Alistair reached down to grab the 2 orcs by wrists, testing his newfound strength. Yes, He was capable of dragging them like a toddler.
I can't believe you just turned your back on two people who just threatened to kill you,
Jules said, shaking her head in disbelief. I had no reason to believe you'd hurt me after I revealed my badges. I have a feeling we are going to be able to count on each other in the future, Alistair replied smoothly. He hoped his natural charisma might help, whatever that attribute did. In truth, he had been on edge when he was vulnerable to the two strangers, but he judged that he would be able to at least eliminate one of them with Mana Punch if they attacked, and in the end, he took the gamble. The probability of them attacking him when he had been open and truthful was low in his estimation anyway.
Hopefully we see you again, Alistair.
Jules waved back at him as she walked away with Robert. Alistair spared a thought wondering about their relation to each other. They didn't seem close enough to be lovers, but they clearly knew each other well enough to have a solid foundation of trust. Close friends, or colleagues perhaps. He shook his head as he started back to his house, which he had traveled several blocks away from at that point. He pulled out his phone. The internet had gone down, but his house luckily still had power, and his phone was at nearly full battery. He had gathered the bodies with just over 3 hours left to spare in the quest. Alistair couldn't believe how well everything was going. Sure, he had lost more than half his health. He sported a nasty wound on his side, and his bare chest was covered in sweat and the nasty odor of 2 unconscious orcs, but he was level 11. He had met 2 potential allies and completed his goal, and with the remaining time, he could continue to level up. He was looking forward to trying to meet up with other survivors, but the looming thought of how many of those people were murderers kept gnawing at him. Imagining the internecine bloodshed that had taken place all over the globe made Alistair lose his smile and grow solemn. He had been given an opportunity to grow beyond human comprehension, but many others had been snuffed out, some even by those that they called family or friend. The world had grown harsh, Alistair knew, and so would he. It was like a gargantuan tsunami had blown past the shore. He just hoped he wouldn't get lost in the wake. 6. The Orc Prince. Alistair encountered no more orcs on his way back to his house. From what he gathered, there was a band of orcs for approximately every 2x2 square of blocks, and his band had already been eliminated. Just as he was about to reach his backyard, a small rock caught his toe, and he keeled over, letting go of the 2 orcs. It had been nearly 10 minutes since he had knocked them out at that point, and he quickly went over to choke them out again, when he noticed a blue marble the size of a golf ball fall out of one of the orc's pockets. After choking them out expediently, he examined the marble.
Level up. You are now level 12, plus 4 free attribute points. New category unlocked under status screen. Achievements. You have unlocked the achievements page of your status screen through your accomplishments.
Alistair was excited to have leveled up, but he was also confused as to why it happened and what achievements were, so he opened up his status screen.
Name: Alistair Tan. Species: Human, unevolved. Class: None. Level: 12. Health: 45 out of 94. Mana: 12 out of 70. Strength: 22. Agility: 23. Constitution: 17. Endurance: 14. Intelligence: 25. Wisdom: 10. Charisma: 13. Badges: Premium Initiate, Good Samaritan. Talents: None. Skills: Mana Punch, Inspect. Quests: None.
He first placed 3 points into agility and 1 into constitution. It never hurt to be tougher, he reasoned. Next, he opened up the achievements page.
Achievements: Discoverer of Regional Map. Reward: +1 level.
It was a bare-bones menu, and Alistair wasn't sure what to make of it. Did he receive an achievement for discovering a regional map and not for killing Jamal or tons of orcs? Maybe the Pathfinder wouldn't let him double dip and get an achievement and a badge for the same thing. Either way, he was intrigued by the regional map, which he assumed was the blue marble. He activated Inspect on the marble.
Item name: Regional Map. Common item. Area: 5-mile radius.
Instead of giving him the level or species of his target, Inspect gave him the rarity and the area of the map, which was pretty useful. He picked up the sphere, and with a little nudge of willpower, a holographic display was projected. The name of the item was indicative of its function, and as promised, it projected a map of the local area. The marble created a 2-dimensional circular screen with a radius of around 1.5 kilometers, centered around his current location. The bird's-eye view showcased the surrounding neighborhood in low detail, each house merely being an outline. His own person was marked with a glowing blue dot, and his home with a yellow triangle. And in the far right distance, closer to campus, he spotted a couple of red dots, which he assumed were orcs. With a thought, Alistair could shift the viewpoint of the map. He directed the viewing window back in the direction he came from, with the bodies littering the street. There weren't many red dots in that direction, which was to be expected with the number of orc corpses he saw. He tinkered around with the regional map for a while, trying to suss out any clues or hints of what was going on. Around 2.5 kilometers north of his house, to the west of campus, he found an intriguing section. Besides the blue dot representing himself and the red dots, which he presumed were the orcs, the map only contained topographic features. However, at the location Alistair spotted, there was a large red dot with a triangle on top. When he focused on it, an image popped into his head. In the basement of an average white colonial townhouse, an 8-foot-tall warrior muscled like a god of war presided over a gang of kneeling leader orcs. Unlike his rustic brothers, this orc was golden and radiated power. He wore a crown of silver spikes and was the only orc Alistair had seen wearing fancy clothing, his adornment somewhat like that of a medieval king, complete with a red, puffy cape.
Limited quest available. King Orc Hunt. You have discovered the location of the boss of the monster wave. End the monster wave before it even begins, and save your local area from immense strife. Task: kill Kalgur Bykraz, Prince of the Blood Orcs. Reward: 50 to 100% participation reward for the upcoming monster wave. Time limit: 26 hours, 58 minutes, 35 seconds. Penalty: none. Accept: yes, no.
He looked over King Orc Hunt, trying to evaluate its merits and demerits. There was no penalty for failing it, so he immediately accepted the quest. But that was another thing altogether to actually attempting it. The 8-foot-tall golden orc looked orders of magnitude stronger than the leader orcs, and he had at least a dozen of them near his person. There was no way that Alistair could beat them all at his current power level. Yet, he was curious about the rewards and the ramifications of his quest. Would the next quest after the first step be defeating the monster wave created by Kalgur? If so, he could be saving a lot of lives by defeating Kalgur early. Alistair imagined a wave to be quite a large influx of orcs, and from the looks of it, there were under 15 with the Orc Prince at the moment. If he could finish them off now, it might stop a wave of hundreds or even thousands of orcs before it even started. Even if he was going to complete the quest, it wasn't his main priority now, Alistair reminded himself. He dismissed the map, pocketed the sphere, and carefully kicked at the back door of his house, hoping that they would hear him. Luckily, after a few moments, Donna came to the door, her younger daughter hiding between her legs. "Look what I got," Alistair said, smiling. He was glad that he could fulfill his promise to them. It would hopefully be the first of many happy reunions, and Alistair thought of everyone he had lost, those who powered him to keep growing stronger and stronger. The three of them went into the living room, and Alistair finally dropped the 600 pounds of weight that had been on his back and shoulders for the last 15 minutes and plopped on the couch. His strength had easily reached superhuman levels, but that still was a lot of weight to be heaving around.
So, what do we do?
Alistair winced as he realized he was going to have to facilitate something a bit gruesome, but if it could save their lives, it was worth it. He stood up and went over to grab a pair of steak knives for the two ladies. "If you stab them in the throat, it should be good," he said, handing a knife to Donna. "I would have her do it herself. If you help her out, it might not count as a kill." She gulped and nodded, gingerly placing the knife in her daughter's hands. The little girl started to cry. She didn't know exactly what was going on, but Tamia must have realized how on edge both adults in the room were. Donna used her free hand to caress her daughter's head, telling her it was going to be okay. Alistair knelt down and made eye contact with Tamia. "You see how strong I am?" he said, flexing his bicep back and forth. As he hoped, Tamia found it hilarious and started giggling. "You can touch. It's okay." She placed a small hand on Alistair's improved bicep and started giggling even harder when he moved it. "If you want to grow strong like me, you have a very important job. Okay, sweetie? I want you to take the knife your mom is giving you, and you have to stick it in the red man's throat." She frowned, looking at Alistair suspiciously.
"Stabbing people is bad, mister."
"It is bad," Alistair replied. "But that red man over there is a very, very bad person. He killed a lot of people, and you just need to put him to sleep. Your mom will be upset if you don't do it, right?" Donna nodded, seeing the play he was going for. "That's right, Tammy. Mama needs you to do this. If you don't do it, Mama won't see you anymore." Tamia looked back and forth between Alistair and Donna a few times and eyed the large knife her mother was giving to her. She lightly grabbed it, with Donna guiding her so she didn't stab herself. In Tamia's tiny arms, the steak knife looked like a longsword. With her mom's help, she waddled over to one of the unconscious orcs on the dining room floor. It looked like the equivalent of a normal person going up to a sleeping ogre as she lifted the knife in the air and brought it down on the orc's throat. Alistair was hoping that his assumption was correct, that the grunt orcs weren't that much tougher than humans. It looked like he had guessed right. A sound of gurgled choking came from the beast as a small wound opened in its throat, spewing blood. The only problem was that the orc was starting to wake up. "Shit!" Alistair cried out, running over to the body. He should have anticipated that there was no way Tamia was strong enough to kill it in one blow. "Donna, help me hold it down!" Alistair and Donna each pressed down on the thrashing orc as her daughter continued to stab at its throat. Alistair used his strength and weight to stomp down on the orc's right arm and side, while Donna used all her power to hold down just its left arm. The death throes of the being were wild, and Alistair had to dig in deep with his improved strength to hold it down. Blood started pooling on the ground as the lacerations in the orc's throat grew deeper and deeper, and the wild twitching started to die down.
"Mama, look what I got!"
Tamia exclaimed. He was glad she didn't seem too shaken up about the whole ordeal, though her mom looked like she was about to sob. Her 5-year-old mind probably rationalized what had just happened as her killing some scary monster out of a movie, which was basically the truth, now that he thought about it. Tamia opened up her notifications and showed off her new badge.
Badge acquired. Baby Progenitor. Untiered Legendary Badge. Complete starting quest before the age of 6. All attributes plus 15%.
Alistair considered the badge she received. 15% would be a huge boon later on, once their attribute pools grew larger. It also intrigued him that she would get a badge just for completing the quest before the age of 6. He hadn't considered it before, but it did seem like an extreme ask for children to complete the first step. He had managed to find a workaround for Tamia, but he was damn lucky to already be level 12. It didn't make any sense for the Final Frontier Empire to doom the entire world population of adolescents if they were supposed to be initiated into their empire, whatever that meant. Donna grabbed some paper towels and started cleaning the putrid blood off Tamia, and then she turned to Alistair. "Let's get this finished, shall we?" he said. "Before you complete the quest, how much time is left, just out of curiosity?"
2 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds, she said, opening up her status screen. "What are you planning to do?"
He cocked his head as he walked over to the other orc, holding it down for Donna as she prepared to stab its exposed throat. "I think I'm going to go out and try to level up as much as possible. I feel like it's still too dangerous to try to meet a large group of people before the first step is over, but I found some people I think could be allies. I found this map on one of the orcs' bodies, so I should be able to find them again." Donna was only level 2, but she was still a grown woman, and her stab brought the knife hilt deep in the orc's throat. It let out a single muffled cry before dying.
Badge upgraded. Good Samaritan. Tier 2 Uncommon Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes +7. Upgradable. 0 out of 15.
Alistair liked the union between his own powers being upgraded and helping other people. It wasn't like he had purposely tried to do it, but it seemed like the Pathfinder had recognized his efforts to help Donna and Tamia and upgraded his badge. If being a good person kept on increasing his stats and abilities, Alistair could rest easy with his conscience. His body pulsed with energy as he felt the additional stats subtly change the makeup of his body.
Thank you,
Donna whispered.
Thank you so much. You didn't have to go so far for us.
It's no problem, Alistair said, waving her off.
I'm just doing the right thing.
He said it flippantly, but he felt something deep inside him stir at that statement. It only lasted for a moment, but for a second, Alistair felt like the threads of the universe were guiding him forward. He would keep moving forward without rest or respite until he completed his goals or died trying. It was a simple creed, and it resonated with him.
You can come along with me if you want.
I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it seems like we can share some of the experience for leveling up, Alistair offered.
Thank you. But it's just too unsafe still. If I was alone, I wouldn't mind going, but I couldn't leave my daughter behind. And there's no way the streets are safe with all the monsters around, she responded.
That's fair, Alistair said. Eventually, we are going to need to move, though. I only have so much food in the house, and I have a feeling that we're not going to be able to make it alone. As he turned to exit the house, Alistair had a wide grin on his face. He was level 12 with a regional map and had improved his badge. Back before the apocalypse, he had played some MMORPGs, and like most people, his least favorite part was grinding mobs. Perhaps it would wear off with time, but he had a completely different feeling about crushing the orcs that invaded his home. He would savor his time smashing their brains in. 7. Contract. The first thing Alistair did was retrace his steps to find the family he had sworn he would go back for if he was able to. It wasn't difficult for him to find with a regional map, and with his new agility and endurance he could maintain the speed of a sprinter for more than a kilometer. As he ran around the blocks, he noticed more orcs and humans in backyards, and even some houses set on fire and ransacked. It was like America had been invaded by the Mongols and somehow lost. He looked at his map, trying to get a sense of directions. Following the compass, to the east of his house was campus, and to the west was more into the city, with more compact housing and apartments. The house he was trying to get to was around a kilometer southwest of his house, and he made it there in under 3 minutes in a jog, barely out of breath. Along the way, he had noted several groups of survivors, but he kept his distance. They ranged from 10 to 40 people, and while they probably weren't as strong as him, he couldn't face all of them at once. He had shown trust to Donna, Jules, and Robert, but he wasn't trying to push his luck if he didn't have to, not before he could come from a position of strength. He genuinely wanted to help his extended neighbors out, but if they were in a group, they could survive on their own for now. He stopped at the house he remembered from before, where he had heard the family upstairs. It was a small white house with a red door and wind chimes. Alistair's heart dropped as he saw the door was broken in. He stepped inside, fearing the worst. The body of the orc he had one-shotted with Mana Punch was still there. It was joined by several others. 4 bloody bodies were strewn over the stairs like a sacrificial altar to the heavens. From the looks of it, the parents had died first near the base of the stairs, protecting their daughter and son as they tried to make a run for it. But their efforts were futile. Alistair would never forget the looks of horror on their faces. He imagined his own parents desperately trying to protect him and his older sister, Evangeline, from certain death. Blood dripped from his palm as his nails dug into his skin as he made a clenched fist. It wasn't his fault, he knew that, but he still felt responsible all the same. With his own hands, he dug a small grave for the family. It wasn't much, but he felt they deserved a proper burial. They all felt so light to Alistair now. So fragile. This was happening worldwide, perhaps even to his family and friends. It was all the more reason to level up, he knew. In the old world, even the most powerful men in the world could be ended with a single bullet. From what Alistair gathered from the quests and the nature of the Pathfinder AI, the final frontier empire was a place of warfare, and might makes right. Why else would they encourage widespread bloodshed and the development of combat prowess? If he wanted to effect any change, he would have to rise above everyone else. Alistair had searched for orcs in the area with his regional map, but there weren't many dots in the area. It was looking like the surviving humans had finally banded together, or perhaps other individuals had reached Alistair's strength since most of the remaining orcs were concentrated in 2 regions. One of the regions was to the north near the very end of his map. That was obviously the abode of the orc prince Colger Bycross. Alistair couldn't help but notice his name, which, like the other orcs, sounded like it came out of a Drizzt Do'Urden novel. Maybe the system offered some translation service. There must have been over 100 dots, not to mention the golden circle of Prince Colger. Alistair didn't feel even close to being ready to deal with him yet. So, he focused on the other area teeming with orcs, which was directly opposite the prince in the south. In the woods to the south, there must have been over 24 orcs in a concentrated area, with many others roaming the streets and squatting in houses. He figured that unlike in his area, this inundation of monsters had managed to defeat the natives and set up a crude camp. As Alistair ran over to the region, he noticed that every minute it seemed like a new dot appeared in a very specific area of the orcs' forest. He guessed it was probably something like the cracks that had spawned all over the roads, a mechanism for the creatures to enter their world. It took Alistair just under 15 minutes to make it to the outskirts of the orcs' territory, which he judged from where their outer patrol seemed to end. By then, the wound in his side was starting to close up, and the pain had nearly subsided. He still couldn't get over how amazing his body had become with the growth the Pathfinder AI provided. Checking his status screen, his health had gone up to 77 and his mana to 29, which was almost enough to do 3 mana punches. His mana, and probably his health too, but he couldn't be certain since he wasn't injured before, was regenerating faster than ever with his increased intelligence and wisdom. At least, he thought it was due to that since those 2 stats increased his mana pool. He had a mana pool of 80 now, and having a higher regeneration rate would do good when he slept. Slept? Alistair ruminated on his past day and night. It should have been something like 5 in the morning, yet the red light of the giant moon never yielded to the rising sun. It wouldn't surprise him that they had the ability to hide the sun's rays, but it was still shocking. With the day and night cycle completely out of whack, Alistair hadn't realized he'd been awake for over 20 hours since he wasn't even tired. He had all the energy in the world as he crouched down in an alleyway and spotted 2 leader orcs walking down the sidewalk. They were around 5 blocks from the start of the forest, and Alistair noted that they looked different from the war orcs he had seen thus far. They wore identical metallic armor, far more ornate than the leather armor of the previous leader orcs. Each dragged around a menacing mace that looked so heavy Alistair wasn't sure if even he could wield one without toppling over. He activated Inspect on the pair.
Name: Renak Drogish. Species: War Orc. Partially evolved. Level: 14. Name: Lars Kilgatan. Species: War Orc. Partially evolved. Level: 14.
He frowned at seeing the levels of the orcs, which were higher than those of any opponent he had faced. It didn't matter in the end, however. You didn't get stronger by beating up on weak opponents, and Alistair had complete confidence he could beat the 2 lumbering orcs. Like a big cat stalking its prey, Alistair moved silently with the artificial night. With his 28 agility, he had never felt so in control of his body, and he made no noise as he ducked in between houses to get behind his marks. Renak the orc had no idea what hit him as Alistair rushed in a blur of speed, his fist connecting with the orc's unarmored ugly mug. He went skittering several feet backward, his partner turning toward Alistair in shock. Alistair quickly pivoted to the second orc, delivering a roundhouse kick to his side. To Alistair's surprise, his strike wasn't powerful enough to knock Lars over, instead just shifting him several feet to the left and eliciting a grunt of pain. Lars heaved up his mace with a single arm and swung it in a massive arc down at Alistair. There was no way it could have hit him at that speed, but as he jumped out of the way, his ankle buckled underneath him. Alistair cursed under his breath as he realized his kick had damaged his foot and ankle without him noticing. The orc's armor was actually pretty tough. He didn't have much time to contemplate his busted foot as he just barely managed to get out of the way of the swing of the mace, a small crater opening up just where Alistair's feet used to be. Sweat chilled on his forehead as he realized how close to death he had just come. A sense of danger struck Alistair as he turned to his left, just in time to see an enraged orc unleash an arc of terrifying momentum. He tried to contort his body out of the way, but he was too slow to dodge the blow entirely, and had glanced off his left arm. A wave of unadulterated pain coursed through Alistair as he rued his own stupidity. He should never have assumed the first orc was down for the count from just one blow. Because of his mistakes, he had almost died twice in short succession and really didn't want to make that a third. The missing chunk of flesh from his arm could wait as he jumped back and observed the two angry war orcs rushing at him. Renak, the one he had punched in the face before, was lunging towards him from his left, while Lars, the one he had kicked straight in the breastplate, was after him from the front. Time seemed to slow as Alistair imbued his fist with mana and threw an uppercut mana punch at Lars, while simultaneously sidestepping Renak's wild swing. With the momentum of his uppercut, he turned towards the remaining orc, letting his weight travel forward as he charged up another mana punch. The blue aura surrounding his fist made it stronger and heavier, and as his knuckles connected with the orc's grotesque visage, he felt a satisfying crunch of bone. The speed of his punch was so great that it forced his enemy's face down, sending the orc plummeting to the ground at a terrifying speed. In his wake, the sidewall cracked underneath him, and the orc lay unmoving. This time, Alistair was not as naive as to lose track of his first opponent, and he turned back to confirm that the victim of his uppercut was indeed dead. While the battle was a complete success, as Alistair's right fist smoked with dissipating mana, he could not be pleased. His inexperience had almost cost him his life. Why on earth had he tried kicking the orc's metal armor? His foot was still sore from the blow. His style of fighting needed to be more precise, more clinical. If he was eschewing the path of a brawler and going for a style of a fast and untouchable martial artist, he had to make better use of his agility. "Your technique is shit!" a female voice called out. "And why on earth are you punching people?" A notification popped up in his vision. "Warning, someone is using an investigation skill on you." Accompanying the Pathfinder's screen was a sense of unease coming from behind him like someone was watching him, and he turned around to see a young woman. She was of average height with curly brown hair and blue eyes, and was wearing a white tank top that showed off her toned arms. She looked around his age, and with her photogenic looks and physique, Alistair wouldn't have been surprised if she was some kind of gym model in the world before. He activated his own inspect in return. It did pique his curiosity to see that he received a notification informing him she was using a skill on him. He had never gotten that before, and surely others had inspected him before. Name: Alexandra Likios. Species: human, unevolved. Level: 13. After seeing her level, he looked at her with more caution. He had mentally let down his guard with her after seeing she was alone, but that was just him forgetting that physical appearances meant little with the influx of stats. A woman of her level could potentially incapacitate him with one blow, if she had invested a good portion of her stats to strength or had some skill to do so. "Excuse me," he said, not sure what to make of her accusation. "I said your technique is shit. I was a semi-pro MMA fighter, that's why I'm telling you. And why are you fighting bare-handed?" Alexandra, as it seemed she was called, took out a tactical knife and flipped it over. "It's been working out for me," Alistair responded, some defensiveness seeping into his tone. "Are you also grinding levels?" "Not sure what grinding means in that context, but sure.
I killed a bunch of the high-leveled orcs, and I got a quest to kill someone named General Kraz. It took me forever to find him, though," she said, still flipping her knife over. Alistair looked at her carefully. After nearly dying to the 2 leader orcs, he didn't feel confident in facing over 20 of them alone. He grappled with showing her the map, but in the end, he decided to go for it. His gut told him that Alexandra wasn't a bad person. "I found an item called Regional Map. I assume the general guy's at the mass of the orcs in the forest," he said, opening up the item and pointing out the swarm of red dots. "Whoa, that's really cool," she said, waving her hand through the holographic projection. "Isn't it crazy? Like at first it's Independence Day, and now we're in some video game." "I guess so." He didn't have as positive of an outlook on things, even if he admired the abilities his body had gained. "Don't get me wrong, it's a tragedy, of course, all the death." She didn't seem so broken up about it, but Alistair said nothing. "And anyway, that's my target, right there." She stuck her finger at one of the dots on the map. After 5 seconds, the dot changed to green and grew larger, and a prompt appeared in front of Alistair. Contract. Alexandra Likios offers Alistair Tan limited quest, True Orc Slayer. Both parties will work together to complete the quest to the best of their abilities, and not cause each other harm until either the completion of the quest or 24 hours, whichever comes first. Accept? Yes. No. "How did you do that?" Alistair exclaimed. "Long story. I'll tell you after you accept," Alexandra said with a wink. Alistair considered his choices. He could attempt to complete the quest on his own, not accepting the prompt, but he wouldn't get any rewards from it, if there were any, and presumably this level 13 woman would be very angry that he had stolen her quest. Conversely, he could let her do it on her own. He didn't like that idea. He needed levels to complete King Orc Hunt, and this area was the only other source of powerful orcs. Plus, while she was probably quite strong, it didn't feel right to leave her to her own devices when he could help. If their cooperation proved fruitful, perhaps she could even teach him how to offer a contract, and he could do the same with his own quest. "I'll accept if you show me your list of badges. I'll do the same." It was a gamble, but he still heavily suspected an evildoer would have been rewarded with badges the same way he was rewarded with Good Samaritan. For a second, Alexandra just looked at him in a puzzling fashion, before smirking and opening up her badges. "That's a smart idea." Badges. Premium Initiate. Untiered Mythical Badge. The Final Frontier Empire welcomes your planet at the highest level of hospitality. All attributes plus 10%. Fledgling Strength. Tier 1 Legendary Badge. Reach 50 Strength before level 15. Strength plus 20%. Orc Slayer 1. Tier 1 Temporary Rare Badge. You have ended the lives of the highest number of monsters, Orc, in your initiation subregion. Plus 15 to Strength, plus 10 to Constitution, plus 30 Health. Upgradable, Unknown out of Unknown. His mouth physically gaped in shock as he saw her second badge. 50 Strength? That was inconceivable to Alistair. His highest attribute was Intelligence at just 30, and Alexandra's strength was probably twice that. "Your badges aren't the worst either, Mr. Good Samaritan. But I think conversation can wait," she said, pointing to 3 orcs exiting the forest. "I have to keep my lead on Orc Slayer." 8. Partnership. "Hey!" Alexandra shouted. "Over here!" "What are you doing?" Alistair practically shouted. His whole mode of operation so far was based on sneak attacks and stealth. Getting the first surprise blow seemed like a good idea to Alistair. Why not start your fights up a hit? Calling out the 3 orcs from 100 feet away sounded idiotic to Alistair. "We don't need to ambush these guys, I promise. They're really not that strong," she said, stretching her arms. Then she dashed forward, the blunt edge of her knife pressed against her forearm. Alistair was relieved to see that Alexandra was a decent bit slower than him if that was her full speed. There was no way her stats could all have been good if she dumped so much into strength. After he started running, he quickly overtook her and reached the group of charging orcs first,
They wore identical metal armor to the last duo, and Alistair wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. The sound of impact and the sickening crunch of bone had become routine to Alistair as he sent an orc tumbling to the ground. The sword of his partner hit only air as he leaped backward and ducked under the mace of the other pissed-off orc. It was a marvel how easily his body moved with his commands, and with the grace of a gymnast, he delivered a front kick straight to the face of the sword wielder. Before he could react to the third enemy swinging his mace a second time, Alexandra stepped in. She had run faster than any ordinary human to Alistair's battle, but she still wasn't quicker than him, and he guessed she might have been annoyed by him stealing her thunder. That didn't last for long as Alistair witnessed something that both confused and awed him. He had seen the black tactical knife before when Alexandra tossed it around, with a blade no longer than 7 or 8 centimeters long. The dark edge she wielded now was ostensibly the same weapon, but at least a meter long. It looked exactly like the blade of the old tactical knife, except magnified dozens of times. Because it retained the ratio of dimensions of the knife, it was almost a foot thick and looked completely unwieldy, though Alexandra slashed the war orc to ribbons with incredible ease. In an instant, she swung her giant knife in a wide arc straight down the center of the orc. The black knife met the gnarly red of the beast and started cutting, not stopping until she was clean through the pelvis. The halves of the orc's body collapsed, leaving the young woman who had just bisected a 7-foot-tall monster grinning with joy. He didn't have time to react to the scene he had just witnessed, and his 2 normal attacks weren't strong enough to instantly kill the orcs. They both had bleeding faces, and he had certainly broken some bones, but they weren't down for the count just yet. Not wanting to be shown up by Alexandra, Alistair sidekicked the armored sword wielder nearly into the forest. It wasn't a blow intended to kill, but to transfer force, and he sent the larger orc at least 15 feet in the direction of the woods, giving him time to focus on the orc in front of him. The nasty brute was one of the biggest leader orcs Alistair had laid eyes on, standing at least 8 feet tall, its muscles barely contained by a bronze breastplate. There was something vicious about this one, Alistair thought, and he activated Inspect.
Name: Throck Bycross. Species: War Orc, partially evolved. Level: 15. Title: Heir of the Orc Prince.
Alistair was surprised by 2 pieces of information given by his skill. The first was Throck's level. He had never seen an orc at the level 15 marker so far, and he wondered if, like a human, an orc would obtain a class. If so, Alistair imagined that the orc would probably be much tougher than the other leader orcs. The second was the title section of Inspect. Alistair vaguely remembered the orc's last name and tied it back to his memory of the King Orc Hunt quest. Throck appeared to be Calger's son or possibly younger brother. Even as he looked at Throck, Alistair felt he could see some similarities in appearance between the red creature in front of him and the Golden Lord in his visions. He had killed a bunch of their kind and never thought twice about it. Did the orcs have some sort of society? Why were they killing humans indiscriminately? Now that he thought deeper about the situation, it was somewhat weird that they were orcs at all and not some random alien species. The English-speaking half-orc Alistair had killed before only added to the mystery. Alistair stopped his stray thoughts as he nearly had his head split open by Throck's tree-trunk-sized club. He needed to think about orc lore later and focus on orc killing now. In his peripheral vision, Alexandra was engaging the orc he had kicked away, but Alistair let all the distractions of the world fade away, and all that remained was him and his opponent. Every strike he delivered went exactly where he commanded. His reach was too short to hit his towering enemy without jumping, so that was exactly what he did. A leaping jab to the face with his left hand was followed up with a mid-air kick as Alistair twisted his entire body to impart maximum force. Throck staggered from the blow, dropping to a knee, but Alistair didn't relent. He couldn't, as this was his fighting style, at least without mana punch. He lacked Alexandra's finishing prowess, so he would overwhelm the orc with quantity and speed. The heir to the prince put a hand to the grass to steady himself, but nothing would stop the blur of fists and feet that was Alistair. His motions grew increasingly less graceful and more animalistic, as if he was returning to his natural state, all occlusions of human civilization removed. He punched again and again and again. He punched so many times his fists started to ache, and when he finally stopped, Throck was beneath him. Or what was left of Throck. The noble orc's face was completely unrecognizable. If Alistair didn't know better, he would have guessed it had been run over by a car.
Level up. You are now level 13, plus 4 free attribute points.
Ignoring the notification for now, he wanted nothing more than to puke as he looked down at his hands. They were soaked in blood and covered in what he dearly hoped was not the brain matter of his dead victim.
Jesus,
Alexandra remarked as she sheathed her once again small knife on her belt.
Remind me never to fight you. You're one vicious bastard.
Alistair regained some of his composure and quickly knelt, trying to use the grass to wipe off his hands. He couldn't sympathize with the enemy. Not now. If he wanted to see his friends and family again, he had to be harder.
I could say the same for you. What's with that giant knife? It's my skill. I can grow any weapon. It's useful so I don't have to lug around one of those big-ass clubs or maces.
She pointed at the weapons of the dead orcs.
I guess I should answer your questions now.
Huh?
About how I can make a contract. How about we squat in one of those houses down there?
She said, pointing at the neighborhood near the forest.
I think we could both use some food and a change of clothes. And we should probably swap stories.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Alistair replied. His shirtless torso was covered in blood and dirt, and the shirt covering his wound was caked dry and reeking. It was time for a change of clothing. They were lucky in that the first house they broke into had a son and daughter, and their clothes were a proper fit. Despite the broken shower head and moldy ceiling, Alistair considered the shower he experienced in the Brady's house to be the best shower he had ever taken. Sweat, blood, and dirt were scrubbed and washed away as he was reborn anew. Even the wound Kalak gave him was looking better. The way health worked was inscrutable to him, but as his health increased, his wound grew smaller and smaller. Or maybe it was vice versa. Alistair couldn't tell. After he finished the shower, he finally got around to the notification he ignored before. What to do with his new free stats? Unless he got some crazy new badge giving him a ton of agility, it was impossible to get to 50 before level 15, but seeing Alexandra's badge increased his desire to min-max with stats. Before, he had a solid idea of a fast, close-quarters combat fighter that used magic to enhance his strikes, but he wasn't sure about the opportunity cost of eschewing defensive stats like Constitution or Endurance. Those concerns were abated now, and Alistair happily put all 4 of his points into agility, bumping it to 32. Once he was done cleaning up and allocating stats, he quickly donned a blue t-shirt and a pair of sweatshorts and met Alexandra in the home's kitchen. Her curly hair was still wet, and she was wearing black athletic shorts and a white shirt that was tight around her chest and exposed her midriff.
Looks like she's a bit smaller than me, Alexandra said, not looking at Alistair. I wasn't. Oh, lighten up a bit, Alistair. We have a lot to discuss. Oh, I see you've reached level 13. Congratulations.
Alistair smiled.
I'm surprised you aren't a higher level than me, with your Orc Slayer 1 badge. Or maybe I'm right on your tail. I mostly killed the normal ones, not the war orcs. They don't give as much experience, she said. But on to the contract part, right? Well, actually, I think I should explain what happened to me first. I was with a group of my friends when we heard the voice. I'm from New York, by the way. We were hiding inside, thinking we were going to be blown up any second, and then, in a flash, I'm in Boston, surrounded by a bunch of strangers, with a status screen listing out stats like some video game, and a quest telling me I need to kill a savant. You can imagine how jarring that is.
Alistair nodded. He had thought about what happened to Tommy, Nathan, and Caitlin after they disappeared in a fracturing of reality. Everyone had it bad, but he thought those who had been displaced must have had it even worse.
The people I was teleported to turned out to be pretty cool. Basically, right away, we were attacked by a bunch of weak orcs. I was the first person to kill one with this beauty right here.
Alexandra flashed her once massive knife.
They were scared, but after seeing me kill one, it made it easier. Our group killed most of the orcs a couple of miles east of here, in downtown Boston. Everything was fine, until someone made it to level 15.
They got a class? Alistair questioned.
It's not just a class, Alexandra replied, shaking her head. George, who was basically our leader, killed one of the golden orcs that are way tougher than the others. Once he got to level 15, he changed. He got a boost of stats and additional skills. He said he got access to way more information, started talking about cultivation, and said he could contact other people who had reached level 15 and had access to a shop. We wanted to ask him more, but that's when he attacked us. Out of nowhere. He killed Linhai and Isabella, and I just ran until I found myself in this region. I'm still not sure what happened to him. Will it happen to everyone when they reach level 15? Or was it something about George in particular? I don't particularly want to find out, but if we don't level up, we're going to die eventually. What do you mean? You think this is it? She laughed. That was one thing George was very clear on. This is just the first in a series of quests. We're all pawns in the game of some bigger players. That's why I'm going to be the strongest person on Earth. I'm not going to be some slave of a fucking alien. You feel me?
That sounds good to me, Alistair said. He liked that Alexandra was very blunt and direct, even though they just met. A person like that would never stab you in the back. If they had an issue with you, they'd confront you to your face. And in Alexandra's case, possibly split him in half. What about the contract, though?
Oh, that? That's just one of my skills. I was a first year in law school before the apocalypse, and from my interaction with others, it seems like your skills are suited to your personality and knowledge. Don't know where my grow weapons to massive sizes skill comes from, though.
Alistair frowned. Mana Punch was a very useful skill, but he wasn't a professional fighter or anything. He had just taken a couple of kickboxing classes. I thought I was more of an intellectual, but it turns out the system thinks I'm some kind of bruiser.
I didn't say it was a perfect match, she shrugged. You have Inspect, right?
Yeah,
I think everyone does. That matches my experience as well. No matter what, everyone gets Inspect. Somehow it's the most important skill of all.
Information is power, Alistair said. He supposed he believed the laconic phrase well enough, but after seeing an alien who looked like an adopted ancient Chinese philosopher kill billions, he was feeling more that power was power. The person who invented that phrase had never heard of a man that could survive a barrage of missiles.
What's your story, Alistair? She asked. I've been curious for some time now, what with that badge and all.
Alistair recounted his past 9 hours, starting from when the alien arrived on Earth. He found himself lost in a reverie as he spoke about how Tommy, Nathan, and his girlfriend all vanished. He recalled his decision to save Donna and Tamia from the gun-wielding level 8 man, the experience that granted him the Good Samaritan badge. He told her about the half-orc that could speak and spoke of the Tao, and then he continued and told of Jules and Robert who were worried about a necromancer, finishing with the regional map that showed him the Prince of the Orcs. He was probably oversharing, but he didn't care. It was nice to have someone to finally talk to. Alexandra sat through his speech with full attention, not asking any questions and just taking in his story. After he was done, she sat silent for half a minute.
I think I understand now what George was talking about before he went completely crazy. He started talking about a monster wave and how we were all going to die. The next quest must be defeating a giant wave of orcs. And you've been given the chance to kill the leader of the monster wave before it even happens. The way George was talking about it, he implied there would be thousands upon thousands of orcs. Alexandra had gotten up and started pacing around. That must be where he went, to kill this prince orc. I wasn't sure if I was actually going to do that quest, Alistair admitted. I was given a vision of Kalgur when I looked at his location on the map. There's something about him that screams danger. We're not even level 15 yet. Not yet, Alexandra said. Once we clear out the orcs of the forest, we will be. We might even be higher leveled than George. You said there were 2 hours left in the first step? Let's kill all the orcs and General Kraz within the next 2 hours, and then head back to your house. We still have over a day for the King Orc hunt, if I'm not mistaken, and we both need some sleep. I've been awake for almost 24 hours straight. After we take a nap, we'll head out to kill the prince and find George all in one fell swoop. What do you say? Alistair considered what she said. He wasn't all too happy about the possibility of encountering a crazy level 15-plus guy who had killed Alexandra's previous allies randomly,
But risks had to be taken to progress, and Alistair had promised to himself to keep trekking on no matter what. Alexandra looked at him with expectant eyes. They had just met, but for some reason, he trusted her. In a world where might made right and all laws had broken down, he could use all the help he could get. He raised a hand. He already entered a contract via her skill, but that was impromptu and based on a split-second decision for some assistance. She accepted his handshake.
Pleasure doing business with you, partner.
9. Attack on General Kraz. Alistair hunched down behind a rotting log, trying to avoid being spotted by the 20 or so orcs congregating in the forest. Regional map told him that they were around 100 meters away, but the surrounding evergreen trees were thick, and his vision was obscured.
So you were a semi-pro MMA fighter. What's that mean?
Alistair asked to pass the time as he looked down at his map. Compared to the last time he had viewed Kraz's headquarters, there must have been at least 5 more little red dots roaming around.
I had one fight for a smaller promotion, not the UFC or anything like that,
she said, writing off her accomplishment while also staring at the map. Uh-huh. You should be the one fighting with your fists, or at least you should teach me some moves. He slowly stood up, making sure to blend in with the trees, and beckoned Alexandra to move as well.
I like my knife very much, thank you. But seeing you in action, I shouldn't have been so dismissive of punching things. The added stats make it much more effective than I would have thought.
They were silent as they carefully tiptoed deeper into the forest. The farther they went in, the darker and creepier it became. The foliage enveloped the vermilion firmament, and Alistair had to turn off the map because of its luminescent properties. Maybe we should swap status screens. Before we fight, I mean. Just to know each other's weaknesses and strengths, Alistair whispered as they inched closer to the center of the encampment. Even without the assistance of the regional map, he knew they were close. Loud grunts and the harsh fricatives of the orc's native language echoed through the false night as he spotted a fire in the distance. She grabbed his arm, and he turned back to find her eyes boring into his own. In the red moonlight, her baby blues were muted into a deep brown.
All right, she said after a moment. I trust you. Name, Alexandra Likios. Species, human, unevolved. Class, none. Level, 13. Health, 115 out of 147. Mana, 15 out of 35. Strength, 65. Agility, 18. Constitution, 21. Endurance, 13. Intelligence, 9. Wisdom, 7. Charisma, 8. Badges, Premium Initiate, Fledgling Strength, Orc Slayer 1. Talents, none. Skills, Empower Weapon, Inspect, Contract. Quests, True Orc Slayer. Achievements, Conquer, 1.
He showed his in return. It had originally been weird to see his whole existence summed up as a series of numbers, but at the moment, he was far more interested in seeing the difference between himself and Alexandra. He was honestly surprised by how low her other stats besides strength were, but he supposed it made sense. Her 65 strength had to have come at certain costs. It did make Alistair wonder how far you could take maxing out a stat. Could he just put 1,000 points in agility and have every other stat below 50? What would happen then?
Damn, you have some well-balanced stats. 84 total mana.
Alexandra whistled. It's been full like one time. I've honestly been putting points into intelligence just to recover mana since I use it so fast. So your Empower Weapon, how does it work? Can you cast it multiple times?
It's a one-time thing usually, she replied. It lasts for 5 minutes, and so far, I haven't had a fight that lasted longer than that. It only costs 5 mana, too. And considering I have jack shit in that department, I'm thankful.
Alistair couldn't help but feel jealous that her offensive skill lasted a whole 5 minutes. His own mana punch dissipated after mere seconds and cost 10 mana. He could use up 80 mana in the course of under a minute, and his strikes weren't even as damaging as a single blow from Alexandra's tactical knife under the effect of Empower weapon.
"So what's the plan?"
Alexandra asked. Alistair was a bit surprised she was asking him for advice when she was the one who introduced him to the quest to kill General Kraz, but he took it in stride. He was glad she respected him that much.
"I was thinking you distract Kraz's minions while I take on the general. With your strength, you can destroy the red ones in a single blow, and with my agility, I can take on the boss easier."
Alexandra nodded.
"That sounds good to me, though it is annoying to give up the kill to someone else considering it is my quest, but whatever. Let's do this."
She took out her knife from her belt and followed Alistair closer to what looked to be a campfire. From around 50 feet away, he spotted a group of 4 red leader orcs surrounding the warmth. A couple of feet away, a larger gathering was making a ruckus, and Alistair could have sworn some noise analogous to laughter was coming out of their mouths. Disturbing, sacrilegious orc laughter that made his bones shiver. They were playing some kind of game involving a bunch of metal rods. One of the shorter and smaller orcs threw a bundle into the air, with the other eyes raptly watching the trajectory and fall of each rod. Every time they landed, some of the orcs would yell or moan in anger, while others seemed quite jubilant. It honestly looked not too different from human festivities, Alistair thought. Behind the larger group of orcs was a decent-sized tent. Considering the absence of a large gold-colored orc, the general was probably situated inside the tent. Alexandra leaned in close to Alistair's ear, her breath warm against his skin.
"You go on the opposite side, away from these guys. Once I make my move, that's your opportunity."
No more words needed to be spoken as Alistair traversed through the cover of the woods. Luckily, the noise of raucous celebration and the unnatural darkness made him practically undetectable. He made it to the other side of the clearing, opposite the campfire, with the large tent only a couple of feet away. He waited in silence, his heart pounding faster each second that nothing happened. He had one chance to take Kraz unaware, and he didn't intend to squander the opportunity.
"Hey!"
Alexandra's voice echoed at a superhuman level of sound.
"Over here!"
The loud noises of the camp died instantly as he saw the orcs turn to the origin of the interruption. With a snarl, most of them started to charge after Alexandra, who then retreated in the opposite direction from Alistair. His heart skipped a beat as he saw a ruffling of the tent. A moment later, a golden-skinned orc stepped out. Even Alistair had to admit there was something majestic about the creature, just like the vision he had seen of Prince Kalgur. His skin was so bright it almost glowed against the night sky, and instead of the regalia of his prince, he went shirtless. Kraz's muscular back was marked by raised lines that almost looked like scarification, forming an artistic whirlpool design. Alistair's heart was pounding now. He activated Inspect on the general.
"Name: Kraz Bykraz. Species: Blood Sun Orc 1, partially evolved. Class: Unknown. Level: 17. Title: General of the Blood Orcs."
He nervously looked at the screen that popped up in front of him. The addition of the class section was something he thought could be possible but was holding out hope against. It appeared like the orcs could gain classes just like humans, though his Inspect wasn't powerful enough to glean that information. By the time Alistair used his skill, Alexandra had lured out almost all of the orcs from Kraz's position. From his position in the trees, the clearing looked empty apart from the general and 2 other orcs, all of them deep in conversation. He checked his mana. With only 15 left, he had just one opportunity to use Mana Punch. It was time for him to strike. Just 20 feet away, Kraz's back was still turned to Alistair. He lowered his hands to the leafy ground and hunched over like a sprinter. He wanted to use every single drop of his 32 agility. With a sudden burst of energy, every muscle in Alistair's body exploded. Quadriceps, glutes, hamstrings, abdominals, and more fired in unison as his brain furiously ordered his muscles to run. There was only a single goal: to get from point A to point B with as much speed as possible. A blur of a notification appeared in Alistair's peripheral vision, but he ignored it. The world around him stretched as he approached the back of the orc with more speed than he'd ever thought possible. The 3 orcs had barely begun to react to the noise of his sprint when his glowing fist connected with Kraz's temple. The impact of Mana Punch with General Kraz's solid skull made a boom that echoed through the forest, and Alistair was flung back several feet from the recoil. He had never struck anything that hard in his life, the extra momentum from the running impact enhancing his attack beyond its normal parameters. His entire right arm was sore from the punch, and he felt like he almost tore his shoulder straight out of the socket. The 2 leader orcs were taken completely unawares by his sudden appearance and attack on their leader, and Alistair dispatched them with practiced ease. Using their shock against them, he jumped and delivered a Superman punch to the first one, knocking him back several feet into a tree before turning back to the second and rushing him with a series of fierce blows. None of them had killing power, but the orc's attempts to block them were futile, Alistair's speed of attack proving too much for him to overcome. After a combo of over a dozen punches in the span of a single second, he finished the fight with a jumping roundhouse kick to the face. Neither of the Red War orcs got up. All the while he dealt with the general's subordinates, he was carefully monitoring the level 17 orc that he had put on the ground. He wasn't expecting to finish the fight with a single punch, even a mana punch, and his hunch proved correct as the gigantic orc had gathered himself to his knees, a decent amount of blood trickling down from his right temple where Alistair had struck. Not wanting to give his higher-leveled opponent any relief, Alistair dashed madly at the recovering orc. It was a mistake that would cost him dearly. Alistair had seen enough MMA to respect the power of a flying knee, and the orc's position appeared to expose his head. As he leaned forward in preparation for his knee strike, he suddenly fell forward, his feet stumbling underneath him. That was all it took for a powerful fist to connect with Alistair's chest. The orc's punch was so powerful and weighty that it felt like he lifted Alistair over his head with his fist, sending him flying back into the forest. Red filled Alistair's vision as a notification warned him that he had dropped to 21 health, under 20% of his total. He coughed up a mouthful of blood while the objects around him grew distant as he felt his consciousness wanting to fade. He had never taken a punch that powerful before, or any punch for that matter. The only physical violence he had ever experienced before was the partially healed cut on his side. All that moved him after taking Kraz's punch was his basest survival instincts. It was as if his higher cognitive functions just shut down. He simply knew there was a strong enemy, and that enemy needed to die.
"Human! Come out and face me if you're still alive!"
Kraz's voice was deep and commanding, and if Alistair was functioning properly, he would have spared a thought as to how he spoke English perfectly. Since he wasn't, he simply staggered out of the forest to find Kraz facing him, a wild smile profaning his demonic countenance.
"You're quite the precocious human to challenge me before the preordained time. You should not be ready yet,"
the orc boomed. His massive chest was tattooed with a stylized depiction of a black dragon as he opened his arms wide, almost in supplication.
"Let us find out whose fate is stronger."
Kraz's right hand became awash in a black fire that sucked the light in around it, making the darkness even deeper. Out of the fire grew an ethereal whip at least a meter long, comprised of the flame itself. With no more words needing to be spoken, Kraz turned his arm with surprising alacrity, sending the black fire weapon toward Alistair. He managed to duck just in time as the whip singed his hair. The power of the weapon sent chills through Alistair. With his limited health, a single strike to his vitals would surely kill him. The general continued their dance, ferociously sending his magical whip at Alistair without reprieve. He dodged every attack, the black fire causing cracks in the air just like a normal whip, but with no long-range skill or weapon, Alistair was out of options. Kraz seemed to realize it as well, and he started to grin and up the pace of his attacks. Every second of their exchange increased Alistair's despair as it became obvious his evading couldn't continue forever. He felt fatigued like he had never before, his injuries not helping in the slightest. His movements slowed down, and he knew his stamina would not last him much longer. The whip had tagged his arm, searing his flesh and dealing even more damage to his health. He wasn't sure exactly how health correlated to real-life injury, but he was sure he should not let it hit zero under any circumstances, and he was treading dangerously close to that number. Perhaps the rush of adrenaline started to wear off as nearly dying became his new normal, but Alistair could feel his mental faculties return to him, and he analyzed his duel. He needed to try something to get closer to the orc. Alistair breathed in deeply. Anything was worth a shot at this point. "Alexandra!" he shouted with every fiber of his being while simultaneously rushing Kraz. The orc general looked behind him for the briefest second, and that was all the distraction Alistair needed. Her gaudy entrance and extreme strength made Alexandra register as a threat of the highest priority, and he hoped that Kraz would assume his partner was directly behind him. His calling out to her made no strategic sense, but in the heat of the moment, there was no thinking, only doing. Kraz was fast enough to react to Alistair's incoming rush, and he held up his empty arm as if he was holding a shield. Fire quickly started forming around his forearm, possibly in some kind of shielding skill. It was irrelevant to Alistair, who used his superior agility to contort his moving body around the growing protective fires. Despite his unnaturally jacked body, it seemed like the Golden Orc wasn't a melee fighter, as his black eyes were filled with shock as he was slammed with a Brazilian kick straight to the face. As the left heel that had just broken Kraz's nose hit the ground, he swiftly followed up with a spinning back kick. The large orc was given no time to rest as Alistair knew he couldn't let up his attacks in the slightest, or it would be over for him. He rained down punch after punch on the general. With Kraz's lack of armor, his torso was fair game, and Alistair stopped consciously directing his attacks, instead letting his hands flow freely. Yet, it wasn't enough. His face was a bloody mess, and his body looked like a mass of bruises connected by skin, but the orc was still alive and very angry. Alistair moved to try to deliver a finishing blow now that he had softened him up with hundreds of smaller punches, but that empty second was all Kraz needed to envelop his skin in his black fire. Alistair's uppercut connected with his chin, but it didn't feel right. The orc swayed uncertainly from the blow, but he stayed standing. Alistair did not. He fell to his knees in more agony than he had felt in his entire life as he felt the orc's fire burn the skin right off his fist. "Black Dragon's armor is quite effective against pugilists, I must say," the orc taunted. "I never expected you to be able to overwhelm me like that. In another world, you might have become a prime initiate. Now..." He started to speak, but was cut off as something stabbed him in the back. Through the burning torture, Alistair could make out a figure in the distance with her hand outstretched. It was Alexandra, and she looked like shit. One of her arms was dangling out of her shoulder at an unnatural angle, and her torso had a gash in it bigger than the one he received from the half-orc Kalak. Her brown hair was matted with blood, yet despite her injuries, she had a fierce look on her face. As Kraz half-turned his body, making sure to keep an eye on both humans, Alistair saw that the item that penetrated the orc was Alexandra's tactical knife, in its normal small form. In her hands was a mace stolen from one of the war orcs. With her strength, it probably was a suitable weapon. Alistair kept smothering his hand in the dirt as he extinguished the black fires. They had burned his flesh to the bone, and his muscles and skin burned away to reveal his proximal phalanges. Kraz gave Alistair's crumpled form a once-over before turning towards Alexandra and summoning a black ball of fire. Alistair cried out in protest as he willed his legs to get up. Alexandra ran for Kraz, but her speed couldn't even be compared to Alistair's. She got to 10 feet in front of the general before the first bolt of fire pierced her arm. Kraz's ball of fire sent out another bolt of flames, this one piercing her leg. Alistair stood on wobbly legs as he witnessed Alexandra cry out in pain as more bolts of fire rained down. In a desperate ploy, she activated Empower Weapon on her mace. It was already a weapon built for a giant orc, so increasing its size would just make it too large even for her strength. However, her intention was not to use it as a weapon, as Alistair realized she was trying to use it as cover, as she crouched behind the head of the mace, which had grown to be more than large enough to protect her. The orc laughed, and Alistair knew her makeshift shield wouldn't last for long. Kraz was already levitating the ball of fire higher in the air, trying to get a clean line of attack. Alistair realized this was his moment. Fear gripped his heart as he imagined the mysterious black fire the orc conjured. The thought of it burning off his face and spreading throughout his body as he died the most painful death humanly possible arrested his movement, but he needed to help her. Perhaps she wouldn't have done it for him. After all, they had only met just over an hour ago. Some people wouldn't have risked burning to death for a friend of 20 years. But that didn't matter to Alistair. Before the apocalypse, he had no idea if he would have risked his life to save someone he barely knew. His life from before was less than a day ago, yet it felt just as distant as his childhood. In his new life, he had gained the Good Samaritan badge. And that was the kind of person he wanted to be. With the high-pitched scream of someone with nothing left to lose, Alistair jumped onto the back of his enemy. He wrapped his forearm under Kraz's neck and applied a rear-naked choke on the orc. Pain filled Alistair's very being, but he did not relent. He felt his back crash into the ground and his vision blur, and he still did not relent. He squeezed harder and harder until he thought his biceps would burst. Kraz's hand burned with black fire, grabbing Alistair's arm, yet he still did not stop. Finally, after what could have been 30 seconds or 5 hours, the orc's thrashing weakened. Alistair squeezed even tighter, hope filling his being. His health had dropped so low a red notification appeared in his vision, notifying him he would soon lose consciousness. He just needed to last a little longer. Just a little more, and it would all be fine. Alistair was so focused that as he fell into comforting darkness, he didn't even realize General Kraz was long dead. Past infinite light-years of space-time, past countless dimensional barriers and Tao firmaments, past webs of connected universes, a being of untold powers stirs along a ley line of the heart of all creation. 11 million years ago, he suffered a grievous wound in a righteous crusade against the tyrannical suzerains of earthly creation, and while his immortal body soaks in the distilled essence of a thrice reincarnated samsaric heavenly lotus from a lesser Buddhist heaven, the smallest part of his mind awakens and sees all. There are no words to describe how the Sage of Eternal Mercy sees the unending multiverse. All unfairly given negative karma flows toward him, a feat that shall ensure the everlasting survival of his hallowed name. The archivist of the Akashic Records has recorded more of the Sage's personal biography than that of any being of the current eon. Infinite benevolence flows through the Sage's heart as he tastes the rancid flavor of the karma he has chosen to consume. He will endure this pain for the weak fates of all sophants in the multiverse, for he remembers long ago what it was like to feel helpless against the cruel and violent path to eternity. He analyzes innumerable karmic webs at once, his vast mind searching for those who will heed his creed. He does not discriminate and hears all the tortured and broken voices at once. It is his greatest shame that he cannot answer all the prayers of the innocent. Full of potential, millions of young beings across the multiverse answer his call, some subconsciously and some overtly. His power is vast, but the multiverse is vaster, and in some places his touch is infinitesimally small. It matters not, for the smallest karmic link of the Sage ties them forever to fate. In the briefest period of time imaginable, his eyes linger on a young man so close to the edge he is just as well one with chaos. The lines of fate are murky with him, but it is all too obvious he will suffer through strife and tribulation. That is how it always is in the endless cycle of life and death, war and peace, rebirth and reincarnation. However, it will not always be that way. His Tao path inviolably commands him to believe that he will be the harbinger of change in the deepest core of his being. It will be some more time before he truly awakens. The forces of the unorthodox fear the Sage and quake at his name. Yet the Sage of Eternal Mercy does not direct his truest enmity for them. His left palm remains inexorably facing upward in defiance of the plane above, for he is Dodoka, the accursed of heaven. 10. Magical Pugilist.
Ah!
Alistair cried out as he regained consciousness. The only thing in his brain was a primal urge to kill or be killed, and he flailed around with useless limbs.
Alistair! It's okay. You're home. We killed General Kraz and completed the quest,
Alexandra said, forcibly pinning both of his arms down with her higher strength. Alistair grew red as he realized what had happened and that he had almost hit her with his wake-up throws.
Sorry about that,
he apologized sheepishly.
My body must have still been in fight-or-flight mode. How long was I asleep? And how did we make it back to my house? You should have no idea where I live. You've been knocked out for a good 12 hours. I was worried you were in a coma, to be honest. As for how I got you here, I was lost at first, but your regional map has a marker for your house. Never mind that. Did you do it? Do what? Reach level 15, doofus, she replied. Once I selected a class, my health and mana fully healed. Check out my new status screen. Name, Alexandra Likios. Species, Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class, Nature's Barbarian. Rare. Level, 16. Health, 311 out of 311. Mana, 65 out of 65. Strength, 108. Agility, 33. Constitution, 53. Endurance, 29. Intelligence, 19. Wisdom, 17. Charisma, 18. Badges: Premium Initiate, Fledgling Strength, Orc Slayer 2, Slayer of General Kraz. Talents: Nature's Fury, Rage Branch, 1. Skills: Empower Weapon, Inspect, Contract, Barbarian Rage, Healing Touch. Quests: None. Achievements: Conquer, 2.
Alistair stared at the blue screen with wide eyes. There was almost too much information to process, so he went down each option one at a time. Alexandra had gained a new species, more than doubled her health and mana, and massively increased each stat while gaining 2 new skills and filling out her talent section.
Wow. I better get on that,
he said, opening up his own status screen. However, instead of his normal window, a red notification popped up.
Warning. Corruption of file JX-12302. Requesting backup. Local instantiation FX-14752. Processing. Backup denied. Continue. Compatibility test. 98.6%. Continue. Reboot successful. Warning. Class restriction bypassed. Error 516. End error. Complete.
The text appeared before his eyes, but Alistair wasn't sure what to make of it. All he knew was that it didn't sound good, and he opened his status screen with trepidation, expecting some horrible outcome like being reset to level 1. Instead, an odd sight greeted him.
Name: Alistair Tan. Species: Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: None. Subclass: Hidden. Arbiter of Justice. Legendary. Level: 16. Health: 143 out of 143. Mana: 97 out of 97. Strength: 31. Agility: 36. Constitution: 25. Endurance: 23. Intelligence: 34. Wisdom: 19. Charisma: 51. Badges: Premium Initiate, Good Samaritan, Slayer of General Kraz, Deliverance of Justice, Mythical Cultivator. Talents: None. Skills: Mana Punch, Eyes of Truth, Dash. Quests: King Orc Hunt. Achievements: Discovery, 1. Dueling, 1.
He gained the same Slayer of General Kraz badge that Alexandra had, and a new skill called Dash, which was most likely what gave him the boost of speed he used in attacking Kraz in the forest. However, he was most focused on the new section underclass. He now possessed a subclass called Arbiter of Justice, apparently of legendary rarity, which sounded great. But the hidden designator confused Alistair, and he opened up the subclass section.
Subclass: Arbiter of Justice, Legendary. You have heeded the everlasting call and have been chosen as an arbiter of justice to enforce the benevolent will of the pure Tao. Purify your heart with mercy and love, and destroy evildoers with absolute impunity. Warning: taking actions against the path of justice will result in harsh penalties. Primary attribute: Charisma. Bonus stats: plus 20 Charisma, plus 2 Charisma per level, plus 5 upgrade points per level. Deliverance of Justice, Tier 1 Mythical Badge. Upgrades Inspect into Eyes of Truth. Opens Lawful Magistrate, Merciful Abbot, and Courtwalker Wanderer talent trees.
Alistair stared at the screen in wonder. He still remembered observing the class section of his screen back at level 1 with all his friends. If the best rarity he could achieve for a normal class was rare, how coveted was a legendary subclass? The weird error messages and warnings made Alistair suspicious that something very strange was going on, and he felt it was best to not share the existence of his Arbiter of Justice subclass with anyone, not even Alexandra. Until he got more information, it was just too risky. The good news was Alistair was quite happy with the flavor text for his subclass and the actions it encouraged. He had already been traveling the do-gooder path, and it looked like it was paying off in terms of opportunities. Not that he didn't truly want to be a hero and good person from the depths of his heart, but it was just also nice to be handsomely rewarded for it. While he was curious about the talent trees and his new badge and skill, it looked like he still had to select a normal class. Alistair hurriedly opened up the class section, ready to see his options.
Class: Warrior, Common. Primary attributes: Strength and Constitution. There is strength in simplicity. Defeat your enemies in direct combat and refine your path of combat. Acolyte, Common. Primary attribute: Intelligence. The path of magic is eternally high, but begins with but a single step. Random. Take your luck with one of hundreds of different classes provided by the Pathfinder AI at Premium Tier. Rarity capped at Rare. Monk, Common. Primary attributes: Wisdom and Charisma. Namo Amitabhaya. Achieve enlightenment and break the wheel of samsara. Magical Pugilist, Uncommon. Primary attributes: Agility and Intelligence. Strike your foes with fists full of mana. The way of the fist requires a trail of fallen foes. Assassin, Uncommon. Primary attributes: Agility. Become death incarnate. No one is above your sight, and no one is fast enough to evade your blade.
Alistair took in the page and considered his options. The guiding presence of the Pathfinder AI affirmed that he just needed to focus on one of the classes to select it, which just left his part in making a choice. Random was far too risky, as he could end up with a completely incompatible and terrible choice. What if there was a class like Chef or Gardener? He also rejected Warrior and Acolyte. They looked like classes for people who didn't have any other options, and the common rarity also dissuaded him. Since he had uncommon rarity choices, he might as well take one of them. The only thing that confused him was the monk option. Nothing Alistair had accomplished or achieved in the last couple of hours screamed monk. He supposed his massive increase of charisma from Arbiter of Justice might have influenced the options, but he wasn't planning on shaving his head and donning robes anytime soon. That left Magical Pugilist and Assassin, and after seeing Magical Pugilist, he knew that was the only choice. It was perfectly compatible with his system of fighting and his two highest attributes. Striking his opponents with fists full of mana was literally his number one thing. Without any doubt, Alistair selected Magical Pugilist for his class.
Congratulations on being the 8,175th person in the world to reach level 15. The first 10,000 users from FX-14752 to reach level 15 are candidates for becoming Prime Initiates, the greatest honor bestowed upon new planets to the Final Frontier Empire. At this point, you are likely extremely curious as to what has happened to your planet. You will now be shown a brief informational video.
The most beautiful woman Alistair had ever seen popped into his vision out of nowhere. She had black hair with the smoothest tan skin he had ever seen, and wore a laced white dress that left nothing to the imagination.
The location you understand to be your universe is, in reality, the territory of the Final Frontier Empire,
she said, and as she moved, Alistair could see she was some kind of projection as the light pierced her skin. He looked over to Alexandra, and she just smiled. Something similar had probably happened to her.
She is unable to see me, Alistair Tan of FX-14752. As I was saying, the Final Frontier Empire is just one polity of millions across the entire multiverse. You heard me correctly. The totality of existence is impossibly vast, and the likelihood of you ever even leaving this universe is infinitesimally small.
She created a projection that zoomed out from Earth at a pace far exceeding the speed of light, showing the solar system, galaxy, galactic cluster, and supercluster, before finally, the whole universe. But she didn't stop there, and Alistair's mind could not even begin to comprehend the scale of the multiverse. It just kept going. The size difference between his universe and planet Earth was nothing compared to the difference between the multiverse and a single universe.
The power that you have received just the smallest taste of is known across the multiverse as cultivation. The ambient energy of reality is known by many names: ki, ether, aura, and due to the purification system of our Pathfinder AI, we call it mana. As you level up, the Pathfinder continuously refines your body, mind, and soul with mana, making you better in every conceivable way. The man who shamefully attacked your uninitiated world, Atavius Malloy, was a babe barely down his path of cultivation. That should help you to understand just how far the path to eternity is.
The projection switched to an image of Atavius Malloy kowtowing before a muscular old man who radiated power even through the screen. Alistair knew immediately that the man could obliterate Earth with a single flick of a wizened finger.
The end goal for all cultivators has been, is, and will always be to reach the peak and secure eternity. What that entails is unique to each individual man or woman. However, these things are too far away to discuss in detail with fledglings like you. Let us move on to more pertinent details.
She continued.
In case you were worried, all children 16 and under were exempt from the First Step quest. Extensive testing proved humanoids of average mental disposition to work harder if they believed the youth of their planet was in danger. The monsters that you encountered over the course of the past day were bred in the Imperial Heartlands and transported to your planet in order to test and improve your combat prowess. Their stats were adjusted to not be too difficult for you as baseline humanoids. Over the course of the next month, you will be put through a series of quests to determine who among you deserve to be prime initiates, the chosen few who will either found lesser noble houses or be adopted into existing noble houses. Your performance will be graded, and the individuals with the highest competence and rates of success will be greatly rewarded. In addition, certain areas of FX-14752 that were completely overwhelmed by the first monster wave will be turned into territory for existing factions to set up shop in preparation for complete initiation.
She smiled at Alistair and wiped away her projection screen.
Now, please open your class section.
Alistair obliged the holographic lady.
Class: Magical Pugilist. Uncommon. Strike your foes with fists full of mana. The way of the fist requires a trail of fallen foes. Primary attributes: Agility and Intelligence. Bonus stats: +10 Agility, +7 Intelligence, +4 all other attributes, +2 Agility, Intelligence per level, +2 free attribute points per level, +10 upgrade points per level. Grants Fighter's Instinct. Upgrades Mana Punch into Mana Strike. Opens Elemental Fighter, Monk of Order, and Chaos Assassin talent trees. Opens Body, Mind, and Soul Cultivation talent trees. Access to SoulNet. Access to System Store. You will have to sort out each of your own idiosyncrasies. Talent trees are the basis of individual cultivation. Classes will open new trees for you and allow you to select different traits. But there are other avenues to opening talent trees besides just your class. Through cultivation, you will improve your body, mind, and soul, removing the impurities that exist from all things separated from the heavenly Tao. Both of these and many other aspects you can find on your status screen can be enhanced through upgrade points, which are gained at every level, along with the rewards of some quests. Upgrade points can be used for talent trees, upgrading badge slots, upgrading badges, skills, and even the status screen itself if you want to get more in-depth information. End of informational video. You now have access to the SoulNet, a proprietary service for interstellar communication, and the System Store for buying items. Please, if you have any questions, ask. I won't answer.
Alistair couldn't help but smirk at the last statement of the Pathfinder AI. The Final Frontier Empire were a bunch of assholes, but they decided to give their all-powerful machine sarcasm. Maybe it was trained on Earth's data, to give it a sense of familiarity. There were a lot of new things for him to go over, but the smallest statement from the voice at the end was the most interesting to him. As a member of the first 10,000 people to hit level 15, he would presumably be able to communicate with others who had done the same. He allocated his 10 free stats with 5 to agility, 3 to constitution, and 2 to endurance, and then he focused on opening up the SoulNet. It was certainly a long shot, and he knew that he was very lucky with the circumstances that let him reach level 15 with 2 hours to spare in the first quest, but this was the first time he had felt hope about his loved ones since the apocalypse. His sister was a legitimate genius and had a very adaptable personality. If anyone could do it, she could. He would look at badges, skills, talents, and upgrade points soon enough. As he entered the SoulNet, the world transformed around him. 11. The SoulNet. With a fade to pink like in some indie movie, a wave of energy changed the atmosphere around Alistair. In one moment he was lying down on his living room couch next to Alexandra, and in the next he was standing in some kind of fancy bar. He looked down and saw he was now wearing a hot pink tuxedo with a bow tie that had a smiley face on it. The vibe of the room he had been teleported to was extremely fancy. Tall mahogany walls were resplendent with tapestries and Renaissance and Impressionist paintings. In front of him was a marble counter and a line of modernist chairs that appeared barely functional. A lone bartender cleaned glasses behind the counter, humming as he worked. "Excuse me, where am I? And what am I wearing?" Alistair said, gesturing to his ridiculous outfit. "Welcome, sir. The virtual spiritual space is part of the SoulNet, a proprietary service courtesy of the Akata Corporation. We strive to connect people all across the Final Frontier Empire. As for your finery, sir, we've taken the liberty of providing proper attire for all of our guests," the bartender said, continuing to clean glasses. "Great," Alistair groaned. He wondered what oddities other people would be wearing. "So how do I get in touch with people?" "The rooms of this hotel are all connected to one another. Each section corresponds roughly to the geographic regions of this planet. To my left," he said, pointing to the closed doors of what looked to be a massive ballroom, "is the central hub. People of all regions can access it. You will find a message board along with other amenities. Take this." The bartender produced a golden coin and handed it to Alistair. The moment it touched his palm, it disappeared, and he received a notification. "You have received 1,000 gold drachma. Current balance, 2,000 gold drachma." He didn't remember gaining any money before, but he supposed it must have come from completing the True Orc Slayer quest. Remembering the golden orc that almost killed him put a sour taste in Alistair's mouth. Alexandra had saved his ass and hauled him home. If it wasn't for her, he would never have survived, and he owed her an immense debt. However, while she could take care of herself, there were others he cared about that couldn't. With a deep breath, he walked over to the ballroom's ingress and pushed the open doors. Alistair spotted around 20 people in the spacious ballroom, mostly huddling around and talking in groups of 3 or 4. There were some stragglers here and there, and due to the size of the room, there wasn't much contact between separate parties. There were men and women of all different ethnicities and backgrounds, the only unifying characteristic being the bizarre manner of dress. Like Alistair, the men wore colorful suits and strange bow ties, while the women had on dresses that would have fit right in at the Met Gala. The opening of the doors drew some attention to him, but after a few seconds the hushed conversations resumed. On the other side of the room was what appeared to be an enormous electronic whiteboard. It levitated in midair near the wall, and it was nearly 20 meters long and 7 meters tall by Alistair's reckoning. With his enhanced vision, he could almost make out some writing on it, and he guessed it was the message board that the bartender had mentioned. Since no one had accosted him right away, Alistair thought he was safe, but after making it halfway to his destination, a man tapped his shoulder from behind. He whipped around at lightning speed, almost bringing up his fist for a strike before collecting himself. Still, he couldn't wipe the shock off his face. How had this man stalked him completely undetected? "Hey, mate, could I have just a moment of your time?" said the man, in an erudite English accent that oozed pretentiousness and class. He looked to be of African descent and was slightly above average height and skinny as a rail. "I'm sort of busy right now," Alistair replied. He didn't want to be rude, but wanted to see that message board at any cost. If Evangeline had left any clues, he needed to know. 100 drachma, if you hear me out," the man responded, not missing a single beat. "The name's Alfred Wood." "I'm all ears." Money had to be money, even in a post-apocalyptic cultivation world, and he could afford to wait a minute or two. "I think you made a fine choice," Alfred said, patting Alistair on the shoulder. A notification popped up. "Alfred Wood wishes to transfer 100 gold drachma to you. Accept? Yes? No?" When he hit yes, he was confused by the flippant way Alfred was treating his drachma. He was either filthy rich or naive about the workings of the world. Even a nice guy like Alistair knew you didn't pay up front if you didn't have to. He wondered if he had completed some quest that gave millions of drachma as a reward. Since he wasn't going to scam the poor wealthy Englishman, he prepared himself to reject some idiotic offer. "I'm extending an invitation for you to work with my family. You've probably seen my brother on the leaderboard. He's ranked number 13. There was some pride in his voice as he spoke of his brother's accomplishment. "In what?" Alistair asked. He tried summoning the system store, and to his surprise, it worked, even in the interstitial space of the SoulNet. To his astonishment, it looked almost like a typical online shopping site like Amazon or eBay. The top of the screen had a menu with choices for pills, potions, weapons, armor, crafting, and more. In the top right corner was a little box displaying his name and current wallet of 2,100 gold drachma, and underneath it was what Alistair assumed was the leaderboard. The person who made it must have had a childish sense of humor, as to the left of each name was a little chibi animated to have some repetitive set of small movements. Each person's cute avatar was different. The number 1 ranked person, by the name of Long Junkai, had some kind of black lizard man, while the number 2, Cameron Romero, had the cutest baby witch with a purple shawl. Alfred's brother, a man named Bartholomew Wood, was ranked 13 and had a soldier in camo gear as his avatar. Alistair found he could interact with it like a touchscreen, and he scrolled to the very bottom of the rankings, at number 100. In his briefest overview, he saw neither his nor his sister's name, though he would have to do a more thorough investigation later. "We're one of the wealthiest families to have survived the harrowing events of the past day, making us an invaluable ally." "Oh, you weren't aware?" Alfred asked, seeing Alistair's quizzical look. "You can transfer all types of currency into drachma, dollars, euros, even Bitcoin. The exchange rate is absolutely horrendous, as far as we can tell, but it's an enormous advantage. Do you think a pampered prep school guy like me was out there in the streets? I reached level 15 with the help of a medicine cabinet's worth of leveling pills." Alistair couldn't help but be annoyed upon learning that wealth was transferred over from the old world, but he wasn't too nonplussed. It sort of made sense to him since things like your baseline intelligence, strength, and agility were converted into better starting figures, so why not wealth as well? Every person had their own innate advantages and disadvantages that they had to overcome. It wasn't fair in the slightest that rich people could just splurge drachma, but the final frontier empire clearly wasn't in the business of fairness and equity. "And how exactly do you propose we work together? I'm not going to do your dirty work." Alistair was firm in his conviction. Plus, if he did anything too bad, he would get some harsh, unknown penalties from the Arbiter of Justice subclass. "That's just the question I wanted to hear. So far, no one has met the requirements needed to purchase a teleportation circle, so we're all just milling about for now.
The real conflict won't start for a while, so it's just networking and verbal agreements before we can actually meet in person. The Wood family never abandons our friends, and never forgets our enemies. If you work with us, we'll do everything in our power to help you gain strength." Alistair tacked on checking out teleportation circles to his constantly growing to-do list, but at the moment, he was more curious about his other remark. "Real conflict? What do you mean? You haven't realized it yet. The quests are going to be challenging, no doubt, but it's obvious the real battle is going to be between people. There's only so much you can glean from having us dismember smelly green monsters. You take a complete breakdown of society and introduce superpowers to that. There's going to be conflict. I've heard reports of governments trying to reassert control. Not sure how that's going to go over. All I know, Alistair Tan, is that you want to pick the right side. Good luck." He tossed Alistair a stack of drachma, and he saw his balance go up 5,100 drachma. With his ominous last words, Alfred was off, walking around carefree like he hadn't just told Alistair that there was going to be a war between humans and not just monsters. While he didn't want to admit it, Alistair had to admit what Alfred said was correct. Humans went to war with each other over everything, and that was with governments and rule of law. The existence of the leaderboard and rich factions like the Wood family only confirmed the necessity of Alistair's desire to level up and become stronger, and he hurried over to the message board. It was a complete mess of words and drawings, all put together in boxes and threads like on a social media platform. There were hundreds of them plastered on the floating projection, leaving Alistair unsure where to start looking. That was until he spotted a drawing near the top right corner. When Alistair was a kid, his parents were forced to work back-breaking hours just to keep the lights on and a roof over their heads, so Evangeline, who was 6 years older than him, practically raised him. Despite being an excellent student and getting the praise of all his teachers and peers, he always felt like he was in the shadow of his sister, who was an off-the-charts genius. If his starting intelligence was 10, hers was probably a 13. Despite him being a brat at times, she refused to be harsh or mean, and never brought up his insecurity. One of his fondest childhood memories was doing oil paintings with his sister, which was just one skill in Evangeline's panoply. The piece that stood out from the works they made together were the 4 auspicious beasts of Chinese mythology: the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the xuan wu, the serpent tortoise. Right on the message board was a drawing exactly like the one he remembered, complete with a smiley face in the center. That was Alistair's touch to the work. Some would have said it ruined it, but his sister just said that it made it even better. A tear trickled down Alistair's face. It was confirmation that his sister was alive, and it sent a wave of relief that nearly buckled his feet from under him. His hope wasn't in vain. Realizing he had spent more time in the SoulNet than he originally planned, he hastily interfaced with the message board, which created a keyboard for him to type on, and left a message for his sister. "Hey sis, I'm glad to see you're alive. And of course you made it here before me. How are Mom and Dad? I'm also leaving a message for Tommy, Nathan, and Caitlin. Maybe you'll remember the painting that looks just like this drawing that's in my room back at the house. If you guys are out there, let's all meet up tomorrow at 10 p.m. EST. If he had just skirted under the first 10,000 to the level 15 mark, it was unlikely that any of his friends or girlfriend would make it, but it was worth the effort. With a decent amount of luck, he could reunite with his sister tomorrow. Now, it was time to deal with the things he had put off after hearing about the SoulNet. His consciousness returned from the SoulNet, and Alistair opened numerous pages of his status screen concomitantly. Badges. Premium Initiate. Untiered Mythical Badge. The Final Frontier Empire welcomes your planet at the highest level of hospitality. All attributes plus 10%. Good Samaritan. Tier 2 Uncommon Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes plus 7. Upgradable. 5 out of 15. Slayer of General Kraz. Untiered Common Badge. Defeat the General of the Blood Orcs. All attributes plus 4. Deliverance of Justice. Tier 1 Mythical Badge. The most important aspect of justice is the saving of innocent lives. Each life you personally save grants +1 free attribute point, capped at 2 per level. Upgradable, 0 out of 50. Mythical Cultivator, Tier 1 Mythical Badge. Earn a mythical badge in your own right before level 50. All attributes +12%. Upgradable, 0 out of 50. Increase badge slots, 0 out of 100. Skills. Eyes of Truth, Tier 1 skill. Karmic Vision sees truth over lies. Upgradable, 0 out of 25. Mutation. Active. Use 1 point of karma to discern falsehoods and see deeper into the web of mana and fate. Mana Strike, Tier 1 skill. Envelop a body part in condensed mana and strike your enemies. Mana cost, 10. Upgradable, 0 out of 25. Dash, Tier 1 skill. Run across long distances in a single step through enhancing your body with mana. Mana cost, 10. Upgradable, 0 out of 20. Fighter's Instinct, Tier 1 passive skill. Become preternaturally aware of bodily threats. Scales with agility. Upgradable, 0 out of 25. Talents. Body Cultivation Tree. Heart Branch, Skin Branch, Bone Branch. Mind Cultivation Tree. Memory Branch, Insight Branch, Willpower Branch. Soul Cultivation Tree. Struggle Branch, Reincarnation Branch, Soulburn Branch. Elemental Fighter Tree. Pugilism, Shared. Elemental Control, Communication of Spirit. Monk of Order Tree. Pugilism, Shared. Order Strength, Ponderous Meditation. Chaos Assassin Tree. Pugilism, Shared. Chaos Rising, Void Watching. Lawful Magistrate Tree. Justice Quest, Shared. Enforcement, Divine Law. Merciful Abbot Tree. Justice Quest, Shared. Eye of Mercy, Invincible Heart. Courtwalker Wanderer Tree. Justice Quest, Shared. Wandering Itinerant, Contempt of Court. System Tree. Achievements. Discovery 1. Discovery Regional Map, a Foundation Realm item. Dueling 1. Defeat General Kraz in combat, level 17 Evolved Blood Orc.
Besides the Slayer of General Kraz badge, he had also gained Deliverance of Justice and Mythical Cultivator. Both looked to be great badges, and with his stats continuously growing, percentage-based bonuses looked better and better. Deliverance of Justice was certainly not a badge for the faint of heart, Alistair noted. He had just learned there was a way other than killing monsters or humans to gain levels, but the only problem was that if he started pill-popping, he would miss out on the extra stat gains. It was fine, he thought. He was already planning on bloodying his hands, and this just offered a greater incentive. Now he finally understood the way he could increase his badge slots. He had 15 upgrade points combined from Magical Pugilist and Arbiter of Justice, and he wasn't sure what to use them on. His skill section added Dash and Fighter's Instinct, as well as upgrading his Mana Punch into Mana Strike, which allowed him to use his feet or elbows or any body part he wanted for the attack. All of his skills had the upgradable tag on them, yet he was hesitant to put his upgrade points into skills or badges for that matter, for the simple reason that there was already another method to improve them. He had already leveled up his Inspect and Good Samaritan. It would be a waste of his points to use them on things that could be upgraded in other ways. His pool of upgrade points was currently limited to just 15 per level, plus any potential extra points from quests. Alistair peered at the imposing talents page. It was by far the most complicated and largest section of his status screen, and he wasn't sure what to do with it. As he focused on the body, mind, and soul cultivation sections, he found dozens of options. They were each comprised of multiple branches like the heart branch of the body cultivation tree. Inside the heart branch were options to increase the stamina of his legs, make his heart more resistant to damage, increase his blood flow to absurd levels, and many more. Each beginning option only required 1 upgrade point, and between each branch of the 3 cultivation trees, there were hundreds of choices. That wasn't even mentioning the 6 class talent trees he had opened. He was lucky there were only 3 branches for each tree and 5 or so options for each branch. 90 possible sections were much better than the thousands for the cultivation trees, yet it was still daunting. Before making a choice he would regret, he looked at the final talent tree, the system tree. There weren't any branches on it, and instead he saw solid, reasonable things he could improve.
Unveil hidden statistical variables, 0 out of 10. Obtain missive on individual stat, 0 out of 5. Obtain missive on Pathfinder capabilities, 0 out of 20.
The list went on for some time, but Alistair was most interested in the first two options. He had been roughly tracking his health and mana regeneration for the past few days, though it would be good to have exact numbers, and he was also very curious as to what charisma actually did. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, he put all of his upgrade points into the Unveil Hidden Statistical Variables and Obtain Missive on Charisma. A wave of energy rushed over Alistair. He excitedly opened up his status screen to see the changes. His health and mana now had numbers to the right indicating their regeneration per minute. His health was at 0.300 per minute, and his mana was at 0.266. The Unveil Hidden Statistical Variables also unlocked a new Karma stat, which said +3 and 0.004 per minute regeneration, and a Stamina stat that had his at 123 out of 123, with 0.495 per minute regeneration. His admiration at the beauty of his status screen was interrupted by an unhappy voice.
"Are you done yet? As I was saying, we have a decision to make."
"Huh?" Alistair asked, slightly dazed. He was just about to look at the message on Charisma he had received.
"You must have still been in the SoulNet. Pretty cool, right? I didn't see a message from any of my friends, though."
For a split second, Alexandra made the smallest grimace.
"While you were asleep, some people came by, saying that all survivors should meet up at the campus. What are we thinking?"
12. Karma and Execution. Alistair stood up from the couch, stretching his tight muscles. It was a miracle that he was completely uninjured just 12 hours after coming a hair's width from death.
"Did you see who it was who said we should meet up? Was it a petite woman with glasses named Jules and a bearded guy named Robert?"
Alistair asked. He had encountered the duo before when he was carting unconscious orcs for Donna and Tamia. Speaking of the mother and daughter he had helped, he saw the pair playing with some dolls near the stairs and couldn't help but smile.
"Yeah, it was. Have you met them before? I think they got scared when they saw my level,"
Alexandra said, smugness oozing from her voice. "It'll be really scary when your absurd strength starts making you look like one of those orcs," Alistair replied, rolling his eyes. Despite having over 100 strength, Alexandra still looked relatively slim, not having a blown-up physique like she was on steroids. His physical changes were most evident in the first points of strength, too. Despite having more than doubled his strength, he still looked more like a swimmer than a guy who hit the weight room. "Yeah, those guys thought I was stealing the bodies to raise them from the dead. Someone manifested a necromancy skill in the first hour of the quest. Knowing what I know now about how skills work, he must have been quite the weirdo. I mean, how do you even try that out?"
"Yeah, but think about an army of the dead, unkillable and completely loyal. Sounds nice, right?"
Alistair gave her a glare. "They say he killed 20 people.
"Well, I didn't know that part. Plus, I was just kidding. I'm a kill them with their hands kind of gal,"
Alexandra replied, raising her hands in innocence. "If you say so." Alistair changed topics. "There's still 14 hours left for King Orc Hunt. That's more than an ample amount of time to complete it, even if we go to the meeting. Do you think we're the only ones who reached level 15 in this area?"
"I think it's unlikely unless George is still here. I'm pretty sure without killing a gold orc, it takes forever to get to level 15. And because of your map, we know that the only gold ones available were Kraz and Kolger. So it's going to be up to us to tell everyone about the upcoming changes. I'm most worried about how people are going to react to aliens immigrating to Earth, if I understood the line about existing factions correctly. Didn't go over well the first time. Maybe we shouldn't say anything at all."
"They deserve to know what's happening to their own planet," Alistair said firmly. "But let's keep ending the monster wave prematurely to ourselves. It could get tricky if people find out about that. There's no way they'd be strong enough to help out, and people might get themselves killed."
"Or, Mr. Good Samaritan, do you want to hoard the rewards of your quest?"
Alexandra smiled. Alistair flashed his badges. I'm a deliverer of justice and a good Samaritan, so you better watch how you talk to me. Speaking of good deeds, I used my upgrade points to add information to my status screen and learn what charisma is good for, he said. Charisma grants karma generation. I have 3 points of positive karma now, which I can apparently spend on trying to navigate fate to make auspicious events happen or to peer into the future web of my destiny. I think the explanation missive needs its own explanation missive, honestly. I have a deal. How about you get all of the information stuff and share it with me, while I use my upgrade points for all the cool stuff? Alexandra joked. Yeah, I don't think so. As Alistair stood up to walk over to Donna and Tamia, he tried to sort through where his relationship with the strength-based cultivator stood. They were allies of circumstance, forced to work together against a mutual enemy, yet their relationship felt far deeper than it should for people that had met less than a day ago. He supposed that surviving a battle in which both of them nearly died sealed their camaraderie in blood thicker than most friendships. Shaking aside his confusing mess of thoughts, Alistair walked over to the playing mother and daughter. You'll be all right coming with us to the campus, right? Alexandra and I should be able to protect you and Tamia. We're way stronger than anyone else in this area.
I think it's a good idea,
she replied, hugging her daughter, who squirmed in a weak attempt to get away.
We'd be less safe alone in your house.
I'm sure we can buy you pills to get to level 15 as well, Alistair mentioned. We'd be willing to pitch in to help.
We?
Alexandra pointed at herself.
Yeah. We'd sure love to help.
Her look of daggers at his magnanimous offer made him grim. We can discuss it more on the way. We wouldn't want to hold anyone up. Along their hike toward Alistair's old college, he exchanged more information with Alexandra about the new improvements they received. It turned out that Alexandra earned 7 attribute points per level as opposed to his 6 from Magical Pugilist. They speculated that the point differential between their classes was due to hers being a rare class and his only being uncommon. However, he didn't mention the points he got from his Arbiter of Justice subclass. With all the warnings and error messages that popped up when he opened its page, he was worried if the Pathfinder turned its attention to him too much, he'd get in some kind of trouble. Nature's Barbarian was a strength and constitution-based class that focused on brute force and raging abilities, but with a touch of the healing power of nature and life. She mentioned that she was the one who stabilized his condition with a skill called Healing Touch that manifested out of desperation as she selected her class. Nature's Barbarian wasn't even her first choice for a class. She wanted Warmonger, a different race class, but she chose Nature's Barbarian because of the possibility it would manifest a healing skill. Alistair hadn't even known the lengths Alexandra went for him, and he silently promised he would make it up to her one day. But she assured him that after seeing what Nature's Barbarian offered, it was the right choice. Alexandra's first upgrade points, which she received 12 of per level instead of his 10, after factoring out his subclass, were put into the Rage branch of the Nature's Fury and the Skin branch of the Body Cultivation. Her Rage branch synergized with her Barbarian Rage skill, increasing the effectiveness of raging skills by 3%, while the Skin branch addition increased her health by 20. Alistair was most interested in Barbarian Rage, since it was the first skill he had encountered that had a cooldown. She had tested it out while he was asleep, and it increased her strength and endurance by 25% when active, at the cost of increasing her anger and having a backlash after. The cooldown was an hour, though from what Alexandra said, it seemed like the backlash made her as tired as an old man from after its 5-minute duration to the end of the cooldown. If anything, it contemplated her Empower weapon skill perfectly, with both of them having a 5-minute duration. Talking with Alexandra so much reminded him of his sister. Evangeline was wildly different from Alexandra in most appreciable ways. For instance, his sister didn't enjoy smashing things or being sarcastic, but they both had a similar confident aura and strong willpower. He thought they might have been the best of friends if they ever met. Tomorrow at 10 p.m. seemed so far away, and the meeting had no guarantee of success. It was a hope he clung on to, though, and he prayed his sister kept his parents safe through everything that happened. They didn't speak great English or Turkish and were older and probably much less adaptable to the new world. Along the way, they saw several groups of people walking in the same direction. Alistair couldn't help but note the weary and battle-hardened looks on their faces, along with several of them having partially healed cuts and open wounds. From the depths of his heart, he felt truly sorry for everyone. It was a surety that some of them had seen members of their families die in front of them. Others came from halfway across the globe and were worrying about their loved ones back home, not knowing what happened to them. Alistair still wasn't sure what percentage of people had been displaced by the Pathfinder AI. The people who had rallied the survivors to meet up there had done a decent job since Alistair saw hundreds of people streaming onto campus. It looked like most of the survivors came in groups of over 10, with not so many smaller pairings. He guessed most people stuck together as neighbors or roommates and used numbers to their advantage. The moment he stepped foot on campus, he felt a tingling feeling from his core that made him desperately want to go to the recreation center in the middle of the campus.
You feel it too?
Alexandra asked. He nodded. I have this sudden urge that I have to be at the recreation center. What about you?
I've been here once before, and I've never even seen what you're talking about, yet somehow I know I have to go there too. It must be some kind of skill, right?
Alistair figured it was the perfect opportunity to try out his new eyes of truth. While the normal ability to discern basic information was still there, he was most interested in the active, which cost karma to use. Focusing his vision toward the direction of the recreation center, he activated Eyes of Truth. A small trickle of energy left his body. It was different from mana, less tough and invigorating, and as it exited, it was like leaving his mother's warm embrace or a favorite memory now forgotten. It ached as it left, but after vanishing, he forgot what he was missing.
Why are your eyes glowing red, mister?
He heard a young voice ask. Donna hushed her daughter, telling her how rude it was to say that, but Alistair was too distracted by a wash of colors in his vision. Nothing felt the same in his sight, and Alistair suspected he might be experiencing something akin to a psychedelic trip due to the ineffable colors and dimensions. But what stuck out most were the wispy tendrils of energy that stuck out from his chest. It wasn't just his chest, in fact. It looked like every single person he could see had a beam of golden energy exiting their chest, soaring into the sky and then off in the direction of the recreation center. Alistair tried grabbing his own to pull it out of his body, but his hand passed through it like it wasn't even there. Even when he tried to summon his mana to interfere with the energy tendril, nothing happened. Only upon focusing on his karma pool he had drawn from to use Eyes of Truth did he notice a difference. He gathered the warm energy around his hand, creating a burning red aura that contrasted with the blue aura of his mana punch. With a swipe, he severed the golden light.
Skill acquired. Hand of Karma. Tier 1 skill. Sever fate and soul with a hand of karma. Karma cost 2. Upgradable 0 out of 30.
Immediately after he severed the connection, his desire to go to the recreation center vanished. It looked like he wasn't the only charisma cultivator in the area, and with the reach of the threads the unknown individual created, they couldn't be weak. With no karma left to use his new skill on his companions, they would just have to deal with the mystifying skill. Luckily, it didn't seem to actually harm them, just nudge them in a certain direction.
I wasn't expecting that, Alexandra said. Eyes of Truth, right? What did you see?
Nothing good. Let's hurry up. His interest in attending the meeting that had been called was at an all-time high. It was time to find out just what had been going on the past few days in his neighborhood. There were at least 500 people inside the recreation center, though for that number it was eerily quiet. People were talking to each other, but no one seemed to be socializing out of the group they came in, and all conversation was in hushed tones. If the apocalypse had brought out anything, it was a fundamental collapse of trust in others. Seeing as the quest had witnessed the killing of friends and acquaintances for survival, he couldn't blame anyone. Tamia had gotten tired from the walk to the recreation center, so Alexandra had offered to give her a ride on her shoulders. Donna was hesitant at first, but Alexandra promised it was the safest place she could be. So, 5-year-old Tamia had the time of her life on the level 16 woman's shoulders, giggling and laughing as she tugged at her hair. Donna was mortified, but Alexandra laughed it off, explaining that her hair had grown so tough it was nearly impossible to pull out. They caused quite the commotion as they entered, Tamia being as loud as a 5-year-old dared to be in an inappropriate setting, which was to say, very loud. Alistair spotted other kids in the room, but they were more subdued than Donna's delightful daughter. Perhaps they had been through more struggles, but Tamia had stabbed an orc to death with a knife. Alistair was almost worried he was going to start the rise of a little monster. What Alistair was more interested in were the people that didn't seem to care about their cacophonous entrance, the ones who weren't scared or out of place. He spotted Jules and Robert in a large group near the center, surrounding a tall man wearing business attire. He instantly could tell there was something fundamentally different about that man compared to all of his companions. Even from a distance of 50 meters, he gave off an aura that was steadier, more solid than the others. With his improved karmic senses, despite not having eyes of truth active, he could sense that the karmic threads were coming from that man. He was turning to Alexandra to ask if she felt the same way, when a booming voice interrupted him.
"Thank you all for coming at my request."
The voice evidently came from the same man Alistair was just about to point out, enhanced to fill every nook and cranny of the large gymnasium.
"As you all know, our world has been devastated by the changes that have occurred. Our government has collapsed, and monsters out of a nightmare wreak havoc on our streets. I can only express my condolences for all the people who lost those close to them. I myself lost my wife." "Who the fuck are you?" a brave heckler called out.
Alistair saw the man smile widely.
"Thank you for asking. My name is Jackson Morley, and I was a state senator before all this happened. You might be asking yourselves, why listen to this guy? What does he have to offer other than platitudes? Let me show you."
In a display of angelic brilliance, a shining golden screen appeared above Jackson's head. The window read, "Inheritor, Golden Orator," in exquisite calligraphy.
"I have been chosen by the Pathfinder AI to lead this sub-region against the incoming monster waves. It might sound hard to believe, but as you can see, I've been specially selected to inherit abilities from the aliens of the Final Frontier Empire. I'm sure all of you remember Atavius Malloy, the cause of this entire situation. Many of his status or even greater are watching me right now. With luck, one day I might even be able to get revenge for Earth."
Alistair could tell the audience was completely captured by Jackson's words. Honestly, he didn't sound like some insanely gifted speaker to Alistair, but he had a feeling it was more than just words. He didn't want to use up the last of his positive karma on Eyes of Truth, but he was sure that Jackson was up to something nefarious. The most suspicious thing he said was that he was being watched by the Final Frontier Empire. The information video mentioned people moving into the uninhabited sections of Earth, but nothing about inheritors was ever mentioned. "I understand all of you are scared and afraid. Some of you have no idea where we even are and got sent here from across the world. But this is not the end. We overcome the challenges before us and come out stronger and better. We survived the past day. We can survive anything. With my assistance, we'll rebuild this town and government and make sure that everyone is once again protected by rule of law. On that note, I want to introduce you to someone." Two of Jackson's followers dragged a man to the center of the gym next to the state senator. He had a paper bag over his head, and Jackson stooped down to the kneeling man and removed it, revealing a scraggly-looking young man. He had disheveled black hair and was white as snow, his eyes pointed down in fear and defeat. "This man is accused of killing 15 innocent people and resurrecting their bodies as part of the evil magic he was given. He planned on using his powers to take over this town and run it like a king instead of a democracy. He was intent on killing the men and enslaving the women as part of his perverted schemes. As such, he must pay for his crimes with his life." 13. The False Trial. The room exploded at Jackson's statement that he was about to perform a public execution. Alistair had to hand it to the man. He really knew how to work a crowd. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I am not some kind of tyrant. What I want most is a good relationship between all of us. To demonstrate my commitment to reinstituting the rule of law, I gathered 5 men and women who will bear witness to this man's heinous crimes. Jackson gestured to the people who had gathered around him before. Alistair recognized 2 of the witnesses to be Robert Oakland and Jules Verdant, who he had run into before when he was trying to transport unconscious orcs. Please, explain to everyone what you told me, he entreated. One member stepped forward, a slightly chubby man wearing a Patriots jersey. He directed a finger toward the young man, who stared at the floorboards in dejected helplessness. I was at an end-of-the-world barbecue when he killed several of my friends, and then he defiled their bodies by turning them into his slaves. I was there as well, another said. It's true! Jules and Robert's faces were like statues, and they said nothing. After a few awkward moments of silence, the final witness squeaked up. He killed my husband! That son of a bitch needs to— Jackson interrupted her. Just simply horrifying. Absolutely tragic that in a civilized society we have such an evil man in our town. I mean, with the initiation, I'm sure all of us have done things we regret. But this is just beyond the pale. Alistair could feel a sizable portion of the room react to Jackson's last remark. It did not surprise him that many people had to make difficult choices. While he didn't want to think about it, there were doubtless other murderers surrounding him. Alistair had become a so-called arbiter of justice, but he wasn't sure what that even entailed. Did he have to become a judge, jury, and executioner like the state senator? It didn't sit right with him. After no one spoke up in the accused's defense, it became clear that with no interference, Jackson was going to enact his justice. In New Newton, Jackson continued, as if he hadn't just tacked on an extra new to the name of their town. We aren't about mob justice or unfair trials. Oliver Cambry, I am willing to hear your side of the story. Oliver didn't seem to react to Jackson's words, his eyes still married to the floor. He was so out of it that Alistair thought he almost showed signs of being drugged. The young man, who appeared no older than 20, was as pale as snow and looked like he was going to keel over from malnutrition at any second. Not even a single word. Shameful. Now you may wonder why he needs to be executed. It's simple. No jail cell can hold criminals, now that they have the potential to bend steel bars with their bare hands. As a former state senator, it pains me to bring us back to medieval times, but I'm afraid physical punishments are the only options. If no one has any defense of Mr. Cambry, it'd be best to get it done fast and humanely. With his burgeoning karmic sense, Alistair could feel the air subtly shift around Jackson. He had no clue what the man was going to attempt. His new hand of karma skill was fascinating, but what would something like that do to a person? All the magic and supernatural elements affecting Earth made Alistair wonder if deities and the afterlife were real as well. If they were, could a karmic attack affect a person's soul? In a move some might have called foolish, Alistair started walking toward Jackson, who had cleared out a wide berth from the crowd. He heard Alexandra audibly groan from behind him, which made him feel somewhat guilty. Their goal wasn't to contest some minor politician for control of the city, but if he did nothing, he wouldn't feel right with himself. Wait! Alistair interjected. I think there's something wrong with him. The crowd murmured at his outburst, and Jackson stared daggers at him. Alistair met Jackson's gaze, not backing down from the charismatic man. The way the man looked at him with both cold, analyzing eyes and a warm smile gave Alistair the chills, but he didn't get a notification that anyone was using an investigation skill like before with Alexandra. His buddies also looked shocked someone would interfere and were unsure of what to do. Without a signal from their ringleader, they would remain on the sidelines. For a moment, Alistair worried it would come to blows, but with the subtlest change of expression, he warmly welcomed him. And what's your name, citizen? He offered a handshake to Alistair, who accepted it in kind. The moment they touched hands, he felt a small jolt of karma slither up his arm, which he promptly squashed. Jackson was a consummate politician the entire time, not reacting in the slightest to his attack being thwarted. Alistair Tan. As he spoke those words, he activated the non-karmic aspect of Eyes of Truth for the first time, not caring if Jackson found out.
Name: Jackson Morley. Species: Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: Golden Orator. Rare. Primary attribute: Charisma. Level: 15.
All the pieces fell into place perfectly. He and Alexandra weren't the only people from their sub-region to reach level 15, and the third person happened to be a charisma-based cultivator with a class that was suited to leadership and manipulation. Being a leader was something that Alistair didn't think suited him, but seeing this man use his abilities to brainwash and control made him uneasy. "This man is lying to you!" With his powerful physique, his words carried to every nook and cranny of the recreation center. "He's been manipulating you with some kind of skill granted by his class. Did you think about why you had the sudden desire to come to his exact location?" "That's absolutely correct, young man," Jackson said immediately before Alistair's accusation had time to settle. "My class, Golden Orator, gave me the People's Missive skill. It allows me to communicate impressions and thoughts at a distance. But it's not a secret. You all obviously realize those thoughts were coming from outside your mind. I can't control people's thoughts if that's what you were implying. And I must ask, what gives you any right to interfere with the proceedings of justice?" Alistair had to admire Jackson's shamelessness, as if he was the weird one for opposing an execution based on the testimony of 3 people and a defendant who was possibly drugged or enchanted. It was time to pull a little rank. He didn't want to be the type of person to reinforce a system of might makes right, but he wasn't sure how else to challenge the charismatic man. "My partner and I were part of the first 10,000 people in the world to reach level 15. I've been given the quest to deal with the incoming monster wave that would normally kill hundreds of you people, not Jackson. He's lying about the system choosing him to be the leader of this sub-region, and he's probably lying about the inheritance as well." Jackson started laughing. "Are you listening to this madman? What proof do you have for any of these claims?" Alistair knew he was in a precarious situation. From an outsider's perspective, they had to make a choice of whom to trust, him or the former state senator. While he thought the man was an obvious con artist and sleazy douchebag, Jackson was more objectively appealing. Whether it was from his charisma, skills, or his actual magnetic personality, he knew how to appeal to people better than Alistair, and he had the shining status screen that projected authority. Keeping that in mind, Alistair realized he only had one option. He activated Dash. In less than a second, he appeared in between Jackson and the hunched-over necromancer. The rush of wind he left in his trail drew some gasps from the crowd, and Jackson jumped back like a scared little girl. Alistair smiled. His suspicions that the self-appointed leader of New Newton wasn't much of a fighter were all but confirmed. From the amount of karmic energy that he wielded, Alistair reasoned his charisma was so high that his other stats had to suffer. "Is it true he killed 15 people?" Alistair asked, grabbing the pale man by the scruff of his shirt and holding him in the air, an act that took him no effort these days. It was time to test out the active to Eyes of Truth again. The description promised the ability to see through falsehoods, and he hoped it wasn't an exaggeration. His last drop of positive karma migrated to his eyes, burning up and illuminating them with brilliant red energy. Despite having experienced losing his karma before, the pain was still bitter. The more karma that left him, the more desperately he wanted to cling to it. Through the Eyes of Truth, he looked at Jackson in a different light. His body was awash in golden light, thousands of tendrils of energy growing out from his body into the hearts of everyone in the room. With a glance, he somehow understood what the man was doing. His statement that people could detect obvious transmissions was true, but he omitted the secondary aspect of people's missive, the part that slowly molded their thoughts to his own. "Of course it is," Jackson said, giving his companions a jaded look. Black and red intermingled with gold in his aura. Jackson's words felt true, but lacking. Alistair turned to the middle-aged lady that claimed Oliver had killed her husband. He murdered your husband. You swear that's the truth. He supposed he looked quite menacing, with his glowing red eyes and his sudden burst of speed. The lady seemed to think so as well, as she shook in fear, answering him, Yes, I swear it's true! We saw him roaming the streets near the bodies of our neighbors, but he had already gotten so strong from killing them and the orcs we had to run, but some of us didn't make it. While she didn't have the same thickness and timbre as Jackson, her speech turned the color of her wispy aura black as night. His last mote of insight as his eyes of truth faded told him she was lying through her teeth. Alistair opened up his badges section, displaying his Deliverance of Justice and Good Samaritan badges. It wasn't nearly the flashy demonstration that Jackson could somehow conjure, but he hoped it was something. Knowing any conversation with Jackson or his minions would fall on deaf ears, he turned to the rest of the room, who were still unsure of what was going on. I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not. I'm not a hero or a leader. I think I can relate to everyone here in that I'm just another person trying to survive. He got some nods from the crowd at that. I promise I'm not trying to save a murderer here. If I truly believed that Oliver Cambry was responsible for all the crimes that they say he did, I wouldn't have stepped in. The problem is that Jackson Morley is lying to you and trying to control you with his skills. And have we as a society gone so far downhill we're going to let some stranger come in and execute a man with no solid proof? I can tell you honestly that they're lying about what he did. I know because of a skill I have, Alistair said. He felt he had meandered at the end, and he knew his public speaking skills weren't the best. This man saved the lives of me and my daughter, Donna said. She didn't raise her voice, but in the gym's silence it carried far. He could have just run away and done nothing, but he went above and beyond to help me and Tamia. She raised up Tamia, who kicked in protest. Alistair had to give her props for weaponizing her daughter's cuteness. If he was a member of the crowd, that would have won him over for sure. Alistair nodded to her and kept carrying the prone, supposed necromancer with him as he walked toward the exit. He didn't look back a single time. Jackson could do nothing to him, he knew. Whatever the man was, he wasn't stupid. He would have known by now that Alistair and Alexandra were more than a match for him and any of his allies. A small notification appeared in front of him. Deliverance of Justice, plus 1 free attribute point. Alistair, I hope you know what you're doing. We should have just minded our own business, Alexandra whispered to him as people made way for their odd group. So do I, he said, smiling. At least his badge was on his side. Jackson Morley was furious. So furious that he almost let his emotions get the better of him and traveled through people's missive. With the brat trying to turn his town against him, thousands of people feeling a sudden wave of rage would not be to his advantage. He had been utterly embarrassed, and someone had publicly questioned his authority. Ever since the collapse of the federal government and the initiation of Earth, Jackson had thought it was his opportunity to finally make something of his life. He had been stuck in a quagmire political job for 10 years, his intellect and political skills wasting away when he was built for bigger and better things. When he killed an orc that appeared during his visit to Boston College, he originally thought he was dreaming. But the powers granted by the Pathfinder AI were all too real. As he used his charming personality to gather more and more followers, he was constantly rewarded with badges and skills. Jackson even reached level 15 a few hours ago, and with his 86 charisma, Golden Orator was the perfect selection. He hadn't even imagined how much influence he could gain with the class's People's Missive skill. And then he learned he wasn't even the highest level in the sub-region, and there were 2 of them. His bullshitting about being chosen for an inheritance bit him in the ass. Sir, do you want us to follow him? The voice of his most trusted servant grated on his ears. Luke Anderson was a veritable idiot, and the only reason he kept him around was that he had chosen a strength-based build and was a useful fighter. Send Jules and one of the kids to tail them. I repeat, just to tail. Don't get too close either. We don't know his full abilities yet, he barked. Jackson really needed to calm down. He had spotted quite the beauty in the crowd earlier. Perhaps it was time to put his charisma to the test. The arrogant level 16 savior might think he was invincible because of his newfound powers, but Jackson knew better. A Navy SEAL could easily kill the president, but everyone recognized the one with the genuine power was the one with the pen of authority, not the soldier. He would make sure Alistair understood that. 14. Raised dead. "Can you heal him?" Alistair asked as he propped Oliver up on his back while putting his new free point into agility. Even with his superhuman strength, holding him up by his collar was annoying. Also, he might appreciate the lack of bruising to his throat when he woke up from his stupor. "I think Jackson used some skill on him." "Are we not going to talk about what you did in there?" Alexandra asked. They had made it outside of the recreation center without getting into a fight, which Alistair considered a win. "I think you did the right thing," Donna added. Alistair was happy to see that the woman was growing more talkative. For Alexandra's part, she probably had no idea how to talk with someone she could not beat up in a socially acceptable manner. "Thank you," Alistair said. "At least someone appreciates the work I have to go through to improve my badges." "Oh, so that's why you did it. You're much greedier than you let on, you know. But if I were you, I would have killed Jackson too. Standard small-town piece of shit who grew a little too big for his britches, if you ask me. Weren't you in law school? I feel like you should be telling me I shouldn't take matters into my own hands," Alistair said. She shrugged. "That wasn't very serious. I would have probably gotten a job at my father's company after graduating anyway." The gears churned in Alistair's head. It all made sense now. A flippant and almost entitled attitude, an escapade as a fighter, not caring about law school, and the promise of a job at her father's business. "You're filthy rich," Alistair let out, a little more critically than he intended. His family lived paycheck to paycheck when they were younger, and it wasn't until his sister started making money for the family that they bought a house. He was almost glad the apocalypse had happened since it wiped out his student loans. "And? That doesn't matter anymore. I earned my powers same as you," Alexandra said defensively. He wanted to point out that it turned out you could actually transfer wealth into drachma, but he didn't want to antagonize his cultivation partner. Now, they were friends, but it didn't seem like the proper word for it. All they did together so far was kill monsters and level up. "As much as I would love to hear you kids flirt some more," Donna interjected, "what are we going to do about him? I have a girlfriend, you know," Alistair quickly mentioned, not wanting to lead on Alexandra if she had gotten the wrong idea. "You do? I agree with Alistair's decision, but he could still be dangerous." Donna interrupted Alexandra and Alistair before their conversation could drone on. "Could you wake him up and try to see what actually happened?" "I think that's a great idea." Alistair crouched down and gently placed Oliver onto the sidewalk of the street they were walking down. Looking at the man, he was almost offended that Jules thought they looked similar. Alistair was lean but carried a decent amount of muscle on him. This stick figure was practically a skeleton with a mop of black hair, which he thought was the only thing they had in common. Activating Eyes of Truth, he looked down at the man he rescued. "Name: Oliver Cambry. Species: human, unevolved. Level: 13. Class: none." Being only 2 levels away from the vaunted level 15, Alistair now understood part of why Jackson was intent on executing the man. Level 13 was still relatively high, and he might become a threat later. "He needs to eat more, right, Mama?" Tamia asked in a whisper that came out louder than a normal person's speaking voice. Alexandra laughed as Donna told her daughter that it wasn't acceptable to say that to a person's face. "Maybe he should put a few points into strength," Alexandra said, bending down to touch the man's forehead. "My healing touch passively gives a small amount of diagnostic information, but I'll need to get an actual health information skill if I want to know in-depth things. I hope there's not a limit to the number of skills you can get." They were still mostly in the dark about skills, though Alistair had seen an expensive missive in his cursory glance over the system store. Natural talent seemed to factor in like the manipulation skill Jackson had most likely gained, or how Alexandra was a law school student that manifested contract. Gaining a class granted him and Alexandra 2 skills each, either an entirely new one or an upgrade of an old one. Perhaps they could gain new class skills at set-level intervals like 50 or 100. Sometimes people could just gain new ones from trying out a new way to use energy like with his dash or hand of karma, but he hadn't figured out how to scientifically replicate it, not for lack of trying. He kept trying to use mana to jump on their walk to the recreation center, much to Alexandra's chagrin and to Mia's delight. Applying rational principles to magical abilities would be something his sister would love, he thought, growing slightly melancholic. "Can you heal him?" Alistair inquired. "Getting on it." Alexandra scrunched her face in concentration, activating Healing Touch. Her hand started to glow green, and Alistair could feel it emanating soothing energy. Oliver shuddered, his limbs spasming as he coughed and heaved. "I used half my mana to heal him, so I hope it worked. Healing Touch takes a variable amount of mana depending on how bad the injury is, so they must have roughed him up real bad." She waved her hand in front of the gaunt man's glossy eyes and snapped her fingers. "Hey! Wake up!" The air was full of apprehension as Oliver remained unresponsive for a few tension-filled seconds. Finally, he croaked out a weak whisper. "Where am I?" "You were about to be executed by a man named Jackson Morley," Alistair said before Alexandra could speak. "Do you remember what happened?" He was fairly sure that Oliver hadn't murdered anyone, but he still wanted to know the truth behind the encounter. Interpreting the weird vision and incommunicable feelings while under the effects of Eyes of Truth was challenging, but he knew that while Jackson was partially telling the truth when he said Oliver killed 15 people, the woman was also lying without a doubt that they had been murdered. There was a massive difference between killing and murder, and if Alistair was right, the necromancer was the one that was acting in self-defense. Oliver sat up at lightning speed, inciting a similarly fast Alexandra to put her boot up to block his chest and prevent him from bolting away. "We're not your enemies," she said. "Oh, you're not with him?" he said, backing away from Alexandra's foot. He stood up and dusted his black t-shirt off and then proceeded to walk away. "Wait! You can't just leave!" Alistair exclaimed, rushing over to the man. Actually, he thought, more like a kid. Studying him more closely, Alistair wouldn't have been surprised if Oliver was a junior or senior in high school. "Why not?" Oliver questioned, turning around to meet Alistair's eyes. He had an air of defiance to him, like he wanted them to forget he had just been at their complete mercy a few seconds ago. "We saved you, asshole! This nice guy decided to risk his life for your neck because he thought you weren't actually guilty of being a crazy serial killer, and then I just used half of my shitty mana pool to heal you from whatever the fuck Jackson did to your brain. I don't really give a damn about what you do, but I've got Alistair's back." Alexandra walked up to Alistair and put a hand on his shoulder. Alistair wasn't sure what to do, not expecting Oliver to just get up and attempt to leave as soon as Alexandra healed him. Now that he thought about it more cogently, he didn't necessarily have a reason for Oliver to stay, other than trying to confirm his story and gather more information about Jackson. He hadn't been thinking that far ahead when he went and rescued him. While he was positive the Eyes of Truth hadn't deceived him about Oliver's supposed crimes, with Donna and Tamia, maybe it was smarter to just let him go. "Actually," Alistair began, but Oliver cut him off. "Okay, sure. What are we doing now? I'm only level 13, I still need to get a class. I'm hoping for Necromancer. I mean, everyone already calls me one just because I have Raised Dead. You got more orcs to kill?" Oliver said nonchalantly, as if he didn't just try to flee. "Wait, what?" Alistair exclaimed in surprise. "The girl over there made some convincing points. You guys did save my life. And you're both level 16, so of course I want to hang around you. It's the safest place in this entire town. And since you saved my life, you don't want to kill me. Logical, right?" Oliver stated matter-of-factly. Alexandra turned to Alistair, her eyes lighting up like a neon sign, declaring, "This is your problem, you deal with it." With a sigh, he decided he couldn't turn away the kid like he wanted to originally. If Jackson came after Oliver and killed him, Alistair would feel extremely guilty. "Can you tell us what happened to you?" Donna asked. Alistair didn't blame her for being more cautious due to her young child.
I was minding my own business, killing a bunch of orcs. Of course, some idiots thought that I was working with the orcs just because of Ray's dead and they attacked me. If you ask me, they just saw I was high-leveled and were thinking of the experience. I killed them all in self-defense, but later on some more goons came, this time with that Jackson guy. He used some skill on me and I blacked out. And when I woke up, I was with you guys. The skill Jackson used, what was it like? Alexandra asked, her curiosity piqued by the details of Jackson's repertoire. I'm not sure, but before it happened, he was staring at me for a good while. So maybe some kind of eye thing, I don't know. Oliver shrugged. Doing his best to sound mature, Alistair asked, How old are you, kid? 17. And don't call me kid, you're barely older than me. You're right. I'm only 22, he said. In the New World, the wisdom of age mattered far less, considering they were all just as green to the system that governed their world. Alexandra and I have been fighting the orcs in this area together for the past day or so. I'm sure you recognized they're organized, and the two most important ones in that hierarchy are General Kraz and Prince Kolger. We killed Kraz, and I have a quest to kill Kolger, who is the leader of all the orcs in the area. I got the quest too, after killing Kraz, Alexandra offered. If we manage to kill Kolger in the next... He checked his quests page to find the exact time. 13 hours. We'll prevent the monster wave that's set to occur in this subregion. I'm not sure if you're from here or not. I'm from Florida. But imagine thousands upon thousands of orcs swarming this area. And if we complete the quest, we get all the rewards for the monster wave without having to grind thousands of grunt orcs. It's going to be extremely dangerous, and you might die. But that's just how we do things. Are you in? Just what we needed, splitting the loot 3 ways, Alexandra mumbled under her breath. 4 ways, Alistair corrected, looking at Donna, who smiled. Little Tamia, who didn't really understand their conversation, gazed up at him. 5 ways, he amended. Great, Oliver said, stretching his arms. I need a little practice with Ray's dead before we start. The air quieted around the strange teen as his eyes darkened and glowed at the same time. With a screeching wail, 2 cracks in reality opened on either side of Oliver, just like the ones that came with the very start of Earth's initiation, except in miniature. Out of the cracks stepped 2 very dead orcs. They looked like zombies with unhealed wounds and ashen red skin. Black orbs of nothingness took the place of eyes, giving the impression they were eldritch monstrosities. It's just a combination of dimensional storage and Ray's dead. Pretty neat if you ask me, he said. Tamia started crying and ran behind her mother, who was similarly unnerved. Realizing the reception to his skill wasn't as rosy as he expected, he had his zombies walk around 10 feet ahead of the group. Sorry about that. I forgot you guys aren't used to it. Honestly, they're harmless unless I tell them to attack something. Alistair exchanged a glance with Alexandra. She shrugged and started walking after Oliver, who had taken off with his zombies despite not knowing where they were headed to. He had the feeling he was in for a royal headache. After catching up to Oliver, he explained his regional map and showed him Kolger's position. By this point, Alistair couldn't even begin to count how many red dots surrounded the large yellow circle. By his estimate, the number had more than doubled, putting the number of orcs at over 200, far exceeding the amount Alexandra had valiantly taken on alone. While he looked a little nervous at the number of orcs, he didn't waver in his conviction to join them, which Alistair appreciated. As they walked to his house, he learned more about Oliver and what had happened. Oliver was from Tallahassee and had been transported alone right into the middle of their town during the first 5 minutes of the initiation. One of the first things that greeted him was the dead body of a man who was unfortunate enough to have been right where a crack spawned. Somehow, he had manifested the Ray's dead skill to defend himself, which Oliver attributed to reading way too many LitRPGs and isekais with a necromancer protagonist. Alistair got the sense that he was a bit of a loner, and was glad for some company. He felt bad that he would have to stow Donna and her daughter in his house alone once more. Even if Oliver didn't want to come to kill the Orc Prince, Alistair wouldn't have let him stay alone with them. I'm sorry I have to do this again, Alistair offered an apology. It's safer here than with hundreds of orcs, and there shouldn't be any left here except the ones near the final boss. It's all right. Donna said. Tamia and I will have fun. We've played a lot of Stratego over the past day.
If it's not too personal, what happened to Tamia's father? He asked.
He died. Way before everything that happened, she added, seeing Alistair's concern. It was a long time ago now. Brain cancer. The worst part is that she won't remember him. She was only 2 years old when he died. And since I lost my phone running away from the church and our house got destroyed by one of those cracks, she'll never see any pictures or videos. No one will, I guess. Even me. I'll slowly forget his face.
The downcast look on Donna's face was something he had never seen before. Even with all the trauma she and Tamina had been through, which included seeing her friends and neighbors die by human bloodshed, her house being destroyed, being nearly killed by the gunslinger, and having to kill an orc with a steak knife, she had always put on a happy face and a smile. Now he had seen a chink in her armor. He handed her 6 of the level 1 to 15 leveling pills from the system store. The set of green circular orbs set him back 1,200 drachma. Each one of these will bring you up a level. Don't even think about using them on Tamia. They're only for people 16 or older. The pills contain the instructions. Just think about it and it'll come up. But basically, all you have to know is that you have to take them one at a time to let your body purify the mana inside of them. She gingerly accepted the green orbs.
Thank you so much. For all you've done. I can never repay you.
I'm just trying to do the right thing, he said. As he left his rundown house, he flexed his fingers and cracked his knuckles. His fists were about to see more action than they ever had in their entire lives. It was time to mana strike some orc skulls. 15. The Final Monster Wave. Kalgur had set up a suburban kingdom of orcs befitting his title. The northern section of their sub-region was flooded with orcs of more varieties than Alistair had ever seen before. Besides the swarms of grunts mulling about the streets, he spotted war orcs, half-orcs, and 2 new subspecies. One was a particularly giant breed of black and white orc called a death orc that looked capable of snapping a bull's neck with the crank of an arm. The other, a drake orc, looked like the hybrid of an orc with a Komodo dragon. Oliver's raised dead skill turned out to be useful for more than just frightening little kids and adults, and after improving his skill to Tier 3, he could see through the eyes of his summons. As they camped in a house nearby Prince Kalgur's territory, Oliver relayed what he witnessed. Based on the map and what my zombie saw, there are 2 lines of defense we're going to have to break through. The first is a square around 6 blocks away from their base. It's more sparsely patrolled than the inner region, which is a 3-block radius surrounding their base of operations. There's no way we can get to Kalgur undetected. Unless... Oliver looked at Alistair and Alexandra. We don't have any stealth skills if that's what you were asking, Alistair replied. Ah, too bad. Looks like we're going to have to cause a huge fight, and I don't think I'm going to be that helpful. I can only control 5 zombies at a time, and they're weaker than their living versions. I think there's no point in wasting time. Alexandra took out her tactical knife, flipping it in what Alistair thought was a nervous habit. We could try being stealthy until we get closer to their base, but with 3 of us and our increased auras, I don't think it would work, even with the sparse patrolling. So let's just make a run for it. Alistair, you'll have to slow down for us. You feel it too? He asked. It was something he had slowly realized after Alexandra and he passed level 15 and gained a class. There was something different about them, something he couldn't quite put into words. After their renamed planet was christened into the Final Frontier Empire, he could feel a power coming from certain individuals. Kraz had certainly exuded a foreboding aura, and even the projection of Prince Kalgur was intimidating. Now that they were level 16, he could feel Alexandra's aura from 20 feet away and vice versa. It was good for projecting strength, but bad for furtiveness, and he hoped they would soon find a way to mask their aura. So you want us to just make a mad dash for the headquarters of the strongest monster in this entire region, with over 200 orcs in the area? Alistair asked. Back when we were level 13, I could kill the war orcs in a single blow, and you were so fast that they could barely touch you.
and we doubled our stats since then and gained extra stats. I doubt anyone but the Blood Sun Orcs are going to pose any threat individually, but we don't want to give them time to call all of their buddies once we attack them," Alexandra explained.
"Sounds like a plan to me," Alistair replied. He was itching to test out all of his new toys, even just his stats, which had almost doubled. With every step he took, he felt like he barely contained the nascent power in his body. He felt literally invincible, though he knew that hubris was the first step toward death. All their preparations were complete, and they had nothing left to do but finish the quest. He spent his remaining drachma on mana and health pills, just in case.
"Aren't you forgetting me? How am I supposed to keep up with monsters like you two?"
Oliver asked, concern evident on his face. "I think I have a solution for that," Alistair smiled. With Alistair's strength, running with Oliver strapped to his back was easy. What wasn't easy was him not falling off. When you're running at nearly 20 kilometers an hour, any turns buckle a piggyback rider. It was fortunate that Alexandra wasn't as fast as him, as there was no way Oliver could have stayed on at any faster speed. Along the way, they passed by several orcs roaming the streets. Any close enough to attack were taken care of by either his fist or Alexandra's Empower weapon-enhanced knife, and they left the rest to their own devices. As they grew closer to where Oliver identified as the inner region, he tapped on Alistair's shoulder. Because of the rush of the wind, he could barely hear the teenager, even as he spoke right into his ear.
"Behind us!"
Oliver cried.
"What? Behind us! In the distance, they've gathered up!"
Alistair looked back for a split second. Any more than that, and he risked tripping over himself. They were on a central road that went straight for over a kilometer, and on the far horizon, he could make out a group of over 30 grunt and leader orcs running at them. That was when his world became awash in a sea of red and orange. In a feat of pre-natural reaction time, possibly assisted by his new fighter's instinct skill, Alistair used dash before the worst of it struck him. Mana pulsed through his legs, contracting every muscle in a burst of pure power, sending him careening into the backyard of a nearby house. Alistair lifted himself up from the grass, dazed and confused. His hair was singed, but he was unhurt. Oliver was unhurt as well, landing a couple of feet in front of him. They were both almost fried by a massive fireball that appeared out of nowhere. The street which they were running on was smoking, the nearby trees and grass smoldering and burning in magical bright red flames. That was when he saw Alexandra. Unlike Alistair, she hadn't managed to dodge the brunt of the flames, and she looked the worse for wear. He would have expected her to be on fire and her clothes burned away, but instead her skin looked blackened, and she was sent flying dozens of feet back. She recovered near instantaneously, jumping up and holding out her knife, and Alistair could tell something had changed in her. Her eyes were unfocused, yet burning with emotion, and there was a new torrential aspect to her aura that spoke of unending fury. She had activated Barbarian's Rage. It was then he noticed their enemies. Around 100 feet in the direction they were headed, a band of orcs flickered in and out of invisibility before solidifying in his vision. Under his breath, he cursed his lack of perception. They thought they were the ones going to ambush Colger, but it was they who were taken off guard by an attack. 2 golden blood sun orcs just as large as Kraz stood at the vanguard of the opposing party. While Alistair was no orc biology expert, they looked like identical twins. Each wore tight leather armor and carried a titanic silver shield and a mace that looked too large even for their 8-foot-tall golden bulk. As was customary at that point, Alistair used his Eyes of Truth skill.
Name: Tybar Geyzor. Species: Blood Sun Orc 1, partially evolved. Class: Warrior, Common. Primary attributes: Strength and Constitution. Level: 19. Title: Head General of the Blood Orcs. Name: Geylar Geyzor. Species: Blood Sun Orc 1, partially evolved. Class: Warrior, Common. Primary attributes: Strength and Constitution. Level: 19. Title: Head General of the Blood Orcs.
Their levels were higher than his or Alexandra's, but he wasn't really worried. He had already beaten a level 17 Blood Sun Orc at level 13, so individually they weren't a problem. However, They were flanked by several of the new flavors of orc. To both sides of the generals were half-orcs cloaked in tattered brown robes and death-orcs that towered over everyone in sight, being at least 10 feet tall and carrying gigantic broadswords in their variegated hands. "Oliver, stay back! These guys are too much for you to handle right now. Defend our rear from the ones chasing us," Alistair ordered. Oliver scrambled to his feet and began summoning his zombie orcs from their dimensional storage. When Alexandra had tested her barbarian's rage before, she had still retained most of her mental faculties. But that was without an actual opponent before her. Now, it looked like she had lost all form of reason as she brazenly charged at the orcs. With a swing from her Empower weapon-enhanced knife, she went straight for Tybar's head and missed. Instead, she met the blade of one of the Death Orcs, who stood its ground and blocked the earth-shattering strike. Somehow, in between the moment she started her attack and when she landed her blow, the Blood-Sun Orc had swapped places with his minion. Right as she met the black-and-white Orc's sword, Gylar heaved his mighty mace and smashed Alexandra with an upward swing that she barely blocked, sending her flying away and crashing into a nearby house. Alistair had to admit that the Orcs had a smart way of fighting. The half-orcs used their magic for crowd control and long-range damage, swapping their leaders with the meaty bodies of death orcs whenever it got too dangerous. That was why he would take out the support first. Besides the two generals, there were 9 other enemies. A pair of half-orcs on each side at the back, 3 death orcs, and 2 war orcs right next to their masters, adorned in the most ornate armor Alistair had ever seen. The half-orcs were his target. With their shaman class, it was unlikely that the others were responsible for the fireball, invisibility, or swapping of places. With a dash, he breached the distance in an instant. There was nothing the orc could do as Alistair connected with a mana strike kick to the face, killing it instantly, the force of the kick sending the orc's corpse flying straight into the side of his fellow shaman. He might have killed the other half-orc just from the impact, but he wasn't about to leave it up to chance, and with another mana strike he slashed the second shaman's head clean off with a karate chop. His body moved on autopilot as he dodged a deafening smack of Gylar's mace. Fighter's instinct was already proving incredibly useful, each pugilist's hunch completely integrated into his body and mind. Alexandra wouldn't let herself be outdone, and came flying out of the house she crashed into, fury on her face. Now, the fighting began in earnest. Realizing Alistair's plan, Tybar barked orders to protect the remaining half-orcs, or that was what he assumed the general had said, since 3 death orcs started forming a circle around the smaller casters, protecting them from every angle. Alexandra leaped to attack the group, but once again was displaced, this time directly in front of Tybar. A split second of confusion was all the orc needed to land a stroke of his mace that sent her skittering on the concrete. He was quick to follow up, dashing after her with his armored war orc. Alistair had his own battle, and while he worried for Alexandra, he also knew that she had a ton of constitution, plus the extra healing from Barbarian's rage. He had to figure out how to get to the half-orcs, or he would suffer the same consequences Alexandra had. He ran toward the protected magic users, ready to jump over their line of protection, but suddenly his world shifted, and he was right in front of Gylar's mace. He barely ducked his head in time, and he felt a gust of wind ruffle his hair. With the momentum he still kept from his sprint and the sudden contortion of his body, his lack of balance caused him to tumble over, landing him on the grass on the road verge. As he stood up, he gathered himself together and analyzed what had happened. The shaman's skill had teleported him a couple of feet away and changed his orientation, bringing him right into the already swinging mace of their master. Based on the fluidity of the operation, they had experience executing the maneuver. Gylar and his leader orc servant stood in the way between Alistair and the circle of orcs behind them, around 50 feet away. The ostentatious war orc stomped the ground with his gold and silver greaves, taking a heater shield off his back. Dark red energy emanated from the item, forming a barrier of burgundy energy stretching 50 feet high and wide in both directions. Alistair didn't let the wall of energy stop him, and he gathered a mana strike into his fist. The spectral blue energy surrounding his fist like concentrated fire looked mostly the same as his old mana punch, but he could feel far more power behind it. His mana reserves were decent at 87 of 134, but he didn't want to waste any more on a dash until he gauged their defense's strength. He didn't need his movement skill to speed by the head general or the war orc, and with a mighty fist imbued with Mana Strike, he shattered the energy field and kept running. Before he even made it a third of the way, he was teleported once again right in front of the path of Gylar's mace. This time, however, his servant was there, using his dark red energy to form a tiny cage, trapping him with the raging orc. The orc's attacks were slow enough to dodge easily, but the cage left very little maneuverability. He bemoaned the waste of mana, but another Mana Strike was necessary, and he broke out an activated dash, determined to blow by the three giants protecting the shamans before they could whisk him away. This time he made it 2/3 of the way, faster than last time, before meeting the familiar sight of Gylar's mace. He was making progress. There must have been some sort of cooldown on the shaman's teleporting skill. Emboldened by his success, Alistair burned through his remaining mana, shattering the war orc's cage and rocketing toward the protected shamans with almost no downtime. It would have worked, if not for the inferno. This time he saw what happened. The half-orcs clasped hands and generated a ball of pure fire that exploded in a cone of sparkling flames. The conflagration scorched 2 of their own death orcs to the bone. In his own desperation, Alistair concocted the idea to use Mana Strike, which lacked any body part specifications, on his own skull, headbutting the cone of fire in 2. The flame still burned his skin and pushed him back, but he was mostly unharmed. Alistair knew he was dangerously low on mana, but he didn't have enough time to pop a pill. His moment was now, when the shaman still thought he was out of commission from their offensive skill. Bringing his mana down to 17, he activated Dash once more. There was no thought or indecision as Alistair pointed his hand forward and imbued it with Mana Strike. With the velocity of Dash and his mana-enhanced fingers acting like a lance of pure destruction, there was no stopping his attack. In a splatter of gore, he speared straight through the torsos of the spellcasting half-orcs. His momentum kept him moving forward and straight into the body of the final Death Orc, causing his 2 dead opponents to be impaled right up to his upper arm. With the body still hanging off his limb, he took the opportunity to roundhouse kick the Death Orc in the stomach. It keeled over in a manner unbefitting of such an enormous creature, and Alistair looked back at the shocked general, finally shrugging the corpses off his arm. He spared a glance over his shoulder. He had been counting on Alexandra to make sure the kid wasn't being swarmed and to have his back the whole time, and she hadn't let him down. Alistair was worried now as he estimated Barbarian's rage should be ending soon, the spell of weakness to follow. It appeared his worries were for nothing as Alexandra was battering the poor blood-sun orc into nothingness. His shield-bearer already unmoving, Tybar was barely using his shield to block her ferocious assault. While she bore cuts all over her singed body, the orc was far worse, with gashes deep in his left shoulder and across his chest. Every second Alexandra forced him back and cut new splinters into his cracking shield. Alistair admired her style of fighting, dauntless, strong, unyielding. She was like a slowly moving glacier that never backed down and boldly dared all to test its mettle. He was not like that. Alistair was a flash of steel in the depths of night, an avatar of speed that ended its enemy before they could even react. The winner of his duel would be determined in a matter of seconds. He had enough mana for a single use of one of his skills, one chance to close the distance with the orc in an instant with Dash, or one chance to deal skull-crushing damage in a single blow with Mana Strike. With no time left to decide, Alistair went with his gut instinct and reached Gylar in a flash of movement. His body moved in complete attunement with fighter's instinct, kicking backward at the armored war orc while simultaneously uppercutting the warrior orc to his jaw. He followed up, easily sidestepping a flailing swing of his mace and jumping on top of the orc's shield. From his new vantage point, he twisted his hips to kick the general's jaw. Alistair landed gently on the concrete as the orc staggered back. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he rushed forward yet again to not let the orc have any room to breathe. This was how he won, with an overwhelming torrent of blows at speeds exceeding the enemy's reaction time. He lost count of how many punches and kicks he landed. Gylar was one tough son of a bitch, valiantly thrashing around with his shield and mace, despite all the bones in his face being completely shattered. With one solid impact from his mace, Alistair might have died on the spot, but Gylar would never get that opportunity. Alistair felt his arms and legs grow tired as he continued his assault. A 12-6 elbow to the face, an uppercut to the liver, or where a liver was on a human, a knee to the groin. Tybar's resistance grew weaker and weaker, once fatal arcs of a mace turning into effete twitches. Finally, after a vicious hook, the great orc collapsed to the ground. Panting from exertion, he breathed out a sigh of relief. A brief check on his status screen revealed he had gained 3 levels, and with his 6 new free points, he put 4 points into Constitution and 2 into Charisma. Miraculously, he had only lost a single point of health during the entire battle, though his mana dropped to 8 out of 134 before the influx from his level up. The saddest part was that the level ups came bunched together, not letting him get the full benefits of Deliverance of Justice. He looked over to see a bloodied and battered Alexandra goring her opponent with her knife, which had shrunk back down to its normal size. Oliver was next to her with his posse of orc zombies, looking the worse for wear as well. "I think that was a success," Alistair said, walking over to his companions as Alexandra pulled out her knife from the now dead orc. He realized right away that he spoke too soon, as every hair on his body stood on end at a new presence. Alistair slowly turned his head toward the foreboding power he felt grazing his perception. He was several blocks away, just a small figure in the distance, yet the identity of the figure was obvious. Calgur Bykraz, prince of the Blood Orcs and boss of his sub-region's monster wave, was staring directly into his eyes. Alistair's body screamed in danger at the distant threat, yet he didn't let himself panic. He had braved death before. This was just one more time against a much more dangerous enemy. He turned behind him, looking past Alexandra and Oliver at the orcs on their back. There were dozens of them, including some scaly drake orcs and cartoonishly buff death orcs.
"Came to warn,"
Oliver wheezed out, his hands at his knees as he gasped for air.
"Too many for me now."
He popped a blue mana pill into his mouth and tossed a health pill to Alexandra, who looked like she had just been hit by a truck. "Hey! Snap out of it! We need you here!"
Sorry,
Alexandra said sheepishly, gulping down the pill.
The backlash of Barbarian's rage is pretty strong.
Are you good to fight?
Yeah, I think so. I tried using Healing Touch to stop the backlash, but it didn't work. Guess I can't get off that easy,
she said. Alistair felt his stomach churning with powerful energy as he digested the mana pill he had purchased from the system store for 400 drachma. He felt his mana pool replenishing, the cool liquid seeping into every cell in his body. That was when he saw the blue line. With a high-pitched scream, the line opened into a portal and a titanic battle axe flew out. It curved around, slicing the very air, Alistair barely ducking his head out of its arcing path. Alexandra wasn't so quick, but she deflected the axe with a swing of her knife, sending it flying away. Instead of obeying any normal laws of physics, the axe kept flying, returning to Calgur's hand like a boomerang. The portal had grown wider, expanding to the point where the golden orc could step out without hitting his head or shoulders. Alistair knew as soon as his foot touched the concrete that he was the most powerful being he had ever seen in the flesh. Prince Calgur was over 8 feet tall, and he was no longer dressed in his royal attire, instead donning golden armor that gleamed in the red moonlight. He firmly clasped the axe that was just moments ago flying around, a massive double-headed weapon that was nearly as tall as its wielder. The portal grew as large as a school bus as more orcs streamed out. The orcs surrounded them as they spread out in a circle around their small party. He could see the look of pure bloodlust on their bestial faces, barely restrained by their commander's orders. Alistair held his gaze with Calgur before turning his attention to Alexandra and Oliver. The teen was frantically rummaging about Tybar's body, his hands glowing with strands of pitch-black mana. Oliver's aura had thickened and changed since Alistair had last felt it, suggesting he had leveled up to 15 during the fight. He only hoped that his new improvements would be enough. Alistair activated Eyes of Truth on the towering orc.
Name: Calgur Bykraz. Species: Blood Sun Orc 1. Partially evolved. Class: Dimensionalist. Rare. Primary attributes: Wisdom and Endurance. Level: 23. Title: Prince of the Blood Orcs.
I have been expecting you, children. You have done well to seize the opportunities given to you.
The orc's voice was deep and powerful, reverberating through the air, chilling Alistair to the bone. No one moved an inch as he spoke.
No kingdom can last forever.
"What are you talking about?" Alistair called out. He'd had enough of the mysterious way some of the orcs talked. "You're a bunch of factory-born monsters!"
We are all slaves to the Tao.
Colger smiled and held up a gauntleted fist.
Attack!
All hell broke loose as the legions of orcs around them charged at once. Most of the charging monsters were no longer a challenge to Alistair and Alexandra, and probably Oliver too, now that he had leveled up. Without having to use Mana Strike at all, he delivered rapid-fire punches to the incoming waves of enemies, granting a sudden death to any foe that came too close. Alexandra was the same, swinging her once again giant knife in large arcs, bisecting dozens of orcs. Oliver surrounded himself with his 2 new zombies made from the corpses of the Blood Sun orcs they had just killed. While they weren't as strong as they were while alive, they were more than enough to handle the wave. Occasionally, a tougher Drake Orc or Death Orc would join the fray, needing a few more hits to put down. Alistair didn't dare use any of his mana, which had regenerated to 100 from his mana pill, as he wanted to save all of it for Colger. The Golden Orc hadn't moved an inch from his starting position, merely watching his minions get slaughtered in front of him by the second. That was what scared Alistair the most. Sure, they could kill the inconsequential orcs all day, but without the crown jewel, it was all for naught. With the jumping kick, Alistair smashed a line of orcs, then turned back to check on the others. Alexandra was using her high constitution to tank the blows of the weaker orcs, while Oliver had grown his zombie army to nearly 20 orcs, clearly having surpassed his previous limit of 5. All in all, Alistair thought things were going well. Without the half-orc shamans manipulating space or the head generals with their huge maces, the swarms of orcs weren't very threatening. It was more a battle of attrition than anything else. His hands and feet throbbed with pain as he continued to punch and kick. There was nothing else except his limbs connecting with the enemy. The orc blood blended into the color of their own skin as piles of bodies formed around him. As Alistair fought, his moves became more polished, more precise. A Drake Orc's tail barely missed his head as he turned to the right, kicking back at more grunts. He began to feel like his hand-to-hand combat exceeded his own experience. It was like his body knew what to do, even if his brain didn't. A flicker of his subconscious realized he was putting his backlog of upgrade points into the pugilism branch, which was shared by all the talent trees granted by his magical pugilist class. 10 minutes of fighting passed in the blink of an eye. The hordes had finally thinned out, leaving just Prince Colger and a couple of stragglers. Alexandra was standing, assisted by 2 of Oliver's zombies, his army having grown to over 30 strong. Neither looked like they would be of much help in dealing with their final enemy. At last, Colger started walking forward, dragging his axe along the ground. "Why didn't you attack with everyone else?" Alistair asked. He wasn't complaining, but it seemed unlikely the orcs had a sense of fairness.
You can free us from this cycle of death and rebirth, young friend. But only if you can best me in battle.
With his free arm, Colger reached out a hand like he was grasping at air. Alistair felt the air shift around him as he was pulled toward his opponent. In one moment, he was standing 50 feet away from the giant orc, and in the next, he was right next to him, just like the magic of the half-orc shamans. Taking the initiative with what he learned from using Mana Strike on his head, Alistair activated his skill on his forearm, reinforcing his skin with mana. The edge of the axe bit into his skin, drawing blood, but went no further. The force of the strike, however, pushed Alistair back several feet. He only avoided the falling axes because of his heightened reactions. 2 blue portals similar to the one Colger had stepped through opened above his head, sending 2 smaller axes flying down. Instead of backing down, Alistair decided to run forward. Dashing toward the Orc Royal, Alistair feinted a punch to the face before delivering a mana strike kick to the leg. Before his foot could connect with Calger's thigh, the Orc shifted back. His kick hit only air, sending Alistair off balance. He tried to recover his footing and regain his balance, but he only ended up falling and seeing stars. Alistair raised his head off the concrete as he regained his vision. He looked around frantically, trying to remember what had happened. At one moment, he was about to kick Calger, and in the next he was lying on the ground. Red liquid pooled in his hand, dripping from his forehead. Looking at his status screen, he had dropped from full health to only 60. The liquid wouldn't stop flooding down his face. He realized with a startle that Calger must have hit him in the head with his axe. How had his fighter's instinct failed him so badly? He rose to a knee and watched the battle unfold. Despite the backlash, Alexandra fought with brutal vigor, using all of her incredible strength to slash and stab at the Blood-Sun Orc. It was obvious that her fatigue was affecting her combat prowess, and even besides that, she was far too slow to tag the dexterous Orc, who was constantly manipulating space so as to not get hit. Oliver sent his 2 zombies made from Gylar and Tybar to assist her, but it was to little avail. The zombies were much slower than they were as living beings and lacked their former skill in battle. Calger toyed with all 3 of them like they were gnats. With her strength, Alexandra could have cracked his skull open with a single open strike, but Calger was just too fast and had too many evasive skills. Alistair analyzed his abilities. As far as he could tell, the Orc had 3 skills that he used in perfect harmony with each other. One shifted others closer to him, another shifted him away from others, and the third opened portals in the air that sent out flying axes. He couldn't tell if it was a skill or an inherent part of the weapon, but Calger could also throw his war axe and have it returned to him no matter what. He carefully got to his feet, taking off his shirt and wrapping it around his head to stop the bleeding. It was the second time in the past couple of days he used his shirt as a tourniquet. He didn't mind being shirtless so much now that he had abs. Keeping himself inconspicuous, Alistair crawled behind the piles of bodies strewn about the street. Alexandra's grunts of pain were uncomfortable to listen to, but he needed to be in the optimal position to strike. Calger's evasive abilities were second to none, and with his high endurance, he would outlast all of them in a protracted fight. While his class was all right at smashing in the faces of tons of mooks, his true talents shone against a single opponent. His tactic was based on a hunch, but it would have to be good enough. With an explosion of force, Alistair dashed at Prince Calger. Alistair's perception of time slowed down as he closed in on Calger. He was in the middle of clashing weapons with Alexandra, while behind him, Oliver's twin zombies prepared their own attack. Alistair's dash came at a 90-degree angle from Alexandra, his right fist glowing with an already prepared mana strike. Being attacked from 3 different angles, Alistair judged Calger to have only one intelligent option, to shift away in a certain direction. The next part of his plan relied on his acting skills. Recognizing Calger was an intelligent opponent, Alistair figured that the level 23 Orc wouldn't pass up an opportunity to take one of them out. He just had to give him that opportunity. Alistair pretended to trip, stumbling forward wildly as if he lost his balance. He could only pray Calger took the bait and shifted towards him. The safest move would have been to flee toward the 2 Orc zombies, and Alistair prayed the Royal Orc was bold. He spent the 1 point of positive karma he had into a hand of karma, hidden behind his back. It was based on the tiniest of feelings he had earlier, seeing Calger shift. Alistair felt something different about his skill, something similar but not quite identical to the feeling his karmic skills gave off. As Calger phased through the air, Alistair brought up his cloaked red hand. At first, he thought it had failed entirely since the Orc passed through him with no obstruction. But instead of the graceful steps away Alistair had become inured to, Calger was off balance, unsteady in his movements. That was all Alistair needed. He turned around with inhuman dexterity, landing a mana strike on Calger's face. The armored Orc's head bounced against the concrete, letting Alistair follow up with a mana strike soccer kick to the skull. There was a sickening crunch as the Prince of the Blood Orcs skittered to a halt 15 feet away, unmoving.
"Nice shot!"
he heard Alexandra say from behind him. Alistair was still on edge. There was no way it could be that easy, right? As if answering his thoughts, Colger rose. For the first time, Alistair thought he saw some genuine emotion on the orc's bloodied visage. Alistair felt a buzz of mana in the sky. 20 feet above him, dozens of blue portals appeared, and hundreds of axes came flying down in an inundation of steel. At that moment, he quickly analyzed his options. His friends were too far behind him, and there was nothing he could do. He wasn't as sturdy as Alexandra, and Oliver had his zombies to defend him. He activated Dash, running straight at Colger, who was still on his knees. He ignored the sounds of metal hitting concrete as he set out on his collision course straight for Colger. In a peculiar move, he imbued his own head with Mana Strike. With time a precious commodity, he modeled his attack based on sprinters who leaned forward at the final meter. Alistair was already upon the Orc Prince by the time he reacted. The Orc started shifting back to avoid the blow, but it was too late to dodge all of it, and Alistair's mana-enhanced head slammed into Colger's golden chestplate, cracking it open. His vision became blurry, and Alistair felt more blood trickle down his forehead, but he couldn't give up yet. Biting back the pain, he moved forward through sheer willpower and instinct. The world around him moved, and Alistair found himself right in the path of Colger's axe. He ducked under it and grabbed Colger's legs, only to find Colger had shifted back even farther. He couldn't make out any details, but it looked like the boss was slowing down. That only spurred him forward even more. Alistair used Mana Strike after Mana Strike, his limbs practically becoming one with mana. Colger evaded most of his attacks, but Alistair's ferocity made it impossible to dodge everything, the occasional blow glancing his face or body. However, the Orc responded in kind, opening portals at random locations and intervals, sending axes flying at Alistair. He dodged most of them, but even his fighter's instinct wasn't enough to save him from everything. His movements grew slower and heavier, and Alistair knew he was critically low on health. The last clash was upon them. Alistair felt himself being moved once again, preparing to dodge an axe, but nothing came. Instead, he felt a cold energy ripple through him. He instantly turned around, seeing that Colger had used his shifting skill at the same time that he had moved Alistair forward, so it was as if they had swapped positions. Alistair noticed Alexandra and Oliver standing in a sea of small axes covering the entire street. They were still breathing, which Alistair was thankful for, but he could see open wounds on both of them. With their condition, they were sitting ducks for Colger. The Orc charged at them, Alexandra holding up her normal-sized knife in a feeble defense. But it was too late. With a cleave of his axe, Colger sliced off both of the humans' heads. The image of Alexandra and Oliver's heads leaving their necks seared itself into Alistair's memory, a burning rage coursing through his veins. In that moment, he knew there was nothing that could stop him from beating Colger to death. And so, he used Dash one final time. Seeing as Alistair was his only enemy left, Colger met Alistair head-on, and that was his doom. As Alistair rocketed toward the injured orc, two figures appeared at his side. Somehow, Oliver and Alexandra were still alive, and they both speared the orc with their attacks. Howling in pain, Colger tried to shift away, but he only managed to move a couple of feet, not enough to escape Alistair's range. Every muscle in Alistair's body worked in perfect unison to deliver a kick more powerful than anything he had ever delivered before. An inexorable blow granting a quick death. Even before the notifications came pouring in, he knew he had won. His last thought before losing consciousness was annoyance that he was going to have to be carried home again. Just a few days ago, Richard Atwood was a retired veteran, set on living out the rest of his days in peace with his family. Now he was a level 25 sniper, whatever that meant, with thousands of people listening to his every order. His body was superhumanly strong and durable, and he could fire bullets to hit targets precisely from kilometers away, but he would trade it all back in an instant for his old life. Now he was determined to get as strong as possible. As long as he still breathed, he would never stop searching for them. With his name being seared as number 11 on the leaderboard, he hoped he could gather enough clout to locate his wife and daughters. Mr. Atwood, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let's discuss the cost of installing a teleporter. He groaned internally. It was the Russian man who had contacted him earlier. Politics was something he never thought he'd have to deal with, but a deal was a deal. He only hoped there would be no more bloodshed. The Lazarene minister had overseen hundreds of initiations over his thousands of millennia. They were mostly boring affairs, rarely bringing any true talents to the Clearwater sect. Most of the prime initiates would be mopped up by larger sects or families, the boldest of whom formed their own factions. In the past 100,000 years, they had found only 3 initiates who ever reached the position of sect elder. This time, the Perfect had promised him that would change. The Fate Watchers had divined that FX-14752 was the location they needed to invest all their resources in. As a result, their envoy, which had landed in the location previously known as Pennsylvania, was the most impressive of any on the planet, beating out larger corporations and families. Through the purchased Extra Vision program, he could see everything the Pathfinder AI did. He was most intrigued by a pair of siblings, separated by thousands of kilometers. The Lazarene minister would watch them with interest. If they survived the upcoming challenges, they could make excellent recruits. Maybe it was his time to finally get a pay raise. 16. The Rewards. Alistair slowly sat up, his head pounding. His body still ached and his health was still only at 194 out of 217. A far cry from the last time when he felt completely refreshed.
You got knocked out fighting again,
a feminine voice called out as the darkness faded. He struggled to remember what had happened right before he lost consciousness. He kicked Colgar in the face, completing the King Orc hunt that felt like it had been given years ago. Right before that, the vision of Alexandra's head rolling on the ground struck Alistair like a train. It had pushed his anger to a point he hadn't ever felt before. But then, right before he lost consciousness, he saw her and Oliver alive again. He was thankful she wasn't actually decapitated, but it did beg the question of what actually happened.
Oliver told me about his ability to make illusions surrounding death, so we used it to distract Colgar at the right moment. Sorry we scared you there, she said.
It's all right. I'm just glad you're okay, Alistair said. So, he has another skill. He already has raised dead, dimensional storage, and an illusion skill. Rare classes are such BS. I bet you'll tell me he can touch things and they'll die now.
He said he gained another skill called Death Touch as well.
Alexandra caught Alistair's incredulous look with a grin.
Why don't you check out your rewards? I'm sure there'll be enough there to quash any jealousy.
Looking down, he did have a ton of notifications to go through. Alexandra smiled at him.
Let's just say I wasn't disappointed by the results. Level up ×4. You are now level 23, plus 8 agility, plus 8 intelligence, plus 8 charisma, plus 8 free attribute points, plus 60 upgrade points. Badge acquired. Precocious Killer. Untiered rare badge. Successfully defeat the first monster wave before its actual start. All attributes plus 10. Warning. You have exceeded the number of badge slots you possess. Swap out badges or buy another badge slot. Badge upgraded. Deliverance of Justice. Tier 2 mythical badge. The most important aspect of justice is the saving of innocent lives. Each life you personally save grants plus 1 free attribute point capped at 2 per level, retroactively. Upgradable, 0 out of 100. Quest complete. King Orc Hunt. Rewards, 73% completion. 100 upgrade points. 45,100 gold drachma. Achievement unlocked. Rare Fighter. Dueling 2. Defeat a being with a rare class. Custom reward. Plus 5 karma.
The sheer number of rewards and upgrades he received astonished Alistair. All of it seemed good, but he was most ecstatic about the additional upgrade points and drachma. With that much drachma, he could afford anything he wanted in the system store. Or maybe he should save it for when he actually needed something important. He wasn't sure either way, but he was sure that he needed to use his upgrade points. He opened his badges section.
Badges. Premium Initiate. Untiered Mythical Badge. The final frontier empire welcomes your planet at the highest level of hospitality. All attributes plus 10%. Good Samaritan. Tier 2 Uncommon Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes plus 7. Upgradable. 5 out of 15. Slayer of General Kraz. Untiered Common Badge. Defeat the General of the Blood Orcs. All attributes plus 4. Deliverance of Justice. Tier 2 Mythical Badge. The most important aspect of justice is the saving of innocent lives. Each life you personally save grants plus 1 free attribute point, capped at 2 per level. Upgradable. 0 out of 100. Mythical Cultivator. Tier 1 Mythical Badge. Earn a mythical badge in your own right before level 50. All attributes plus 12%. Upgradable. 0 out of 50. Increase badge slots. 0 out of 100. Precocious Killer. Untiered Rare Badge. Successfully defeat the first monster wave before its actual start. All attributes plus 10. Expires in 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds.
It was a gamble, but Alistair felt like badges were some of the most effective assets for gaining power. His weakest badge gave only 4 to all attributes, but over time he reasoned he'd be able to gather better and better badges. With that logic, he allocated 100 upgrade points to increase his badge slots, letting him keep Precocious Killer without having to swap anything out. Next was the part that Alistair was dreading. He had put off investigating the talent trees for too long. It was time to untangle that complicated mess.
Talents. Body Cultivation Tree. Heart Branch. Skin Branch. Bone Branch. Mind Cultivation Tree. Memory Branch. Insight Branch. Willpower Branch. Soul Cultivation Tree. Struggle Branch. Reincarnation Branch. Soulburn Branch. Elemental Fighter Tree. Pugilism, Shared. Assassin's Fist. Elemental Control. Communion of Spirit. Monk of Order Tree. Pugilism, Shared. Assassin's Fist. Order's Strength. Ponderous Meditation. Chaos Assassin Tree. Pugilism, Shared. Assassin's Fist. Chaos Rising. Void Watching. Lawful Magistrate Tree. Justice Quest, Shared. Enforcement. Divine Law. Merciful Abbot Tree. Justice Quest, Shared. Eye of Mercy. Invincible Heart. Courtwalker Wanderer Tree. Justice Quest, Shared. Wandering Itinerant. Contempt of Court. System Tree. Missive on Charisma. Unveil hidden statistical variables. Alistair tried to remember when he had gained the Assassin Fist leaf of the Pugilism branch. A vague memory of a notification informing him he had used upgrade points to unlock the Assassin Fist leaf came to mind. It had been when he was fighting the mob of orcs, letting his fists fly without thinking. That experience implied it was possible to use upgrade points subconsciously when they were available. Alistair wasn't sure he liked that idea, as he wanted to allocate them in a more perspicacious and efficient manner. Checking on his new Assassin Fist leaf gave some insight. Assassin Fist. The bare-fisted martial arts of the Subverting Calamity sect allows you to strike your opponent's weak spots with precision and speed. 64% complete. Upgradable. 45 out of 70. Now that he was paying attention to it, he could feel the new muscle memory and knowledge throughout his body. It was like a veil was lifted from his eyes. His old moves were so wasteful, so dreadfully amateur. But he wanted to check out the other branches. The body cultivation was most concerned with improving his body, which made sense. He glanced over the bloodline branch, which required a whopping 500 upgrade points to evolve his species. Alistair had assumed that the species evolution came with class upgrades, but now he wasn't so sure.
The mind and soul cultivation trees that were shared between all cultivators had a variety of broadly impactful branches, while the branches associated with his class and subclass were focused on individual effects. For example, in the elemental control branch, he had a choice between 3 different leaves that would upgrade his mana strike into an elemental form based on either fire, lightning, or ice. Surrounding his fist in fire sounded like one of the coolest things that Alistair had ever heard, but he needed to be practical. After fighting non-stop for the past few days, he believed he had identified his weakest point. He lacked a ranged attack. In fact, no one in their party had a ranged attack, unless you counted Alexandra's meter-long sword. To be fair, it was a bit greedy to want to be a good infighter with his fists while also possessing strong ranged options, but why couldn't Alistair dream big? On that front, he found a leaf under the Void-Watching branch of the Chaos Assassin tree called Void Beckoning.
0 out of 10. Void Beckoning, Tier 1 skill. The aftershock of your punch opens a door to an endless void. Mana cost, 30. Upgradable, 0 out of 25. Warning. At your current level, you can only gain 1 skill per talent tree. Selecting Void Beckoning will bar all other skills in the Chaos Assassin tree.
Looking over his other options a final time, Alistair locked in his decision and put 10 upgrade points into Void Beckoning, granting him the skill with the same name. That still left him with an additional 50 upgrade points to use. He had already decided to spend 5 on an informational missive on wisdom, which he hadn't figured out a use for yet. With the rest, he put 20 into the Justice Quest branch of his Arbiter of Justice subclass, which had only a single leaf that gave him a 6th sense for evil and dangerous situations. With the improvements to his Deliverance of Justice badge, saving lives was a quick and easy way to gain stats, and Justice Quest would allow him to do it more efficiently. Finally, he put his last 25 points into upgrading the Mythical Cultivator badge. Percentage-based bonuses were becoming quite impactful on Alistair's stats. He would be able to upgrade it to Tier 2 within the next few levels. After a final peppering of his 8 free points into Constitution, his preparations were complete. He looked up at Alexandra, who was idly flipping her knife.
Finally done?
She asked. Yep, Alistair replied. The sheer number of options available to him was stressful, and he was glad to be done with it, even if that meant having to face actual problems. I bet you don't have more combined stats than me.
Let's see about that.
He waited for her to tally up all of her stats. Looking at his own, it was trivial to add all of his numbers nigh instantaneously. His feat of addition gave him pause. He was always good at math, but was he that good? No way. It looked like he found out part of how his intelligence was affecting him.
415,
she said smugly.
456? Fuck you! That Mythical Cultivator badge is unfair. An extra 12% to all attributes? Pfft, bullshit,
Alexandra complained. And I'll never get that strength badge of yours. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. We just have to work with what we have. Alexandra raised an eyebrow.
I'm starting to think this whole justice thing has gotten to your head. Next thing I know, you're going to be a motivational speaker and try to gather everyone to sing Kumbaya.
Alistair stood up, brushing off his clothes. He went red when he realized he had a new pair of clothes on.
Oliver changed your clothes and washed you off. You reeked of sweat and blood. No offense,
Alexandra said, seeing his embarrassment. Everyone's okay then? What time is it? He asked, fumbling around for his phone, which had run out of battery.
Yep, everyone's fine. Oliver made it to level 19, by the way. He's the reason we're all not 6 feet under with his new illusion skill. The power finally went out. It was a miracle it was still on, to be honest. But I have some charge left. It's 5 a.m. Oh yeah, by the way, the sun is back out. After we killed Prince Kolgar, the normal day-night cycle returned.
Alistair looked out of the blinds and spotted rays of nascent sunlight. It was nice to see that the red moon was gone. It thoroughly creeped him out. Oliver was at the kitchen table eating some scrambled eggs. With the burgeoning numbers in their party, they were going to run out of food in only a few more days. They would have to start hunting soon, he supposed. A level 23 human shouldn't have any problems dealing with the local deer or rabbits, but with the initiation, anything was possible. "Thank you," he said, walking over to the necromancer. "Your skills saved all of our asses." "No problem," Oliver said nonchalantly, chomping down on some scrambled eggs. "You know, my raised dead turned into zombify, and now I can control up to 30 corpses. So I posted them out on the perimeter since we don't want to deal with any more intruders." "Any more?" Alistair asked. "Ask Donna. She was the one who told me." Alistair found Donna on the first floor near the back door. He was glad to see Tamia still wore her inexorable smile like a princess. "You were attacked while we were gone." A hint of anger flared in Alistair's voice. "Oh, I didn't know you were awake!" Donna put down Tamia, who was clapping her hands and singing some Disney song. "And we weren't actually attacked. 2 people came onto your property, but then they were the ones who were ambushed." "What? Who got them?" "It was hard to make out, but I think he was a man with blonde hair. Maybe tall, I'm not sure. He used a bow and arrow. After he killed them, he left right away." Alistair wasn't sure what was worse, the guy who killed 2 people for unknown reasons, or that there were 2 people stalking Donna and her daughter in the first place. He would have to monitor both, but he had a solid suspicion of who was responsible for the stalkers. "Did you take the pills?" Alistair asked. "Yes, I'm level 7 now," she said. "Though you're not supposed to take too many of them." "You're not?" "I checked the instructions when you swallow them, and it says that taking over 5 can hurt your long-term cultivation because of the buildup of impurities. I don't think that matters much to me. I'm not trying to be some great warrior, but I thought you should know." "Thank you," Alistair said as he thought about the ramifications of the pills. The strongest in the world would eventually accrue the vast majority of the wealth. With the readily available pills in the system store, they could take anyone they chose to level 15 instantly, but it would be in exchange for their long-term cultivation prospects. It was a cruel system preventing the sheep from ever challenging the lion, but Alistair supposed that was how the New World always operated. After hearing about the leveling pills, Alistair had to check out the situation for the mana and health pills. He opened the system store and found a surprise. There was a notification pasted right front and center, impossible to miss. After reaching the 100,000 player threshold for level 15, the system store is now open to all. Congratulations are in order, FX-14752. It is unlikely for so many individuals to reach level 15 in just 2 days. You are a remarkable planet of humanoids for having such low levels of ambient mana. The leaderboard has now been extended to the top 1,000 players, and each player will be shown their personal rank when viewing the system store. On a final note, the system store is expanding its wares. One such item will interest many of our most powerful players, the teleportation circle. After being connected in the SoulNet, 2 teleportation circles can create a bridge to locations hundreds of kilometers away. Seeing the number 977 underneath his name in the system store window brought a smile to Alistair's face. It was proof he was catching up to the elites of the world, since he was only the 8,175th person to reach level 15. Leaving the leaderboard aside, Alistair went to the pills section of the system store. There was a large assortment of options, including from 200 drachma 1 to 15 leveling pills to the 16 to 30 leveling pills, these at 10,000 drachma a pop. But Alistair was most interested in the mana and health pills he had purchased. This time he looked at the details of the items. Sure enough, there was a disclaimer that because of the impurities in the pill, it was unwise to take too many of them, especially in quick succession. It was a death blow for his plan to suicidally attack his enemies and then swallow a health pill when need be. Despite the warnings, Alistair bought 3 health pills and 3 mana pills, just in case he ever needed them. Better to disrupt his foundations than to die, after all. He had let Jackson Morley go once, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. With everything ready, he took one last look at his status screen. The numbers were just too good to not admire for a second.
Name: Alistair Tan. Species: Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class: Magical Pugilist, Uncommon. Subclass, Hidden. Arbiter of Justice, Legendary. Level, 23. Health, 295 out of 317.396 per minute. Mana, 205 out of 205.440 per minute. Stamina, 173 out of 173.675 per minute. Karma, unlocked, plus 5.008 per minute. Strength, 51. Agility, 92. Constitution, 63. Endurance, 45. Intelligence, 78. Wisdom, 39. Charisma, 88. Badges. Premium Initiate, Good Samaritan, Slayer of General Kraz, Deliverance of Justice, Mythical Cultivator, Precocious Killer. Talents. System Tree. 2 leaves, Pugilism Branch, 1. Chaos Assassin, Void Watching Branch, 1. Justice Quest Branch, 1. Skills. Mana Strike, Eyes of Truth, Dash, Fighter's Instinct, Hand of Karma, Void Beckoning. Quests, none. Achievements. Discovery, 1. Dueling, 2.
17. Newcomers.
I would just like to note I was always in favor of killing Jackson. What did I say? He's a complete slimeball, asshole, douchebag. Am I missing any more descriptors?
Alexandra said, giving her best effort not to outright say, "I told you so." They found themselves on a familiar path down to the campus, hopefully to where Jackson would be. First off, we don't even know if he sent those people. I'll have to use Eyes of Truth to know for certain.
I would say there's a 99.999% chance Jackson was responsible. Did you forget he framed me just to gain more authority? Knowing that Donna and Tamia would be alone, he definitely sent those guys to take them hostage. That's the scumbag move I would do if I were the villain,
Oliver added. We'll see when we get there, Alistair said. He wasn't sure what he was going to do. If Jackson was guilty, could Alistair really end his life? He was sure he could do it in self-defense or in self-defense of another, but an execution felt different from just killing monsters. Alexandra and Oliver would probably do it in a heartbeat, but that felt like delegating the problem.
Did you get any new information?
Alexandra asked. She turned to Oliver and pointed her index finger at Alistair.
He promised to buy all the system info so we don't need to spend our upgrade points. Oh, really? I'll keep that in mind. It didn't seem worth it to me to buy it, so I put my upgrade points for getting to level 19 into Body Cultivation and Death's Kistry.
Oliver nodded. I definitely did not promise to do anything like that. I'm not going to be your lab rat, Alistair said, putting a metaphorical foot down.
But?
Alexandra could be supremely annoying when she wanted to be. I did purchase a missive, this time on Wisdom. Besides affecting mana pool, it shores up the mind's defenses from psychic attacks and the soul from spiritual attacks. And it makes your own attacks of those types stronger. But it didn't explain what psychic or spiritual attacks are, Alistair explained. Alexandra contemplated.
Maybe we should put more points into Wisdom then. Both of our bodies are strong, but I don't know if we have any defenses for those types of attacks, whatever they might be. I think I have the opposite problem. Necromancer's primary attribute is Wisdom, and the description of one of my skills mentions affecting people's souls? So that might be a spiritual attack, Oliver said.
Alexandra gave him a suspicious look.
I don't think it's permanent or anything. Let me read it,
he said, opening up his status screen, which was invisible to the others.
Spiritually attack an enemy by draining their life force. If they die under the effect, gain temporary possession of their soul. See, it's temporary.
Alistair was more interested in the description seemingly confirming the existence of souls. With mana, karma, and everything else going on, he wasn't surprised, but the ramifications were mind-blowing. He was about to reply when a loud boom and sudden burst of energy washed over him. In an instant, he felt a bone-chilling cold as hoarfrost started forming around his fingers.
Damn it! Alexandra exclaimed, running toward the source of the energy. I'm guessing that's George. Who? Oliver said, joining Alistair in chasing after her. Her ex-companion. It's complicated, Alistair said. Thinking back to what Alexandra told him about George reaching level 15 so quickly, he only hoped that he hadn't kept pace with his old leveling. Despite her outward bravado, Alexandra wasn't stupid. As they approached the entrance to the recreation center, which was the epicenter of the noise and energy, she slowed down. They had agreed that it was too dangerous for Donna and Tamia to enter, so the two of them waited close by. At level 7, Donna was no longer completely defenseless, on par with most people who hadn't killed a ton of monsters. On top of that, Alistair splurged 5,000 drachma on a protective amulet from the system store that would teleport Donna and Tamia to his location if he was within a 5-mile radius. Brief rundown of George's abilities. He has 2 offensive skills last time I saw him. One lets him fire bolts of ice from a distance, and the other creates an explosion of cold energy that freezes everything in sight. That's probably what caused the noise. He also has a tracking skill, just in case that's relevant. You guys ready? Alistair and Oliver nodded, and they burst into the recreation center, ready for anything. The gymnasium was full of frozen people. Not frozen like frozen in fear, but literally frozen. Hoarfrost covered hundreds of people, just like Alistair's fingers had been, except all over their bodies. He wasn't even sure if they were alive or dead. In the center of the gymnasium, right where Jackson had almost executed Oliver nearly a day ago, the state senator was battling for his life. In more accurate terms, he mostly was hiding behind 2 people Alistair had never met before. The newcomers doing Jackson's fighting for him both emanated imposing auras despite the vast difference in their appearances. One was a powerfully built older man wearing a white tank top, and the other a petite woman. The blonde man, whom Alistair assumed was George, relentlessly fired bolts of ice from a massive bow and arrow. Each bolt burst upon hitting any solid object, creating an explosion of ice shrapnel and a wave of cold aura that made Alistair shiver, even from over 100 feet away. Now that Alistair thought about it, tall, blonde, and using a bow and arrow, George must have been the killer of the 2 people Jackson sent after Donna and her daughter. While Jackson cowered, his new companions made their move. The man wearing a tank top opened his palm and released 2 blossoms of fire. The spectral flowers floated in the air for a split second before zooming toward George. At the same time, the woman ran toward the ice-based cultivator with a shocking amount of speed. She was faster than Alistair's normal top speed, though still slower than him using dash. George knocked another meter-long bolt of ice, firing it straight at the blossoms of fire. The bolt exploded upon reaching the flaming attack, creating an inundation of steam and chaotic waves of heat and cold that washed over everyone in the vicinity. Are we going to join in? Alistair asked. I'm not sure I want to be fighting for either side. Hey! You over there! Help us take out this lunatic! He's number 72 on the leaderboard and he's killed dozens of people! We're just here looking for allies! It was impossible to see the origin of the voice through the steam, but based on its feminine quality, Alistair assumed it was the woman. George is the bigger problem, Alistair reasoned. We can always deal with Jackson later. He's not that much of a fighter. The air screeched around Oliver as he opened cracks in reality with dimensional storage. Out of the gates marched a proper battalion of 30 orc zombies, headed by an undead version of Prince Kolgur. It was creepy looking at the enemy that he had spent most of the past 2 days working up to kill, his eyes replaced by pools of darkness. Oliver was turning into a true menace, growing stronger with every dead enemy that joined his army of the night. Even if they weren't as strong as they were when they were alive, 3 Blood Sun orc bodyguards weren't anything to scoff at. Alexandra took out her signature black knife, enlarging it to comical proportions. With her latest upgrade points, she had taken a leaf in the Barbarian Toughness branch, on top of improving her Nature's Fury branch. When she activated Barbarian's Rage, her effective strength exceeded 180. Even among the top 100, Alistair couldn't imagine too many had reached that mark. With a single cleave of the air, Alexandra dispersed the strange hot and cold steam that impeded their visibility.
George was nowhere to be seen. In fact, Jackson was missing as well. The only people that Alistair saw in the gymnasium were the frozen people and the two strangers. Oliver went up to a person covered in hoarfrost, tapping on a shoulder encased in ice.
"He's alive. I think most of them are, 'cause I can feel their life aura. We just need to defrost them."
"I can handle that,"
a booming voice said. The muscular older man opened his hand and hundreds of tiny fire blossoms flew out, attaching themselves to the chilled people. As soon as the flower made contact, the frost began melting. He walked toward the trio, each step carrying him meters at a time. Alistair thought it was one of the strangest things he had ever seen. It was like the man was redefining the distance in between them to be shorter, rather than each of his steps being longer. The younger woman, who clearly had an agility-based build like Alistair, accompanied him. Activating Eyes of Truth revealed more information about the duo.
Name: John Desmond. Species: Superhuman 1. Partially evolved. Class: Flamesmith. Uncommon. Primary attribute: Intelligence. Level: 20. Name: Lily Baruch. Species: Superhuman 1. Partially evolved. Class: Rogue. Common. Primary attribute: Agility. Level: 19.
"You let them go?"
Alexandra questioned. She still kept her barbarian's rage active and her knife ready for use.
"If you're referring to George Moulin, we honestly weren't expecting to find him here. But I can assure you that we would never take the man's side. We've been searching for him as a secondary priority," Lily said.
"And who are you?" Alistair asked.
"You haven't heard? I would have thought you would have seen the postings in the SoulNet for our area. There are around 10 other subregions in the Boston area, and we've already gathered most of the highest-level people for a meeting. You guys were the last ones. Our actual goal in coming here was to find the big shots of this subregion. We didn't expect to see Iceman here."
Seeing the looks on their faces, Lily added,
"Almost everyone calls him that now. Except for the boss. He's the only known person from Greater Boston in the top 1,000, and he's in the top 100. He's been going around killing monsters and people in each subregion, gaining more and more levels each time. He has so much intelligence, Inspect only reveals his name. But our best guess is that he's level 26 or 27. If you didn't get here just in time, he might have killed us both."
"The name's John Desmond, and my partner here is Lily Baruch. But you probably already know that," the man said.
"What about Jackson Morley? The guy who was using you two as human shields? He was using a skill to mind control everyone," Alexandra asked. "Oh, that guy?"
Lily tossed a marble into the air, flicking it 100 feet in less than a second. Near the main exit, a man dropped to the ground, having appeared out of thin air.
"Looks like he bought an invisibility cloak. We'll take him in if you don't mind. You're welcome to join us."
Alistair turned to Alexandra and Oliver. He couldn't just let these people take Jackson, not knowing what they were going to do with him. And he already was planning on leaving the subregion's borders, now that they had completed the Monster Wave quest prematurely. He was both dreading and looking forward to seeing what changes had happened to the world outside their small bubble. Alistair felt like he was going down the right path, aligning what kind of person he wanted to be with an increase in power. Finding danger, saving innocent lives. His Deliverance of Justice and Good Samaritan badges wouldn't mind that at all. Seeing the assent on their faces, he looked back at John and Lily. "I think we'll take that offer." It turned out transport was much easier when people could run as fast as cars. John had asked them if they had a teleportation circle, which was available for purchase for 30,000 drachma. The item looked like a giant mirror with a radius of a meter and offered a basic range of 200 kilometers, with upgrades available at a cost. The owner of the teleportation circle received a small mark on their soul that could be connected with other people's marks in the SoulNet. After touching marks, the two circles could open bridges connecting two disparate points in space. The basic option offered 5 location slots with more available for purchase. Alistair considered it, but 30k was a sizable portion of the group's total drachma, which came out to a little under 100k gold drachma. Luckily, most of them had superhuman speed that could take them to the center of Boston in just 20 minutes. The rest had to take a different approach. I really need better physical stats, Oliver said, trying to recover some dignity as he leaped off John's back as soon as they arrived at the Boston City Hall, where their new acquaintances group had set up shop.
I don't know. I think it might not be worth it just for moments like these.
Alexandra gracefully let Donna dismount her. As a group, we should probably all specialize in different things, Alistair said, putting down Tamia gently. He had been careful to hold her in place, swearing to her mother that everything would be fine. For Tamia's part, she was squealing in delight the entire time, telling him to go faster. Lily lifted the former state senator in a fireman's carry, his arms and legs restrained by flaming bonds that John fashioned. Alistair promised to alert them if the con man tried any funny karmic business. The city hall was unlike any Alistair had seen before. It was brutalist in style, with the top half having dozens of standardized windows separated by concrete fins. The entrance was on the right side, past parallel walls of concrete.
They're right ahead in the meeting room,
Lily said, guiding them inside the building. After a short walk up a spiraling staircase, they arrived at the entrance to the city council chambers. As someone who had never been in any government situation, Alistair almost felt like a big shot walking into a congressional hearing. He could feel the auras of the people inside of the room even from outside the chamber doors. There was even one stronger than him or Alexandra, though not quite as strong as the Iceman. It had a different timbre and quality of it as well. George's aura felt like the cold of the deepest part of winter, whereas the aura he felt inside the chamber felt sharp and deadly, like a razor blade a centimeter away from his throat. As they walked in, he immediately felt all eyes swivel at their group. There were around 20 people in the room, all situated around the central area. The sharp aura came from the woman at the head desk with 2 others, while the rest sat in the chairs on the side desks or stood next to those seated.
We got them from the final sub-region. My guy's another potential criminal, Lily said, gesturing to their ragtag group. Also encountered Iceman on the way. We're very lucky he retreated instead of engaging.
Alistair guessed the woman was about to respond, but before she could, a gasp came from his companion. Donna pointed at one of the men at the side desks, a young man with dark skin wearing a tailored white jacket. Her finger was trembling, and she choked out her next words.
Marcus?
18. The New Boston Alliance.
I have no idea who the fuck that is!
Marcus immediately stood up, his voice at a near shout. At the same time, Alistair took the opportunity to use Eyes of Truth. He received a familiar message from the Pathfinder AI.
Warning. Someone is using an investigation skill on you. Name, Marcus Richardson. Species, Superhuman 1, partially evolved. Class, Brawler, uncommon. Primary attributes, Strength and Endurance. Level, 21.
Looking around, he noticed the woman, who appeared to be the leader of the group, staring daggers at him. To his surprise, when he tried to scan her with Eyes of Truth, nothing happened. "Explain," the woman said, her words carrying the weight of authority. Donna gulped. Her daughter looked terrified, hiding behind her mother, looking up at her for protection. Alistair could feel his own anger rising.
At the very start of the initiation, that man killed dozens of innocent people, she said, pointing a shaky finger at Marcus. My daughter and I were at a church service to pray together since we thought the world was ending. Marcus was the first person to start killing after getting the first step. If not for him, I don't even know if there would have been any violence.
That's not true! She's making that shit up!
Marcus started walking toward them, eyes blazing. Alistair moved forward as well, sensing danger in the air. The well-dressed man was clearly a loose cannon, unable to control his emotions.
Stop and return to your seat. Now!
A current of air washed over the room as Alistair felt like he sensed an impossibly sharp object fly to Marcus's throat. The man stopped instantly. A small drop of blood flowing down his Adam's apple was enough for him to turn back, practically running to his seat. It put Alistair in his own predicament. He had no qualms with ending the life of Marcus then and there, but with the woman whose name he still didn't know present, it made things more complicated. She was stronger than him individually, and he didn't know how all the other people would react to him attacking Marcus either, so he reluctantly held back his anger. Miss, Alistair began, not sure what to address her by. Sophia Mostafa. I have a skill called Eyes of Truth that lets me detect if someone's lying. If I question him, I'll be able to know for certain if he's guilty or not, Alistair explained. Sophia looked at him with cold, unflinching eyes. She looked completely at ease with herself, like nothing had changed in the world over the past few days. Even Alistair, who had adapted to the new reality with surprising alacrity, still felt on edge and slightly jumpy. He wondered what kind of person she had been in the before. You're the guy with the savior badges, right? She finally asked. What? Alistair said, taken aback. You mean Good Samaritan and Deliverance of Justice? How do you know about those? That's the benefit of having a sponsor, she said. It's true, though. Yes, it is, Alistair responded. Inwardly, he wondered about the sponsor. Was it possible an organization from the Final Frontier Empire had been impressed by Sophia's ranking and started feeding her information? Was something like that even allowed? It didn't seem fair, though nothing about the Pathfinder AI and the Empire of Cutthroat Cultivators had any sense of equity. All right, then. Who is this prisoner Lily brought back? She said, gesturing to Jackson, who looked like he was sweating buckets, a ball gag made of ghostly fire preventing him from crying out. He tried to take charge of our sub-region and almost killed my friend for no reason. He's got an extremely dangerous ability to manipulate people with his class and high charisma. Alistair glanced over at his two high-leveled companions. Alexandra seemed nonchalant, but he knew her well enough to realize she was not happy about handing over control to someone else. Oliver just looked like a sheep in headlights. Sophia simply nodded and craned her neck in Jackson's direction. Like last time, another current of air whooshed by Alistair, but it did not stop at a slight cut in the skin. With a loud thunk, Jackson Morley's head fell to the ground, blood spurting out of the stump where his neck used to be. "Holy shit!" Oliver shouted, leaping back. Donna and Tamia were similarly distressed, and even Alexandra took out her knife reflexively. I hope this demonstrates my willingness to punish when it is appropriate. However, I cannot let Marcus die without further deliberation. He has been a considerable asset to us, she said calmly, as if she didn't just chop off a man's head from 20 feet away. Alistair thought he understood some of the mechanics of her skill now. He guessed she had an invisible blade that she could control at will, though he wasn't sure if it was something she summoned anew every time or an actual sword turned invisible. And who is us? Alexandra asked, breaking the heavy silence that followed Jackson's execution. John made himself busy cleaning up the state senator's remains. Most of the people in this room, but not all, completed the Monster Wave quest in the 24 hours before its official start, which, coincidentally, is going to start almost exactly 2 hours from now. I got lucky enough to have an excellent start. You'll find me at number 573 on the leaderboards. Using the SoulNet, I contacted other people who were willing to gather up and start forming alliances. With everything going on, going solo is a bad idea. The more ordinary people will need our help to survive the upcoming weeks. Alistair realized he should have thought about doing that. He had been far too focused on just killing monsters and looking straight at his next task that he didn't think about trying to contact other powerful people. Of course, he was probably behind the curve of most of these people, at least until they killed Prince Kolgar, but it was still foolish. He still wasn't sure what to make of the top 1,000 woman. She killed a man just based on his word that he had done wrong. Her cold eyes spoke of someone who would do anything to survive. Someone who might have killed innocent people to gain power. However, she also claimed her goals were to help the weak people who would normally have fallen to the monster waves, a goal he shared. He wanted to use Eyes of Truth to discern more of her intentions and true personality, but the proposition was too risky to attempt. That sounds good to me, he said cautiously. What's this sponsor you mentioned? Sophia shook her head.
Even I don't know fully. I've been receiving small hints from someone in my system notifications ever since hitting level 15. Someone who claims to be a sponsor for new initiates and who wants to help me succeed. They haven't steered me wrong yet. Thinking back, did he have a sponsor? Was that what caused the weird error messages and the existence of his hidden subclass? Alistair wasn't sure, but it seemed like a path to explore. Besides just the Boston area, I've talked to possibly the strongest person in America, number 4 ranked in the world from New York. We've agreed to a meeting in a week's time after we consolidate our regions more. I think we can all agree that this chaos and lack of law and order is good for no one. Will you join us in restoring some sanity to the world? The high-leveled woman looked at him in anticipation. I need to talk about this with the others, he said. He hoped Alexandra wouldn't take offense at Sophia treating him like he was the head of the party. What do you guys think? Alistair asked, huddling together with the 4 of them. Oliver and the mother-daughter pair still looked shocked about the execution. I don't trust that lady or anyone in this room further than I can throw them. Well, maybe not that, because I could probably throw them pretty damn far, Alexandra amended. I can't believe Marcus is just sitting there like nothing happened, Donna said. We don't have much of a choice, do we? We're not going to make much progress sitting around in our sub-region anyway. I don't think we want to make these people our enemies either, Oliver pointed out. Alistair nodded. I agree with that. Alexandra? I guess so. She fingered her knife, which was never too far from leaving its sheath at her belt. He turned back to Sophia, who was patiently waiting for his response. We're interested, but only if you do something about Marcus. Sophia ended up promising to have a proper investigation into Marcus in a couple of days, but they needed his manpower for now. Alistair wasn't happy about it, but there was nothing much he could do. In the end, if Sophia decided against justice for Donna's churchgoers, he could just assassinate Marcus and run away. He was probably faster than her. Probably. At the moment, everyone was focused on tackling the incoming monster waves. 3 out of the 11 sub-regions represented in the Alliance hadn't dealt with their boss monsters yet, and they also were thinking of tackling monster waves from the other sub-regions outside of the Metro Boston area. The tentative name for their conglomerate was the New Boston Alliance, and it was more democratic than Alistair had first imagined it to be. All the members voted with equal standing, something that Sophia insisted upon. She still was clearly the leader, and he wondered what would happen if her decision was in disagreement with the majority. He had an inkling that somehow Sophia would come out on top in the end. One of the only conditions that she had was for them to purchase a teleportation circle. Their network already connected most of the Metro Boston area, and Alistair wouldn't have to give rides anymore, which he was looking forward to. The cost was a pain, but split 3 ways, they could afford it. He also learned that each sub-region had its own different type of monster wave. Of the 11 sub-regions, none had the same type of monster. Sophia's turned out to be lizard men, while John and Lily's were vampire-like creatures. Besides monsters, over the past few hours, they had noted that the local wildlife was evolving just like the humans. There were reports of 15-foot-tall bears and rabbits made of living lightning in the forests. In the end, they chose to help John and Lily deal with the monster wave from one of the sub-regions in the Boston area that the Alliance hadn't tackled yet. Ayush Mehta wasn't able to deal with his sub-region's monster wave yet, partially because of his class, despite being level 21. In his previous life, he was a doctor, and that didn't change with his class, which was surgeon. With Alexandra and Ayush, Alistair wasn't worried about their safety. It would be an excellent opportunity for Donna to gain natural levels in a safe and controlled manner. Besides his class, another reason Ayush hadn't been able to defeat his monster wave was because of the type of monster. Instead of the brawny and physical orcs, his sub-region had magical goblins. They were purple 3-foot-tall creatures with a cunning intellect. Their illusion and poison skills made them highly dangerous and difficult to deal with, which was why Sophia assigned them to help, given Alistair's detection abilities. After stepping on the mirrored disc that was the teleportation circle, they were whisked away in a flash of blue light. Ayush's sub-region was centered in Framingham and stretched out to some surrounding towns.
Hundreds of goblins swarmed them the moment they stepped out of the library that contained the teleportation circle. Fortunately, they were only the goblin equivalent of a grunt orc, being level 7, but Alistair could see why it was called a monster wave. Even at the height of dealing with the orcs, there were only around 200 total in one area. 200 was a very conservative estimate for the amount that attacked them in just one block of the town. Alistair's regional map worked wonders, resetting its reach to the new subregion, which was larger than his by a fair amount. They spotted a yellow circle boss a couple of kilometers north. The only problem was that tens of thousands of goblin soldiers surrounded their leader. There were also 4 other concentrated areas of red dots, which he assumed were the equivalents of General Kraz. Over the course of the following hours, they slaughtered thousands of purple goblins. Donna got to level 10 from the Horde with the intention to go for a mage-like class at level 15. It was amusing to see the down-to-earth woman firing mana bolts like a fantasy role-player. Alistair started learning more about Ayush the surgeon. He was the farthest transported person he had met so far, hailing from India. Ayush was a non-violent person at heart, he told Alistair, a doctor who wanted to save people, not hurt them. But even he was forced to adapt to the changes in the world, changes that encouraged wanton violence. All he really wanted was to see his family and kids again. As they squatted inside an abandoned house after finishing 3 of the 5 hordes, Alistair had his first opportunity to rest and think for a while. He hadn't fully come to terms with the fact that his friends and family were missing. Things were moving so fast that he literally hadn't had any time to stop and think about his loved ones, which might have been for the best. It stopped him from collapsing into a negative spiral, at least. The time had finally come for him to see his sister again. A rush of emotions flushed over Alistair. Most of it was excitement and joy, but there was a seeping doubt. What if she had died since she put up the drawing? What if his parents were dead? What about his friends? Alistair dismissed the thoughts as they came. Deciding he wouldn't let them spoil his moment of happiness, he closed his eyes as he entered the soul net. 19. Reunion. With a slight amount of trepidation, Alistair glanced down at his outfit. Sure enough, he was wearing a hot pink tuxedo and a bow tie with a smiley face. "Welcome back, sir." The bartender wiped down shot glasses with a fine silk cloth as he spoke to Alistair. It made him wonder if drinks could actually create messes in a spiritual space like the Soulnet. "I didn't catch your name last time," Alistair said. The bartender seemed to perk up at his comment. "I'm a mere servant created at my master's whims, but if it pleases you, you may call me Drawku." Alistair pulled out a seat to the bar, a blocky white stool that was surprisingly comfortable to sit on. If you asked for his opinion, the contemporary bar and chairs didn't match the traditionalist decor of the ornately decorated walls and paintings. "Do you actually serve drinks here?" In his excitement, he had entered the Soulnet over 30 minutes before the meeting and had some time to kill. "If you so desire, sir. Of course, as we are in a spiritual demiplane, you cannot get drunk in the traditional sense of the word." "The traditional sense?" Alistair asked. "For a very reasonable price, I can serve some of the finest soul wines from the Akota vineyard. Your soul will never have felt so refreshed, I guarantee it," Drawku boasted. He took out an open bottle of aquamarine liquid that glittered under the ambient light, pouring the beverage into a crystal shot glass. "I present to you Palox Semper, a combination of fermented abyssal titan spinal fluid and golden fruit extract. And before you protest, sir, I promise it is completely edible and hygienic and quite delicious." Alistair looked at the turquoise liquid with some hesitation. In the end, he decided to grab the glass and imbibe the mysterious wine. "What the hell, why not?" He downed the soul wine in one gulp, trying not to imagine what an abyssal titan looked like or why on earth he was drinking one spinal fluid. It went down easier than expected, and a cool, soothing feeling washed over him. As soon as the liquid entered his stomach, he could feel it seeping into every fiber of his being. "Whoa," he said aloud. "Delightful, isn't it, sir? Do you notice any changes? Besides the delicious aftertaste, of course." "I feel
deeper.
It made no sense, but Alistair felt like he could feel a whole new dimension to the world. It was small and out of sight, but it was there and more real than anything he had ever known before. If only he could grasp the smallest part of it, he knew he would reach power beyond his wildest dreams. The sensation faded after a couple of seconds, leaving Alistair feeling empty and incomplete. It was like a girl he had never been with had broken his heart, leaving him full of longing for something he never had.
"What was that?" Alistair asked.
"A small taste of the lowest quality drink cultivators use to ponder the Tao," the bartender said, a twinkle in his eye. "A gift from an old spirit to a young man."
"Thank you, Draku."
Alistair bowed his head to the bartender, who had gone back to cleaning, just like he always did.
"What are you? And what is the Tao?"
"I'm no one of import, young sir," he said. "A homunculus created by the Akata Corporation long ago to help fledgling cultivators in the final frontier empire. My prime days are long gone."
Draku had a wistful look on his face. Despite his physical appearance belying a man of no more than 50 years of age, his expression spoke of an ancient soul with regrets of things long past.
"I'm nearing the end of my life, and the Akata Corporation decided to assign me to your planet."
"I'm sorry to hear that," Alistair said. He hadn't thought about it, but with all the talk of securing eternity, he imagined it was possible to live an exceedingly long life, if not achieve true immortality. The sum totality of his own life was probably but a mote of dust to the nondescript bartender.
"As for your other question, it might be more fruitful to ask what the Tao is not. The Tao exists in all parts of the multiverse, though it is so very thin here. As your cultivation progresses, you will ponder the mysteries of the universe and your own place in it. As your own path and self-knowledge deepens, and as you confirm your journey against the tribulations of the heavens and the earth, you seek the end to the path of eternity."
Draku spoke. "What is the end to the path of eternity?" Alistair asked, completely rapt by Draku's explanation.
"If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here now. In truth, not a single soul in the Final Frontier Empire knows the answer, not even the fell Emperor. To a child like yourself, we have untold power, but the true powers of the multiverse view us as smaller than an atom. But thank you for indulging an old man and giving me some company."
"No, I have to thank you. Because of that wine, I feel like I've seen through a veil that's been over my eyes my entire life." "I'll be sure to use that inspiration for something," Alistair said.
"I see you're in a hurry, so don't let old me hold you up. Just one word of advice. The one who rushes through life rushes to his grave. You might imagine it less applicable when immortality is in sight, but wiser men than me have said otherwise."
Draku smiled at him.
"I wish you good fortune, sir."
"Thank you for your advice," Alistair said. "I'll stop by again next time, Draku."
As Alistair walked away, the smile left Draku's face. His augury had grown weaker since his youth, but the tempests of fate were strong with the young man. They were always more powerful on a newly initiated planet, an epicenter of death and conflict, but he had rarely seen such a tumultuous destiny before. Draku only hoped that his promise to return would come to pass. The ballroom was more crowded this time around, with nearly 100 people loitering about. If the scene in front of him was taking place in real life, Alistair would have thought he was at some kind of weird Hollywood party with wacky dresses and colorful suits. The increase in numbers was to be expected since thousands more people had reached level 15. 3 days into the apocalypse, having a class was no longer reserved for the foremost elites. Alistair ignored the susurrus of conversation, walking toward the hovering message board. Messages filled the screen to the brim and beyond, becoming three-dimensional, like technology from a sci-fi movie.
"Alistair?" a voice called out.
His heart skipped a beat as soon as he heard his name. It came from a voice so familiar to him he would remember it after 1,000 years of solitude. Evangeline? He turned around just to be hit by a crushing hug. It turned out that an embrace given by a person with super strength wasn't very comfortable.
I missed you,
she said.
I missed you too.
Evangeline was much the same as Alistair remembered. The top of her head came up just past his shoulder, something he never hesitated to tease her for. Her black hair fell down to her waist, and she was wearing a puffy Victorian-style dress, carrying a gray parasol.
You look like you've put on some muscle,
Evangeline said, poking his chest.
I see the stats are treating you well.
While her exterior was jovial, Alistair knew his older sister well enough to see her eyes revealed a deeper sadness. He hardly wanted to speak his next words. How are Mom and Dad? The smile left her face instantly.
Dad is fine. Great, even. He's level 19 and says his back hasn't felt this good in ages. But Mom, she disappeared when everyone got displaced. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. He placed a hand on her shoulder. There's nothing you could have done. Caitlin and my friends are also gone. We'll just have to find them. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Mom's a fighter. I'm more worried about how the monsters are doing.
We should have faith in her.
You're right, she admitted.
How have you been doing?
I'm ranked 965th in the world on the leaderboard, so pretty well. I thought I could beat you at one thing, but then I saw you were above me at 700. It wasn't too bad, though, since it was confirmation you were still alive. You're still in Turkey?
I'm your older sibling, so it's only right that I'm ahead of you,
she joked.
Yeah, Dad and I are still in Istanbul. From my calculations, it's around 50% in terms of those who got displaced and those who didn't, and I haven't seen any patterns in it. What class did you get?
It was just like his sister to go from personal conversations straight to business. Magical pugilist. Basically, as the name says, I punch people with magic fists. My primary attributes are agility and intelligence, so I'm fast as well. What about you? Not that he didn't trust his sister with his hidden subclass. It was just that he didn't feel comfortable saying it inside the soul net.
Spiritualist. Weren't you wondering how I even located your region of the soul net? There are at least 100 rooms just like this one, separated by a series of chambers and corridors. I can detect people's soul signatures. It's kind of like having a fantastic sense of smell. Spiritualist is less of a combat class, though I've been able to make it work. I can affect people's souls. You know, I never would have thought I'd be sitting here saying that I can look at someone's soul and determine if they're about to attack me, but here we are. Like, what even is a soul? Was it always there even before the initiation, and it was just that scientists couldn't detect it? Oh, there are so many metaphysical implications. I don't know where to begin. And don't get me started on all the Taoist references. I'm still trying to piece together how Chinese philosophy is related to magical cultivation that can make people faster than trains and shoot fireballs out of their hands,
Evangeline said, her brain moving even faster than her tongue. At least that would never change. Well, the bartender back out front did give me a drink that let me contemplate on the Tao. It was just for a brief second, but I feel like I had, some kind of cosmic knowledge. I feel like I had the secrets of everything in my grasp, like normal reality was an illusion, Alistair explained.
That's very interesting.
Evangeline stroked her chin, looking up in rumination.
I suppose.
Suppose what?
Nothing. Just letting my imagination run wild. Spirituality isn't really my thing, as you know, but the structural context of Taoism makes sense. No, I'm probably trying to connect dots that don't exist. I just think with all the hints, if we can somehow get ahead of the curve on the Tao, we'll have a huge comparative advantage.
Someone came along to use the message board, prompting Alistair to lead his oblivious sister away from the potential eavesdropper. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You always do. I actually wanted to ask you for some sisterly advice. He explained what was going on in his sub-region, telling his sister about his new abilities and the situation with Sophia and Marcus.
I'm not sure what you should do. I was never the best with interpersonal conflict. But if I know you like I think I do, you'll end up doing whatever you want.
What's that supposed to mean? Alistair raised an eyebrow.
Oh, no, it's not an insult, Evangeline shook her head. Ever since we were kids, you've always done your heart's desire no matter what. You're the most stubborn bastard I know. If you set out your mind to do something, you'll do it. And you've always had a soft spot for people in need. Evangeline brought Alistair in for another hug, this time much more tender. Be careful, of course. I can't lose my little brother, she said, looking down at a non-existent watch. I don't have much time left now. What? Alistair exclaimed. No, not like that. There's a time limit on how long you can stay in the SoulNet. It took me hours to travel over here since Turkey is thousands of miles away in the real world. That's why Dad isn't here. I would have brought him if he could have survived the trip. Our souls are too weak right now to spend too much time separated from our bodies. I swear on my life I'll keep Dad safe and keep looking for Mom. So don't worry too much. We might not be able to see each other in person for a while since the longest-range teleporters only have a range of 1,000 kilometers. I'll be waiting for you in America, Alistair said, his emotions swelling as he said goodbye. Let's get to number 1 and 2 together. With me as 1 and you as 2, right? Sure. We'll go with that. Alistair laughed. It was great to see you, Angie. You too. Let's meet back here in, what, a week? Alistair asked. I'm sure you're quite busy. Sounds good. They hugged once more, Evangeline fading away shortly after. It was a better outcome than he imagined at the start of the entire ordeal. His sister was alive and thriving, and his dad was safe. Alistair realized that he had lost sight of his true goals, spending too much time growing complacent with getting stronger and leveling up. What good was power on its own, with no direction? He remembered his experience drinking the soul wine when he felt the secrets of the universe within his grasp. The key word was his grasp. Knowledge, power, destiny. It wasn't something that just happened. It had to be seized. Once, he was not the arbiter of his own fate. Even before the arrival of Atavius Malloy, Alistair was a mere automaton, going through the motions of life. He was a slave to his peers, to his own mortal existence. That had all changed. Despite the anger he harbored toward the final frontier empire, he recognized he was given a chance to indelibly mark his name in the halls of history. He was a cog in the machine of the greater multiverse, but he could see a path forward. A path carved in the blood of millions of evildoers in service of the greater good. Justice without mercy was cruel, but justice without force was powerless. He would never stop growing, improving, and upgrading himself. He would push himself to his limits and beyond, to seek vengeance for his planet and to save those he cared about. If the system the final frontier empire created was unjust, he would break the system itself. Alistair could feel his desires and intentions resonate within his very being, and when he exited the SoulNet, a new notification awaited him. Achievement unlocked. Fledgling Tao. Receive a Tao inspiration. Due to receiving a Tao inspiration before the formation of a soul core, a path-appropriate reward shall be given. Reward. Upgrades Good Samaritan. Badges. Good Samaritan. Altered. Tier 1 Rare Badge. Put your life on the line for a complete stranger against all odds. All attributes +7. Also, when fighting enemies you deem as reprobate evildoers, gain +20% to your 2 highest stats. Upgradable, 0 out of 50. Increase badge slots, 0 out of 200. It was perfect that Alistair had a certain evildoer in mind for testing his new badge.
20. Tao Inspiration. They worked tirelessly until 2 hours past midnight, cutting down legions of goblins as they destroyed each of the 5 hordes. With their party including 3 people over level 20, even the Goblin King was no issue to them. Oliver was the one to land the final blow, death touching him from behind while cloaked in illusion as Alexandra and Alistair distracted him. Unfortunately, despite killing thousands of the purple monsters, Alistair hadn't gained a single level, and neither had Alexandra nor Ayush. Oliver, on the other hand, reached level 20 after killing the Goblin King, and Donna was up to level 13. The single mother didn't trust Sophia or her group enough to leave her daughter with them, so she had Tamia walk right by her side as she fired mana bolts left and right. Alistair was right next to them if anything happened, and Oliver had the Geysor twins as orc meat shields to protect them. While it was lamentable that the weaklings barely nudged the meter for the high-leveled members of the party, it wasn't all for nothing. The goblins occasionally dropped items, such as a ring of protection that offered 2% physical damage mitigation or an icy staff that took in 10 mana to shoot an ice ray. They weren't very useful to Alistair, but he planned on hoarding items to eventually sell. More money, fewer problems was the motto on his mind. Thinking of problems, the number one issue that plagued him was Marcus. After receiving his Tao inspiration, he knew that if he permitted Marcus to live, it could irreparably damage the foundations of his cultivation. It might be strange that not killing someone could be harmful to his future, but after remembering the warning in his Arbiter of Justice's description, he could instinctively feel that he had to follow his heart, no matter where it led him. That didn't mean he had to be stupid about it, however. Starting a fight with Sophia and her gang was problematic. He wasn't sure how loyal they were to her, but they respected her power. After clearing an entire monster wave, his rank only moved up to 956, while Sophia sat at a lofty 587. From the presence of her aura and the position in the rankings, Alexandra was 1,123 despite being at the same level as Alistair. He estimated she was level 25. Besides her invisible flying sword, her passive obscuration skill was a hindrance, not allowing his eyes of truth to gain any information whatsoever, despite being more powerful than the standard inspect. He had a plan that was potentially very stupid. Which was why he asked Alexandra to make sure Donna and Tamia were safe. After he explained his idea, she gave him a funny look and told him that his stupidity was going to get him killed one day, but she didn't try to stop him. After sleeping for 4 hours, he felt refreshed and ready to fight anew. The improvements his physical stats had done on his body reduced the hours of sleep he needed to a mere long nap. Yawning in the library's basement, he called Oliver over to ask for some assistance. They had little time to bond beyond fighting monsters, but during their off time dealing with Ayush's monster wave, he learned more about the teenager. He was a high school senior from Jacksonville who was an avid gamer and reader, which explained how he had adapted so quickly to skills and mana. He actually had a badge for being one of the first 1,000 people to gain a skill. If not for Jackson arresting his momentum for nearly a day, he might have been the highest-ranked person in the Boston region in place of Sophia. Oliver agreed to go along with Alistair's plan instantly. After getting off on a strange foot with each other, he had been nothing but helpful and loyal. If Alistair was to hazard a guess, the kid was a loner in the old world and enjoyed their company. Either way, Oliver's skill set was a huge asset, with his zombies useful for both combat and reconnaissance. Alistair made his preparations before the confrontation, dropping off the girls at the recreation center. It was time to ditch his old house and upgrade in square footage. After Jackson died, a power vacuum formed in the sub-region. It was easy enough to get Jackson's old minions in line after they felt his powerful aura and saw his level. Even though Newton was ravaged by crime and attacks from mutated wildlife, the community still had thousands of survivors. Alistair was more than happy to see Alexandra slide into a leading role for the town, coordinating defenses and keeping the peace. He wasn't a fan of bossing people around himself. They installed their 30,000 gold drachma teleportation circle in the workout section of the recreation center, setting Alistair back a hefty amount even after being split 3 ways. He also bought a couple of Tier 2 health and mana pills, which promised a higher tolerance before bodily adaptation and permanent effects kicked in, and the Terrigen Wraps, a pair of magic gauntlets that magnified the effects of mana-based skills based on the momentum of the fist they covered. Combining all of his purchases, which also included some gear for Donna and her daughter, he was down to just 9,600 drachma, even after selling the loot from the goblins. Well, there goes my idea of saving up a fortune, Alistair thought. He discovered from Ayush that it was possible to transfer dollars into drachma at most banks, but it was nearly worthless for anyone without a significant amount of wealth. One member of the new Boston Alliance was an investment banker making $5 million a year, and he could only exchange 50,000 drachma with his savings. A hefty amount, but not anything crazy. Seeing the figure pissed off Alexandra, however, whose father had cut her off from her funds right before the apocalypse. She complained that she would have been filthy rich with drachma, which made Alistair wonder just how rich she had been. Alexandra didn't deign the question important enough to answer. With all his affairs in order, he was finally ready to carry through with his plan. He activated the teleportation circle, opening a prompt screen listing the available locations. So far, he had just had the Boston City Hall as a target, having met Sophia in the SoulNet to connect their marks. Making sure Oliver was fully on the mirrored platform, he selected his destination, and his vision filled with blue light. After a few seconds of blindness, the light faded, and they found themselves on the second floor of the City Hall, in a conference room guarded by two rough-looking men. The duo were both level 18 and of the warrior class, carrying M4s. As soon as they entered the room, the men came up to them, saying that they would escort them to Sophia. Alistair obliged, following the guards out of the conference room and into the hallway. While walking toward their destination, they bumped into a familiar face. John Desmond, the giant of a man who could construct objects made of fire, greeted them with a smile.
"I hope those people are feeling warmer now."
"Don't worry, they're doing fine, thanks to you," Alistair said. He liked the older man. He seemed like a sincere person, a responsible older uncle. Not that Alistair was keen on trusting his impressions of a person just after meeting them, but having 88 points of charisma, he felt like he could get a better read of people. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you come to join the New Boston Alliance?"
A dark expression came over John's face. "My wife and child died at the very start. I almost lost myself to despair, suicidal in my hunting of the ogres that took my family. Eventually, I killed them all, but it didn't help the pain. Eventually, Sophia found me and said that I could have a purpose, that my family didn't need to die for nothing."
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know," Alistair apologized.
"It's not your fault. It was mine for being too weak to protect my family," John replied. "Are you going to the boss now?"
"Something like that." Alistair reached for a handshake as they arrived at the door to the council chambers. "Nice to see you again, John."
"Good to see you as well. If you ever need anything, I'm your guy."
John returned his handshake.
"I have to oversee training now. Young man, it's good to see you as well."
Oliver nodded at the flamesmith, also shaking his hand before the large man walked away to complete his own task. The guards opened the door, and Alistair felt his heart rate accelerate, a nervous feeling flushing through his limbs. It was funny how he felt more fear at the thought of confronting a person he knew was weaker than him than fighting an 8-foot-tall behemoth several levels ahead of him. In an auspicious fashion, Marcus was already in the room. It was good that he wouldn't have to ask Sophia to call the man, who might have grown suspicious and tried to flee. There was no escape now. He was in a conversation with someone Alistair didn't recognize. Using his eyes of truth, Alistair saw that the other person's class was moneylender. Besides Ayush, he had seen no other non-combatant classes. This early into the initiation process without a structured system, those who couldn't fight were at a tremendous disadvantage. With the safety of such a powerful group, Lauren Yoon, the moneylender, could slowly level up without having to kill a single monster. "Welcome back," Sophia said from her leather throne at the center of the chambers. "I've been told your mission was a success." "It was. We cleared out the entire sub-region in under a day." "Excellent. So what brings you here?" Sophia raised an eyebrow, her permanently cold expression revealing nothing. "I have a request to make," he said, raising his voice so that everyone could hear. "I challenge Marcus Richardson to a duel."
"Excuse me?"
Marcus reacted instantly to Alistair's words.
"The fuck you think this is, the Middle Ages? Sophia, tell this idiot to walk his dumb ass out of here."
"You're an intelligent woman," he said to Sophia, whose expression hadn't changed in the slightest despite Alistair's outrageous demand. "I'm bringing 2 other level 20 pluses and myself to the table. If you don't let me duel him, we all walk away. If you let me duel him, win or lose, we join you."
"Oh, you're dead, motherfucker,"
Marcus helpfully added.
"If you think you can fight me and walk away breathing, you're dumber than I thought."
"Why should I believe that you'll be loyal to me? You don't seem like the type to follow rules if you disagree with them, she said.
I swear that if you accept my offer, I'll help you as much as I can within the bounds of reason, as long as you do nothing in disagreement with my Tao inspiration.
And what is your Tao inspiration?
Hearing about Alistair's Tao inspiration caused the first crack in her emotionless exterior. He could see calculated greed on her face. It was enough for Alistair to pay 1 karma to use the active of Eyes of Truth. The familiar feeling of positive karma flowing out flushed through his body, rising up to his eyes and tinting his vision red. Sophia must have noticed Alistair's glowing red irises, but she kept her mouth shut. Sophia's aura was clear, odorless vapor that flowed around her like a peaceful river. Unlike Jackson, who radiated the foul black energy of lies and deceit, hers was perfectly calm, revealing nothing up front. He could feel the same obscuring skill that blocked him from inspecting her at work, disguising her thoughts and emotions, but his Eyes of Truth would not be so easily denied. You know my badges? Deliverance of Justice and Good Samaritan? I think that makes it obvious, he said, carefully studying the woman. He wasn't sure if she knew that his active of Eyes of Truth was carefully breaking through the spiritual cloak covering her soul. Every second, more and more information leaked from her obscuration. Her aura was icy blue and silver, sharp just like her invisible sword. He could see that now, too, a broadsword that hovered just above her shoulder at all times. So it does. He could see her mind whirling behind her emotionless eyes, analyzing every piece of information she had on him. Should she believe his promise? Would he turn against her one day? How would a fight between the two of them go?
Very well. I think a duel sounds like a great idea. What do you think, Marcus?
Sophia grinned. What the? Marcus stuttered, but it was too late. Alistair was preparing the whole time for Sophia to give the word. If she said no, he had something different up his sleeve, but her approval made things much easier. It was one of the most unfair fights of Alistair's brief combat career, but he reminded himself it was also unfair that Marcus killed innocent people to gain power. He dashed forward, pushing his new agility to its limit, a hand of karma already prepared in his right hand, with a mana strike in his left. He wasn't about to leave anything to chance, palm striking Marcus square in the chest with his hand of karma. The red karmic energy dispersed into the man's body, traveling to his very soul, cutting off most of the lines of fate in which Marcus successfully escaped. Alistair followed up with the mana strike in his left hand, his energy-cloaked fist landing a devastating straight to Marcus's jaw. The familiar feeling of bones crunching under his knuckles was followed up with a shockwave as he sent Marcus flying into the wall. The difference the Terrigen Raps made was palpable even after a single blow. He literally felt his hand grow heavier as he was dashing and preparing his strike. His extra stats and new item combined to make his mana strike multiple times stronger than before. Perhaps he could even one-shot Alexandra with her absurd constitution and health pool, Alistair mused. In a testament to his own constitution and willpower, Marcus managed to get up from the wall he smashed into. The lower half of his face was a gruesome sight, his jaw hanging on by a few strands of skin, looking like one of Oliver's zombies. Despite his injury, his face was full of rage, and he directed it toward a single source, Alistair. With more speed than should have been possible, Marcus charged at Alistair, the man he was speaking to before frantically running out of his path of destruction. In a possible homage to the drunken brawlers across the multiverse, his skin exuded a psychoactive spiritual substance that disoriented the senses, similar to the effect of being drunk. Unfortunately for the brawler, Alistair had his Eyes of Truth, and his vision was unaffected by the defensive skill. He wanted to use his new Void Beckoning skill during the fight, but he felt it most prudent to not show Sophia all his cards. Despite his pledge of loyalty, it was always up in the air if her actions conflicted with his Tao. Instead, Alistair sidestepped Marcus's clumsy punch and delivered the final blow of the fight, an overhead double-fisted mana strike straight to the spine. Marcus keeled over, dead before he hit the ground. While he was glad he hadn't chickened out of his task, Alistair felt no joy in the taking of his enemy's life. Despite the evil he had committed, he still had a family, a mother and father that loved him. He said a small prayer for Marcus's soul, wherever it was. Some Taoist hell seemed likely, based on all the elements of Taoism that the final frontier empire proved were real. A notification popped up in his peripheral vision, but he ignored it as he turned to Sophia, who was looking at him with what Alistair thought was newfound respect, though he couldn't be sure as his eyes of truth had worn off. "Many things about me might surprise you," Alistair intimated. Every time he tried to sound mysterious or cool, he ended up looking dumb.
"I'm sure."
Sophia stood up from her chair and walked over to Alistair, draping her arm around his shoulder.
"Let's discuss our next move."
21. It's all ogre now. In the end, Sophia didn't have much new information for Alistair. She explained to him that talks with the people from New York were going well, and they had an in-person meeting set up. After seeing his eyes of truth, she wanted him to be there, saying that his skill would be useful for reconnaissance. By the end of the 4th day after the initiation, they had cleared almost every monster wave in the metro Boston region and slightly beyond. That left them in the waiting period. Alistair hated it despite the peace. He was more at home killing orcs and goblins than talking and trying to play politics with Sophia and her gang. He had to admit, however, that the new Boston Alliance ran a tight ship. They had set up a semi-functioning government with Sophia at the helm. She would send people like John or Lily to different subregions, where they would be responsible for law and order and keeping the populace safe from the various mutated animals. In order to ensure everyone had food and running water, they scouted people who formerly worked essential jobs. While the higher-level people subsisted with little sleep or sustenance, the same could not be said for the vast majority of the population who were still under level 15. Preliminary counts of stored food suggested they had less than 2 weeks of meals left for the over 500,000 people estimated to be in the new Boston Alliance's claimed territory. Because of the giganticism displayed by the mutating wildlife, hunting was more productive as a food source than in the past, but it still wasn't enough on its own. At the moment, they were searching for any agriculturalists who had gained a class related to their former occupation, hoping cultivation-aided farming could feed the public. Over the next week, Alistair and the rest of his allies grinded non-stop. Only needing to sleep 4 hours a night, he punched and kicked tens of thousands of monsters on his path to leveling up. Alexandra was right by his side, having ditched her old tactical knife for a magical poisonous dagger. She sentimentally kept her old knife, which her mother had given her for self-defense, but the system's store-bought weapon was superior in every way. She could handle a larger blade with her ridiculous strength, the Tang clan dirk growing to 1.5 meters at its zenith. If Alistair had to use one word to describe her new battle tactic, it would be insane. With the endurance Barbarian's rage provided on top of her own healing touch, she would poison both herself and her opponents, trusting that she could outlast them in a war of attrition. She wasn't the only one to upgrade. The notification he received after killing Marcus informed him he had finally upgraded his mana strike.
Skills. Eyes of Truth. Tier 3 skill. Karmic Vision sees truth over lies. Upgradable. 6 out of 25. Mutation. Active. Use 1 point of karma to discern falsehoods and see deeper into the web of mana and fate. Mana Strike. Tier 2 skill. Envelop a body part in condensed mana and strike your enemies, disrupting their natural mana channels. Mana cost. 20. Upgradable. 0 out of 50. Dash. Tier 1 skill. Run across long distances in a single step through enhancing your body with mana. Mana cost. 10. Upgradable. 5 out of 20. Fighter's Instinct. Tier 1 passive skill. Become preternaturally aware of bodily threats. Scales with agility. Upgradable. 16 out of 25. Hand of Karma. Tier 1 skill. Sever fate and soul with a hand of karma. Karma cost. 2. Upgradable. 4 out of 30. Void Beckoning. Tier 1 skill. The aftershock of your punch opens a door to an endless void. Mana cost. 30. Upgradable, 0 out of 25.
Alistair was annoyed to see that upgrading Mana Strike to Tier 2 doubled its mana cost, but the new effect was intriguing. Remembering his fight with Marcus, it was almost like he was adapting his two offensive skills in symbiosis. His Hand of Karma severed the paths of opportune fate for his opponents, while Mana Strike severed their mana channels. At least, that was the idea. At the moment, his Mana Strike was lagging behind his Hand of Karma in its secondary effects, and his Karma skill did no extra damage, opening himself up to counterattacks. A new level brought him his usual stat increases and upgrade points. He looked for something that could complement his plan for Mana Strike. There were some interesting options in the 3 trees of Magical Pugilist: Elemental Fighter, Monk of Order, and Chaos Assassin. The 3 trees each seemed to have their own niche of effectiveness. The Elemental Fighter tree was focused on increasing his damage output by adding various elemental effects to his skills or bolstering existing elemental output, while the Monk of Order tree offered improvements to his bodily constitution and mental abilities, and the Chaos Assassin was about quick kills made simple with mystical chaos energy. Alistair felt that the Chaos Assassin tree generally suited him best, but he found a possible solution for his combination attack in the Elemental Fighter tree. The Communion of Spirit branch had a leaf called Dead Warrior Whispers that was possibly the strangest ability or skill he had seen, which was saying something considering all the magical powers he had witnessed over the past week. It allowed Alistair to access the spiritual power and combat instincts of people who had died in close proximity to him, turning their rage and regrets into fuel for his own power. While taking the Ghost Whisper skill that came with Dead Warrior Whispers would bar him from taking Lightning Cloak, Ice Cloak, or Fire Cloak, he was confident in his choice. Adding an elemental aspect to his Mana Strike was flashy, but he was more interested in utility over raw damage and aesthetics. Despite tackling the urban and suburban monster waves, there was no shortage of new monsters to slay. They had no idea how accurate the Pathfinder AI was in calling them monster waves until Day 7 of the initiation. The new Boston Alliance had dealt with all the monster waves in their region before Day 5 when they were small. Not even the thousands of goblins or the insectoid creatures they dealt with during Day 4 compared to what awaited them in rural Massachusetts. Sophia had announced the meeting with the New York delegation was set to occur the next day, with the next public quest to occur shortly after. No one questioned how she received that information, but it was obvious it came from her mysterious sponsor. Not to toot his own horn, but Sophia wasn't that far ahead of him on the leaderboards, making him wonder why she was selected and he wasn't. Was it because he only had an uncommon class? His hidden subclass contained a decent amount of what gave him the edge over his peers. If showing his status screen didn't reveal Arbiter of Justice, it was possible not even the aliens from the Final Frontier Empire could see it. With everything set into motion, Sophia decided they needed to do one last thing before the meeting: gain some levels and plunder some loot. Alistair understood her position, given that the leader of the New York coalition ranked number 4 in the entire world. Being too weak gave the Yankees a ton of leverage. That was the reason nearly a dozen people were exploring a forest in the blazing summer heat. They had the vague idea that the growth of the monster waves was exponential, multiplying each day left untamed. The denizens of the October Mountain State Forest, a beautiful picturesque reserve that Alistair would come to hate, exemplified that principle.
Ugh, there are way too many mosquitoes,
Alexandra complained as she hacked away branches with her dagger.
Is our blood some kind of bug nectar?
I don't think that's too far off, actually,
Ayush said. The Indian man was soaked with sweat, his body less adapted than the others to the harsh ultra-marathon and blistering heat.
I believe our bodily fluids have become an evolutionary catalyst for these critters. Our bodies were purified and improved with mana in myriad ways. From a scientific perspective, it's a miracle beyond reckoning. It's like all of our biological systems are naturally designed to contain mana.
What do you mean? I don't even have that much mana. I'm a beat-em-up type of class, Alexandra said.
That's where you're mistaken.
Ayush opened his palm and a spectral projection of a human appeared.
While those with higher intelligence and wisdom appear to have more mana than others, in reality, the number you see on your status screen refers only to free-moving mana, the mana that travels through your channels.
Our entire flesh is fused with this stuff, especially if you have high numbers in the physical stats.
Oh, that does make sense, Alexandra said. It explains how I can do this.
Alistair wanted to facepalm as his companion punched a tree, drilling through the bark and trunk to the point it toppled over. How do you know all of that? Alistair asked the former doctor. It just came to me after I received the anatomical knowledge skill through my class. You would not want to know about some of the monsters' biologies. The brain flayers still give me nightmares. Alistair thought Oliver would love to hear more about monster anatomy. He was intrigued by the macabre, which made perfect sense considering his skill. Sadly, the necromancer was still in Boston, along with Donna and Tamia. Their territory still needed to be administered and guarded against outside threats, so she had John Desmond and her closest advisor, a woman named Katie, stay back and hold down the fort. Sophia personally asked Oliver to stay along and help, promising that they would still distribute a portion of their loot. Alistair was happy that he would be there to watch over Donna and her daughter.
Be quiet.
The terse words came from another high-ranking member of the New Boston Alliance, Blaise Blanchett, a level 22 archer.
Excuse me?
Alexandra asked.
We're trying to be stealthy,
he said. Blaise was not a man of many words.
We're just trying to kill some monsters, right? Why does it matter if they can hear us?
Boss's orders.
This one's not the most original thinker,
Alexandra said, turning to Alistair.
What do you think?
Can't hurt to be too careful, right? Alistair said. This monster wave has been left unattended for almost a week. How strong do you think these ones have gotten? We wouldn't want to get ambushed.
Humph.
Alexandra sighed.
I guess you have a point.
When Alexandra wasn't looking, Blaise nodded at him.
Good thing Alexandra didn't see that,
Alistair thought. 30 minutes after entering the forest, they had encountered suspiciously few monsters. Local reports from survivors said that there was a horde of what they could only describe as ogres from a fairy tale in the preserve. For the first 5 days, everything was fine. Then, on the 6th day, thousands of ogres swarmed the surrounding rural towns, killing everything in sight. No one was entirely sure what happened to the battalion after, though the prevailing hypothesis was that they retreated into the forest. In fact, they didn't just see no ogres, but little wildlife of any variety. Sophia stopped dead in her tracks, causing everyone else to halt as well. She stood still for a few seconds, the other people looking at each other in confusion.
Something's not right, she finally said.
What do you mean? Lauren asked, who had tagged along to store and classify the loot.
Alistair, do you sense anything? My danger sense is going out of control.
She kept her voice low and terse, and he almost felt like he was being barraged with prickling cuts from the force of her aura. I'm not getting anything, he said truthfully. His fighter's instinct wasn't sounding off at all, though that didn't mean there wasn't a threat.
Let me try something.
He spent a point of karma, which he had learned was capped at 10 at his level, letting the energy rush to his eyes. The moment his vision shifted, black lines covering all 10 members of their group assaulted his vision. Tendrils of wispy darkness from the depths of the forest supplanted the normally unique and vibrant hues and timbers that emanated from each person.
What the?
He exclaimed, touching the black lines. The instant he made contact with them, his stomach dropped.
Everyone, watch out!
The following seconds seemed to last for an eternity. Alistair remembered his perception of time slowing down to a crawl as the first hand erupted from the dirt. An innumerable horde of ogres leapt out of the cover of the trees, dragging gigantic clubs that looked like they were carved from the trunk of a redwood tree. The beasts were twice the size of an orc and looked twice as fierce, with foot-long tusks and blood-red eyes that reflected the full moon. The grounds beneath them quaked with an undulating fury as decrepit hands broke through the foliage, grasping onto anything they could. Most of them were fast or strong enough to dodge or break their clutches, but not all. Two hands managed to hold a man and a woman Alistair didn't know in place long enough to be splattered by a vicious one-handed swing of a club. With his fighter's instinct and prior knowledge of an attack, Alistair was easily able to jump out of the way of the subterranean attack. The only problem was that he had nowhere safe to go. They were surrounded from every angle, even from below. Only the sky was clear, and he couldn't fly. Alistair briefly considered jumping from tree to escape, but that would leave Alexandra and the others stranded. Plus, he wasn't about to ignore the juicy loot and experience. Sure, there were probably thousands of ogres, but with so many, they had to be the ogre equivalent of the grunts that they found in every monster species. Cheap and expendable foot soldiers that were perfect as grinding farms. The thought of an expendable foot soldier triggered a vague memory, but it was the least of his worries at the moment. The others seemed to realize after their initial shock they weren't as big a threat as initially perceived. An ogre had killed 2 of their party in a single smash, but they were the weakest members besides Lauren, caught off guard by a slow and hulking ogre. They wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He had to give Sophia props for her quick reactions and steeled composure. As soon as he shouted his warning, she unleashed her invisible sword, slicing off the hands of all the remaining underground ogres in one trip, her blade flashing between each wrist at breakneck speeds before returning to above her shoulder. "Make a circle!" she shouted as they engaged the attacking ogres. Any monster near the leader of the New Boston Alliance was instantly shredded by more cuts than a single sword could ever make. It was like her sword exuded pure sharpness. "Ayush and Lauren to the center!" Alistair tried to use ghost whispers for the first time, reaching out to the spiritual presences near him. It was faint, but he felt the footprints of souls of the people who had just died. He couldn't gain any new fighting prowess from them, but he absorbed the residual spiritual energy left by their departed souls, infusing it into his hands. To cover his hands, he willed his Terrigen wraps out of their stasis, black bandages forming over his hands out of thin air. He always had them on these days, but they luckily had a cosmetic function to turn invisible when not in combat. He didn't expect to use that function for several hours. With a casual punch of his left hand, he dispatched an ogre charging at him from the side without glancing at it once. 1 down, thousands to go. 22. Ghost Whispers. Even with his 65 constitution, Alistair's hands started to hurt 5 hours into their battle against the ogre swarm. His stamina was being pushed to the limits as well, something he had never even been close to before. He regenerated over half a point per minute, yet he was losing almost a full point from his exertion. The ogres weren't that strong. An Eyes of Truth analysis revealed they were level 15 chthonic ogres, which explained the hands grabbing them from beneath the ground. If Alistair were to use 2 words to describe them, they would be stupid and big. If these were supposed to be the sophents for the purposes of the first step, the Pathfinder AI must have had a quite expansive definition of the word. With precise targeting of the skull or chest, Alistair could kill the ogres with a single strike, not having to use any mana. After a few hours of fighting, he grew bored with just punching and kicking, and started trying headbutts, elbows, and knees. He didn't notice any differences in the power of his Ghost Whispers-infused punches, but huge physical beasts like ogres were probably the wrong targets to use his spiritual attack on anyway. While he had hoped to improve Assassin's Fist and Fighter's Instinct, the ogres proved to be too weak to engender any improvements. That didn't mean the colossal beasts weren't dangerous, however. The yellow-skinned ogres killed 2 more of their number over the course of the day. The issue was that the underground ogres would occasionally burrow out from the ground and grab an unsuspecting target, allowing another one of their brethren to spatter the person into smithereens. No matter how hard they tried to kill all the ogres beneath them, more took their place, leaving the only ones to survive the ogres' tactics to be the ones who could dodge the hands or were strong enough to shrug them off. The party was whittled down to himself, Lauren, Ayush, Sophia, Alexandra, and Blaze. While Lauren was pretty much useless, Ayush's surgeon class was as helpful as expected of a healer type. He healed any non-lethal wound with his regeneration skill with fortunate expedience, including Blaze's shattered shoulder that Alistair could never have imagined recovering without his intervention. The sun fell during their battle, and Alistair couldn't believe the sheer number of ogres they had killed over nearly half a day. A conservative estimate based on the rate of slaughter was over 100,000, a mind-boggling number considering the previous largest swarm was the Kyrav ants at 5,000. Level 15 monsters shouldn't have been able to level him up, but quantity was a quality in and of itself. He was almost tempted to put his free stat points into intelligence because of his new Good Samaritan dilemma. Alistair viewed the ogres as evildoers because of the malevolent slaughter the ogres had enacted on the innocent people of the area. The new bonus of an additional 20% to his two highest attributes, agility and charisma, was amazing. But the fact that his charisma was now higher than his intelligence pissed him off to no end. Since the additional intelligence would still keep it lower than his charisma, he put the points into endurance, saving his upgrade points for later. Alistair didn't have the most effective AoE options, as Oliver would put it, and in total kills he was being outshone by the 3 other combat-oriented members of the group. Sophia had certainly killed the most ogres, her invisible sword cutting paths of devastation everywhere it flew. He witnessed her use a skill that seemingly expanded the length of her sword tenfold, slicing hundreds of ogres to pieces in a flash of silver light that covered the entire area in front of her. Blaze and Alexandra weren't far behind either. The terse man summoned an enormous compound bow that crackled with electricity, sending glowing blue arrows at the ogres. Each time an arrow hit its mark, lightning arced from ogre to ogre, killing dozens in a single swoop. Alexandra's fighting was the simplest. She swung her sized-up dagger in vast arcs, bisecting any ogre that dared come too close. The purple vapor her dagger emitted rotted their flesh from the inside out in a gruesome sight. Luckily, she had basic control over her poison, directing it forward so as to not poison her allies.
"How are there this many damn ogres?"
Alexandra complained as she felled 5 ogres in a single swing.
"I'm running low on stamina."
"We all are,"
Blaze said, slapping an ogre with his bow.
"I've been out of arrows for an hour."
Sophia was drenched with sweat, her olive skin glistening in the glimmer of moonlight.
"It might be time for a retreat. I think we've all gained a level and a sufficient amount of drachma. Any more and we endanger our lives to an unacceptable degree." "How are we even going to get out of here?"
Lauren asked.
"We're completely surrounded."
She had been silent for almost the entire time. Alistair felt bad for her since, in this element, she was like a fish out of water.
"Alistair and I will cut a path back. Alexandra, you're going to have to handle our back as we retreat. Blaze is useless without his arrows."
The archer grumbled but didn't dispute Sophia. Right as Alistair was going to respond, an eardrum-shattering boom echoed from deeper within the forest. The force of the sound almost knocked him clean over, and Blaze, Ayush, and Lauren actually fell over. His body started shivering uncontrollably, and goosebumps formed all over his arms. The modern world and all of his bodily and spiritual improvements couldn't shave his ancestral instincts. He knew it was the roar of an apex predator, a creature that they would have no chance against. It looked like Sophia had the same reaction, since she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Run!" Alistair didn't need to be told twice. He turned around and bolted as fast as his legs could take him. His only job was to make sure there was a clean path out of the forest. He just had to trust the others. Sophia ran ahead of him, dashing through fallen logs and in between trees with the grace of a ballerina. Every aspect of her movement was elegant, Alistair thought, as the surrounding air warped with an aura of sharpness. All objects in a 5-meter vicinity were shredded by thousands of minor cuts. The trees, the ground, the rocks, and of course, the ogres. It differed from her normal attacks that sliced through solid flesh in a flowing dexterity, instead tearing apart the world in tiny slices. Alistair wouldn't be surprised if the name of her skill was Death by 1,000 Cuts. Even as she tore apart the incoming ogres, more threatened to swarm their path in the wake of the high-agility woman. That was Alistair's turn to shine. With Sophia's back facing him, she probably wouldn't be able to see his new skill, and even if she could, well, she was bound to find out eventually. He punched the air to his left as he activated Void Beckoning. The Chaos Assassin's skill cost the most mana of his skills at 30, and it was time to see what it could do. The moment his arm fully extended, a cone of pure void erupted from his fist. It was blacker than the darkest black Alistair had ever seen, and the immense pressure it emanated conjured images of infinite emptiness. After a moment, the cone of darkness disappeared into the forest. Everywhere it once touched was just gone. Not burned or crushed like an ordinary attack, but completely vanished as if it never existed. Alistair got his hopes up that he had just unlocked the most broken skill in existence, but his dreams were dashed when he saw it did not completely eviscerate the ogres as it had done to the trees. They were dead, that was for sure, but only parts of their body were missing, marked with small holes like a piece of Swiss cheese. Not able to pay too much attention to the effects of his new skill, he continued spamming void beckonings at either side. Sparing a brief look back, he saw Blaze was carrying Lauren like a baby, while Alexandra fended off the ogres coming for their rear. Ayush was running for dear life, evidently still not a great athlete despite the improved stats. They continued their mad escape for almost an hour. Alistair quickly ran out of mana, popping one of his Tier 2 mana pills just to use more void beckonings. As they approached the exit to the forest, the number of ogres declined, allowing them some respite. Still, a contingent of monsters chased them until they reached the edge of the forest. Blaze was reaching the end of his stamina, barely able to hold on to Lauren and run at the same time. In the split second he turned his head, Alistair felt his fighter's instinct go haywire. He barely glanced at the incoming object headed straight for the side of his skull. With his enhanced reaction time, he could have dodged the blunt projectile, but that would have let it fly straight at Blaze, who was occupied with his passenger. Instead, he moved a mana strike-laden hand as fast as he could to intercept the club. He was too late to completely block it, but the edge of his hand sliced the club in two, sending one part skittering over his head and the other into his gut. The impact made him nearly lose his breakfast, but he was otherwise fine. A notification alerted him he had triggered his Deliverance of Justice badge.
Deliverance of Justice, plus 1 free attribute point.
It had been so long since he had procced Deliverance of Justice that he almost forgot he had it. Now that it activated retroactively, he had a lot of free stats to gain, as long as he could save people's lives. Not that he rescued people for the stats, of course. With a vicious swing of her dagger, Alexandra killed the remaining stragglers as they left the forest. The red-eyed monsters eyed their group with unintelligent rage but didn't leave their abode.
What the hell was that?
Lauren demanded.
I didn't sign up to get killed in the middle of nowhere. Cash and Quinn were my friends, and now they're dead. You better increase my cut, you greedy bitch.
Blaze glanced at Alistair with wide eyes as Lauren started shouting at Sophia the moment they were back in human territory.
We saved your life, Sophia said.
Only because you endangered us in the first place!
Lauren exclaimed.
1.5% of the total earnings of the New Boston Alliance is a generous deal, Miss Yoon. And you don't want to test my patience right now.
The air around her grew dangerously sharp. Lauren gulped and simmered down, realizing the stupidity of challenging Sophia's authority.
Did you sense how strong the monster that made that roar was? Alistair asked Sophia, who had proved to have impressive instincts.
Not something we can handle at our current level.
She was blunt in her prescription, not that Alistair disagreed. It made him wonder if Prince Calgar would have become that strong given a week to fester.
I'm curious whether the 4th rank could do it.
Alistair had heard all about the man they were set to meet the next day, and most of it wasn't pretty. New York City was the Wild West, where the only law was the law of the jungle. At the top of a mountain of corpses, both human and monstrous, was Anthony Ricci, ranked 4 on the global leaderboard. There was a hubbub of speculation about what his powers and level were, but anyone who had seen him fight was dead or unwilling to speak on it. While Sophia was cold and ruthless, it made him admire the New Boston Alliance all the more. At least the people were being fed and protected. From what he heard, Anthony ruled like a petulant child, content with having all the women and money he could find while everyone else fought to the death.
Check the system store, Alexandra said. I think he got kicked down to 5th. I was just checking my new position, number 1060, by the way, when I saw that a new person reached number 1. It's not Long Jun Kai anymore, Sophia asked. Nope. And the weirdest part is that their name isn't shown. It's like a nickname or something. I mean, I hope it's not his real name. Alistair opened the system store, looking at the number 1 spot on the leaderboard. Sure enough, Long was booted to number 2, and in his place was Wandering Hobo. His avatar was a man covered in black bandages carrying a golden spear. I've never heard of anyone else using an alias on the leaderboard, Sophia said. I never read each name in depth, but I don't remember seeing anything weird like that either, Alistair offered. Pondering the mystery of Wandering Hobo took up most of their time as they trekked back to the teleportation circle Lauren had set up in the neighboring town. She had complained the whole time, bemoaning the waste of drachma. Now it was looking like a profitable investment. They had gained over 100,000 drachma between all 6 of them, not to mention each person gained at least 1 level, Ayush gaining 2 from all the healing he did. Alistair's own position on the leaderboard moved up to 902. He was moving up slowly but surely, and he couldn't imagine that many others had his unique benefit of Arbiter of Justice or the synergy between his skills and talents. As long as he kept leveling up and following his Tao inspiration, the top 100 was in sight. Alistair's biggest disadvantage, from an objective standpoint, was his own generosity. He was sharing a lot of his loot with Donna, Tamia, and Oliver on top of being in a team setting as opposed to leveling up solo. But he felt that the rewards for being a decent human being made up for it, which was surprising considering the cutthroat nature of the Final Frontier Empire. It made him wonder if there were multiple players behind the scenes, since the hidden nature of his subclass and the error messages suggested a subversive force that wasn't completely aligned with the Pathfinder AI. Plus, even if he could have been slightly more powerful by being ruthless and killing innocent people like Marcus or George had, he wouldn't have done it. That took a level of evil he would never reach. You're always so lost in thought, Alexandra said, patting him on the shoulder. Should I knock a few brain cells loose to lower your intelligence? I don't think that's how it works, Alistair laughed. I was just thinking about what this is all for. How are you going to react when you see a cultivator from the Final Frontier Empire for the first time? I'm not sure. Maybe I'd want to fight them to see how strong they were. Or maybe I'd be too scared, I don't know. Alexandra admitting she's scared. What a sight to behold. Oh, you think so little of me, Alexandra moaned. I'm not so stupid that I'm going to pick a fight with someone who could wipe our planet out with a sneeze. That reminds me. Are you going to take revenge on Atavius eventually? For Earth, I guess? Alistair asked. It depends, Alexandra mused. If I found out Atavius was the one directly responsible for the death of a member of my family or my closest friends, I'd be pretty pissed off. But if they just died from the initiation and not his flames, I wouldn't have the same fury. I can't tell if that's your being selfish and apathetic, or you lost your hot head somehow, Alistair said. What did you do with the real Alexandra? And what about the billions who Atavius killed directly? Just because they're strangers, it's okay. Listen, we have no idea how strong that guy is. You and me? Sure. We've gone from normal humans to being able to punch down trees or boulders. But that guy could blow up continents. I'm not looking to throw my life away just yet. Not right now, obviously. I'm saying in a couple of years, when I'm strong enough, I'll bring him to justice, Alistair said firmly. You're confident you'll eventually get that powerful? Alistair smiled. I don't think I told you what the bartender in the Soulnet said to me. He claimed not even the Emperor of the Final Frontier Empire has reached the peak, never securing eternity. As long as those heights exist, I'll climb the mountain to the top. Bold. I think it'll help out if you see someone ahead of you, so you have to climb after them. Yeah. Talk to me when you've received a Tao inspiration and get into the top 1,000, Alistair teased. They went back and forth a couple more times before they reached the teleportation circle. Hundreds of thousands of ogres were a frightening enemy, but Alistair was more scared of the human monsters in New York City.
23. I'm walking here. Lauren transferred over Alistair's share of the loot back at the headquarters with a bored look on her face. In an effort to improve fairness, Sophia had the moneylender in charge of equally distributing the profits of their mission. It wasn't as if she wanted Lauren there, but because of her class's skills, Sophia had no other choice. The nondescript former banker had two skills that made her paramount to the new Boston Alliance: interest and cash flow. Cash flow let her passively steal 40% of every drachma earned within a 1-mile radius, while interest allowed her to increase her wallet's funds over time like an actual bank account. Sophia had two options: recruit and use Lauren to increase all the profits of the new Boston Alliance, or exile her since stealing 40% of all the drachma in her area wasn't something that she could allow. Realizing the relative safety of her position, Lauren chose to join the Alliance. She now served as a repository for everyone to store their money, making her invaluable as an asset. The reason Sophia had brought Lauren along on the potentially dangerous mission was to level her up as fast as possible, along with making sure she didn't run off or get extorted by a greedy traitor.
"That's 18,351 drachma for you," she said, transferring over the sum to his wallet. "Also, I must inquire about a discrepancy regarding your drachma."
"A discrepancy?" Alistair asked.
"When you killed Marcus, I didn't gain any drachma. Can you explain this?"
"I don't follow."
"His drachma. When you kill someone, you gain whatever items and drachma they had on them," Lauren explained.
"I've never gotten any drachma for killing someone," Alistair said.
"It would only be after level 15. But that's very strange. I'll be keeping a close eye on you."
Lauren gave him a suspicious glance. "Feel free to. I'm an open book," Alistair said honestly. Well, except for his one secret, but she didn't need to know about that. Alistair dropped into a makeshift bed the moment they returned to the headquarters. He had been fighting nonstop for a week, and even with his superior body, he was feeling fatigued. A 12-hour sleep session was just what he needed to recuperate. He would have slept even longer, but he was woken up by a worker who told him that the meeting in New York was happening in 2 hours and he needed to be ready. Alistair instinctively reached for his phone before realizing he must have lost it changing clothing ages ago. After the power went out, he had no way of charging it, so it was useless to him. It was funny how he so easily discarded an integral part of his life from the before like trash. Ironically, the new Boston Alliance was hard at work restoring the power. Without refrigeration, it was very hard to feed everyone in the region, so Sophia sent hundreds of electricians and engineers to work on repairing the power plants that the monster waves had destroyed. Because of her level, Sophia also asked Alexandra to tag along. With the addition of another woman, Alistair felt like the odd man out. Literally, since she was taking him, Alexandra, Lauren, and Katie, her closest assistant. With all of her outdoing missions to catch up, Alistair had one last favor to ask. "Hey, John, can I ask you something?" John Desmond, the firesmith, fashioned farming constructs of red fire in his office, handing them off to some volunteers. The large man had one of the more unique and versatile skills Alistair had witnessed, an artificing skill that allowed him to create solid objects made of flame.
"Alistair, come in," John said. "What can I do for you? Glad to see you're safe."
"Thank you for your concern. I was just wondering if you could watch over Donna and Tamia while I'm gone," he said.
"Who? Oh, you mean the woman and child with you? I wouldn't mind at all, but the meeting shouldn't take more than a couple of hours."
"Just making sure," Alistair said. He might have been overly paranoid, but why take chances? His evaluation of John's personality made him confident that the man wouldn't let anything happen to his first companions.
"Consider it done."
"How have you been doing yourself? I don't see you going and clearing any monster waves or going hunting. You're going to let everyone pass you up."
"I've made my peace with that. These hands weren't made for killing. They were made for creating. I was a welder in my past life, but now I can make so much more."
John opened his hands, and an intricately designed butterfly of flames flew out, diving about in sinuous patterns before landing on Alistair's shoulder.
"Wise words.
But not for you, it seems. And that's fine. Everyone has their own path, and I can admire yours. For me, I can get levels just by having people use my creations. Sometimes a non-combat class has its perks, John said. You should be off now before Sophia gets mad.
Alistair excused himself as the magical butterfly dissipated into smoke. It was good to see that not everyone had become crazed psychopaths after Earth's initiation. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said of New York. You're from New York, right? Alistair asked as they prepared to get on the teleportation circle. Yeah, I'm from the Hamptons, though, not the city. Big difference, Alexandra replied. Aren't the Hamptons the place where all the stuck-up rich people live? Sorry, I wouldn't know much about that, Alistair said. Why should I be ashamed of my family's wealth? If Dad was here, I'd have so much drachma. Alexandra was practically salivating at the idea. You haven't mentioned your dad much, Alistair noted. Things have been a bit rough ever since I went to law school instead of helping him out with the family business. He's real old school that way. He thinks that I've grown up too American. But isn't an apocalypse the perfect way to solve family issues? Who cares about all that stupid shit now? Alistair nodded in agreement. In a flash of blue light, a luxury apartment replaced their old scenery of treadmills and dumbbells. They arrived in an off-white-colored room containing a raised wooden platform with a view overlooking the Hudson River. A slightly chubby, bearded man greeted them as soon as they appeared. Welcome to my humble abode, ladies and gentlemen, he said, surveying the party that had just arrived. Which of you beautiful ladies is Sophia? That would be me, Sophia answered. Alistair would have said she was annoyed by his comment, but she always looked halfway pissed off. I'm so happy you could make the journey. I hope you don't mind the women, said the man, whom Alistair could only imagine was Anthony Ricci, the 5th-ranked person in the world. Anthony casually referenced the scantily dressed women who made themselves at home around the floor. They walked further into the suite, entering an open room with a bonsai tree in the center. I think I know this building, Alexandra whispered to him. We're on Billionaire's Row. He normally would have asked Alexandra what that was, but he was too busy focusing his eyes of truth on Anthony. Getting more info about the strongest man in America sounded important. Name: Anthony Ricci. Species: human variant. Class: unknown. Level: 29. Hey! What the fuck do you think you're doing, kid? Anyone tell you it's rude to stare? Who the fuck is this guy? Anthony turned his gaze on Alistair, and at that moment he felt so very small. The second he stepped foot in the apartment, he felt Anthony's powerful aura, but it only felt slightly stronger than Sophia's and not anything overwhelming. But feeling it directed at him was another story. Alistair felt like his heart was being constricted by an omnipresent, unending force, his limbs frozen by an implacable power. The world itself lost color as he felt every second stretch for eons upon eons, until the pressure abated at last, and it was as if nothing had happened. Alistair stumbled forward, nearly face-planting on the polished wooden floor, only stopped by Alexandra catching his fall. Teach that kid some fucking manners, okay? I thought you were only bringing big shots. Does he not have a sponsor to tell him it isn't appropriate to inspect people? Anthony shouted, turning to Alistair. You! I'm talking to you, brat. Do you think your intelligence is really that much higher than mine that you can inspect me and get away with it? No way is that happening. I apologize for my subordinate's behavior, Sophia said immediately. I forgot to inform him of the proper ways of a cultivator. That's right, Anthony said, sitting down on a recliner that looked completely out of place in the austere Japanese-style room. We do things a proper cultivator way around these parts. You know, I think those alien fucks got a few things right. It should be survival of the fittest, you know? Why should we, the powerful motherfuckers of the world, have to bend over and take it from bureaucrats and pencil pushers who haven't thrown a punch in their lives? It's better this way. New York is a paradise. I'll take your word for it, Sophia said. Hey, you don't have to just take my word for it, sweetie. If I wanted to, I could kill all 5 of you without breaking a sweat. But since I'm a nice guy, I won't do that. Now, let's talk shop. What's the deal with Boston?
Never liked that city, let me tell you. Alistair thought Sophia looked the angriest he had ever seen her, with her slightly furrowed brow. Even the Ice Queen could get offended with the right idiot in charge, it seemed. You were the one who wanted this meeting because of my moneylender, Sophia reminded him. Anthony looked at her with confusion before it dawned on him. Oh, yes, that's what it was. We live in this big city and no one has that class. Is it the guy? No. Lauren Yoon is the moneylender, Sophia said. And the Asian chick? Anthony asked, looking at Lauren. Well, you work for J.P. Morgan or something? Why do you have this moneylender class and no one I can find in the city has it? Goldman Sachs, and I'm not sure why myself. Maybe all the executives in your city died, Lauren answered. I wish they did, Anthony laughed. I like this one. No, we found some people from finance and the like, but they all had lame classes like banker or merchant. Never moneylender, where you can actually store other people's money. How much money can you hold? 5 million drachma, though it should increase to 10 million shortly. Anthony whistled. And you compound your interest at 10% every week. Am I hearing that right? That's not a joke. That's correct. Sophia, I think you found yourself a deal. So, how are we going to do this? Anthony asked, sitting up from his recliner throne. She can only hold 50K from an individual person, so we'll have you and several people you trust deposit the maximum amount. In exchange, I'll give you the exact amount you deposit. Whenever you want to exchange, I'll take our own deposit plus a cut of the interest you earned and give you back your money. In exchange, we want access to the Hall of Math. Anthony's smile vanished. How do you know about the Hall of Math? Sophia smiled in return. I have my ways. You're asking for a lot, Anthony grumbled. I've been assured not even the other members of the top 5 have access to such a trove of information. Do you realize how valuable it is? I don't think you realize how valuable the moneylender is. If you deposit 1 million drachma now, in a month you'll have over 1.4 million. In 3 months, 3.1 million. The system store is getting larger every day, and the cultivators are arriving in droves. The rich are getting richer, and you can't afford to be left in the dust, Sophia explained calmly. You drive a mad bargain, woman. Let me think for a second. Do you know what the Hall of Math is? He whispered to Alexandra. No idea, but it sounds big. Maybe it's something his sponsor gave him. He is super high-ranked, Alexandra replied. Katie, the blonde woman with an acolyte class, gave them a glare. Alistair hadn't really met the woman, but he heard she was friends with Sophia from before the initiation and was fiercely loyal to her. After a minute of deliberation, Anthony gave them his answer. I can get behind the arrangement, but I can't let you view the Hall of Math unsupervised, he said. I'll have to limit your funds then. Fuck you! You aren't even the moneylender! I want to hear her opinion, Anthony said. Then he pointed to Alexandra. And I wouldn't mind if she speaks either. She's just my type. Sophia and Lauren both moved to speak. Alistair was extremely lucky that at the same time he was about to voice his objection to the leader of New York, the world faded to darkness, the only thing appearing in the endless void of darkness being a small blue window. Welcome to the third quest. I hope you didn't forget about them. Due to your special accomplishments and accrued renown, you have been chosen as a part of the elite Prime Initiate version of the third quest called Gladiatorial Survival. As a part of our rehabilitation program, we regularly allow the convicts of the Empire to fight for their freedom against the inhabitants of newly initiated planets. Congratulations for having the privilege of being invited to one of the top streamcast programs, Felons vs. Fellows. 24. Felons vs. Fellows. Blinding light broke the shroud of darkness, and Alistair found himself in a compact white room lit by a luminescent ceiling and walls. The clean, evenly spaced square panels gave off a futuristic atmosphere, and on either side of the space there were 2 benches. Alistair stood up, drawing the attention of the others in the room. He immediately knew he was somewhere far from home after looking at his companions. There were around 20 people in his vicinity, though around half stretched the definition of a person. Alistair spotted what could have been cousins to the Bloodsun orcs, along with reptilian humanoids, and even a duo that could have passed for elves straight out of fantasy. He was tempted to use Eyes of Truth to find out more about them, but he remembered Anthony's claim that it was bad manners in the Greater Empire. Still, his fighter's instinct and general aura sense screamed danger. "Hey, what's going on here?" he asked the man sitting closest to him, a human with a long black beard and ponytail.
"I do not comprehend your question,"
he responded without a trace of emotion. "Felons versus fellows? What is that? I assume we're not on FX-14752 anymore," Alistair said, using the Final Frontier Empire's name for Earth.
"Ah, you are from the planet the Malloy Scion attacked. That makes sense. There aren't many mana-less planets left in this universe. It's good that you didn't inspect anyone. That might have turned ugly," he said. "You may call me Lates Cancifor. For your question, dozens of planets across the universe are initiated into the Final Frontier Empire every day. In fact, my planet, ZX-19001, applied for membership nearly 3,000 years ago. Felons versus Fellows takes the cream of the crop of the new initiates and pits them against suppressed versions of criminals in the Empire."
Alistair had already gathered that Streamcast was some kind of cultivator TV service, but he was surprised by Latez's mention of his planet. "Your planet applied for membership?"
"Of course. Being a part of the Final Frontier Empire is the greatest honor a planet or civilization can ever know. Despite the vastness of the Empire, it only covers around 25% of the total inhabited star systems in this universe. Applications are extremely competitive. Which is, of course, why you're in grave danger," Lates said.
"Excuse me?" Alistair asked.
"What happened to your system is a universal hot topic. Getting initiated as a premium-tier beginner world is doing you no favors. Usually, that status is reserved for the personal pet projects of the richest clans and corporations in the Empire. Those initiates have the protection of their wealthy and powerful benefactors. You're going to be targeted, since you have nothing."
"That doesn't seem fair," Alistair complained. "We had no idea what mana or the Tao was a week ago."
"A week?"
Lates asked, taken aback.
"How precocious. What is your name, Earthlin?"
"Alistair Tan."
"Well met, Alistair. May fortune favor you in the battles to come. We've arrived now."
The floor beneath them opened up like a door, revealing dirt ground. A man wearing paper armor walked in, radiating power far beyond the initiates.
"Jump," he said.
Not waiting for another second, Alistair sprung out of what could only be some kind of cultivator spaceship and landed 10 meters down on crumbling dirt. With his stats, such a leap was a walk in the park. Nothing could prepare him for the sight that awaited him in the arena. It was like a football stadium, except 10 times larger, filled to the brim with hundreds of thousands of spectators. Despite its size, it looked more like an expanded Roman Colosseum than a modern arena, with traditional balustrades and decks of stone benches. The crowd cheered at the newcomer's arrival, their cacophony louder than the noisiest concerts back on Earth.
"Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the first round of this season of Felons versus Fellows! The 10,173rd series of the Smash Streamcast hit will be the most exciting ever, with a diverse mix of newly initiated worlds. How will the inhabitants of the planet attacked by Octavius Malloy fare against the Karate Marauders? Or what about the mysterious Chaos Planet against the Ambergrit Kingdom? All the craziest matchups you've ever wanted, and just for a 10,000 gold drachma a month subscription. Differing rates may apply depending on your universal location. Please see your local provider for more info," a man said as he descended from the sky. The announcer was handsome, dressed in ornate jade and gold robes that draped down past his feet. He landed right beside Alistair, smiling at him.
Right here we have a contestant from FX-14752. Tell me, how are you feeling about your participation in our program?
Okay, I guess, Alistair said, not sure of what to say. He was becoming confused about how he could understand what everyone was saying. They weren't speaking English, were they?
Okay is better than bad. Good luck with the upcoming challenge. Is everyone ready for the games to begin? He shouted.
The crowd roared at the man's announcement, the sounds threatening to break Alistair's eardrums.
No one likes someone who doesn't play well with others. That's why the first round will be a group effort from all 20 contestants here against Kellis Bratevala, the Devourer of Worlds. Kellis was responsible for the death of nearly 10 billion sophons and evaded capture for nearly 100,000 years. Of course, he has been suppressed to the power of a level 30.
Boos echoed at the announcement of the identity of the felon. Perhaps there were some present from the worlds Kellis had devoured.
If Kellis can defeat all 20 of this first batch of prime initiates, he will be moved from his current solitary confinement into the luxury spire on Brion, the announcer said, to a constellation of jeers from the crowd. You heard it here, contestants. Along with being eliminated from the program and missing out on some enormous rewards, you will receive the eternal consternation of the public for allowing such an infamous criminal a more comfortable prison.
Alistair thought it was a bit suspect they would be blamed for that when it was the program who set up the situation, but he supposed that was how it always worked. The system created the problem, and ordinary people paid the price. The entire building started rumbling, and Alistair spied movement at the other end of the Colosseum. 2 gigantic guards carried a short man in translucent handcuffs out of the opposite tunnel. Even from afar, Alistair could feel the strength of the man's aura.
You may proceed however you see fit. Just remember, teamwork makes the dream work.
The announcer leaped away, running on air up to a booth at the top of the stadium. With his enhanced vision, Alistair could see Kellis being set free from his handcuffs from hundreds of meters away. After the 2 guards freed him from his links, they retreated into the darkness of the tunnel. If his eyes weren't failing him, Kellis had a wide grin on his face. A lizard woman in their group started charging before the announcer had even finished his words. At least Alistair assumed it was a female member of that species. With their reptilian faces, it was difficult to tell. Deciding that the lizard woman wouldn't turn back after running around 50 meters, Alistair activated Eyes of Truth. It couldn't hurt to scout out his competition.
Name: Rhycusa Eolorkek. Species: hatched lizard folk, partially evolved. Class: privateer. Primary attributes: strength and agility. Level: 25.
She was the same level as him, something Alistair wasn't sure what to make of. He was just inside rank 1000 on Earth, which wasn't the most impressive placement. Assuming the other contestants were relatively stronger on their planet, did that mean that Earth's overall strength was better than other newly initiated planets? That aligned with their premium status, something Lates said everyone else coveted. Rhycusa made it 3/4 of the way to Kellis before meeting her doom. Based on her speed, Alistair judged her to have around 75% of his agility, which wasn't enough to save her from the columns of Earth. A spike of rock erupted out of the ground beneath her, impaling the lizard woman in a single death blow. The crowd exploded at the sight of the first blood of the show. Kellis acted like he was just going for a stroll in the park, walking toward the remaining contestants at a leisurely pace.
We need to have a game plan, said a human of the group,
a tall, muscular blonde.
Kellis's exact class is unknown, but it's some evolution of Geomancer. His defenses are pristine, but his mobility is lacking. If we can break through his shield, we should be able to win, with his power limited to level 30. Who put you in charge, pretty boy? Asked one of the red orcs.
Watch who you speak to, orc,
said the man's female companion.
This is Lord Kevin Macadine, 14th son to Count Macadine, steward of the 8th province of the Lowlands on the disputed shard.
I'm supposed to know who that is? Why would an orc know about some petty lordling? The orc sneered. It's fine, Larsa. Leave them to their own devices, Kevin said. He turned to Lates and Alistair, who were the only other humans besides him and his small retinue. What say you?
The announcer did say teamwork was important, so why not? Alistair said.
Gratitude to the master, if I may join, Lates said.
Great, Kevin replied. The more people under my command, the stronger we grow as a unit with my natural command skill. He grasped Alistair and Lates by the shoulders, sending a rush of golden energy into them. Alistair immediately felt his muscles and bones strengthen, and a wave of adrenaline surged over him. Checking his stats, he noticed sizable increases, probably from a combination of his own Good Samaritan percentage bonus when fighting evildoers and Kevin's boosting skill. We have little time to prepare, Kevin said. He's almost within range. The whole time they were talking, the Devourer of Worlds grew closer, step by step. He hadn't picked up his pace at all, still inching forward without a care in the world. The orcs, remaining lizard folk, and elves were all in their own groups, not willing to make the first move after Raikyusa's death.
For an experienced geomancer of his level, his outer range for geomantic manipulations should be 70 to 80 meters, so we have around another minute before we're in the danger zone, explained Larsa. On top of that, we have his bloodline cultivation to worry about, though it should be limited by the level suppression.
Before Alistair could even ask, Kevin butted in like he knew what he was about to say. He absorbed the body and soul of a chaos beast ages ago, making him extremely difficult to neutralize with conventional methods. His Tao inspiration should be many times stronger than ours, making him extremely resilient to ordinary attacks.
What are your specialties?
Asked a heavily armored knight, who was never more than a foot apart from Kevin.
I'm a bare-fisted fighter, Alistair said. But I might have a solution for Kellis's defense.
I'm a magus.
Lates spoke only 3 words, but the party of humans seemed to recognize the meaning behind them. Perfect! Kevin motioned for his bodyguards, 2 warriors dressed head to toe in plate armor, to get into position. Ready! Larsa stood behind them, flanked by 2 archers carrying massive compound bows similar to the one Blaze used. Kevin raised a hand, summoning a 3-meter-long spear made of glowing light. Magus, you're on ranged control duty. Don't let Kellis move unimpeded. Pugilist! I want you swarming him, waiting for your opportunity to strike. Don't worry, it will come. The archers will offer more ranged control, with Larsa as a coordinator and me being the tank, he said. Finally, Kellis started picking up the pace, gliding along the ground like it was a skating rink. No! Alistair could feel that spires of earth would explode beneath him well before it happened, but it seemed like most of the others didn't get the memo. He didn't know if it was because of his fighter's instinct or something Kevin did to him, but he jumped forward, dodging the columns of earth flying out from the ground. Nearly half of the 19 remaining contestants died from the initial attack, leaving just the group of humans and a few stragglers of the other species. Larsa and the archers jumped back out of Kellis's range, while Kevin and his 2 bodyguards charged forward. A golden sphere formed around the trio, shattering any column that attempted to strike them. The human magus soared into the air to dodge the spires, never coming back down. He flew into the open skies, ascending 30 meters into the air. From his vantage point, he began firing fireballs and bolts of lightning at the advancing criminal. Alistair was a little jealous of Lates, remembering his previous desire to be a wizard. Still, he couldn't complain about his current path. With his current buffs, he had 150 agility, which was more than Alexandra's strength without her barbarian's rage. In other words, he was fast. The world became a blur around him as he easily dodged twisting tendrils of rock and earthen spikes that followed him at every step. With his reaction speed dialed up to 11 and his honed instincts, those threats were laughably slow. Despite his speed, he didn't lack awareness, and he started to feel a strange presence surrounding him. His Ghost Whisper's passive was going haywire from the sheer volume of spiritual pressure he detected. If he looked closely, it was like he could see the angry souls of those who died in the arena, all focusing their attention on him, wishing either to drag him to hell with them or for him to succeed where they had failed.
When he bounced off a pillar to prepare a mana strike in his right leg, he saw whispers of translucent ghostly energy forming around his body before the blue cloak of his skill even appeared. With alarming velocity, he dashed at Kellis, closing a 50-meter gap in less than a second. As his foot prepared to meet the short man's face, Alistair was confident he would end the fight in a single blow. Up became down and left became right as Alistair felt reality stretch around him. His kick should have connected straight with Kellis's jaw, but it struck empty air instead, Alistair's opponent appearing behind him as if he was always there. It reminded him of Calger's dimensional shifting, but it felt like an even more fundamental violation of casualty. It was like he actually did kick Kellis, who then voided that path of fate, letting the branch that had him 10 meters in front of his previous position take effect instead. Alistair smiled. If his hand of karma had one use, it was to sever fate. Kellis didn't get any relief, Lates and the archers bombarding him from afar with arrows, fireballs, and bolts of lightning. He calmly waved his hand, blocking the attacks with walls of earth, but at least it diverted him from attacking. That gave Kevin and his knights enough time to join the fray. Alistair could barely believe his eyes. A 15-meter-tall avatar of golden energy charged at Kellis, with each of its 3 heads containing one of the noblemen and his bodyguards. Kevin led the charge in the central head, with his movements dictating how the entire avatar moved. The spectral being wielded 4 swords in each of its arms, slashing waves of energy at its target, who remained stationary as he shielded himself. Despite his lack of vision, Kellis could still detect the incoming discs of energy, crashing stone blocks into the attacks in earth-shaking explosions. The non-human contestants had their turn as well, the duo of elves loosing 2 school bus-sized chimeras, while the orcs fired futuristic laser guns. The avatar continuously marched forward, its slashes growing in power the closer it came to Kellis. Lates rotated his arms, congealing a rotating tornado of fire that he unleashed on the geomancer. Kellis summoned a wall of crystal in a surge of energy that pushed Alistair away several feet, and the impervious shield absorbed all of their attacks. "Kevin is unleashing his most powerful skill," Larsa said, her voice beaming into Alistair's head. "Your opportunity is coming!" He spotted the avatar growing even taller in the distance, rising to above 20 meters. Alistair wondered how he would deal with a skill like that. Very large creatures were luckily a problem he didn't have to contend with yet. The avatar clasped all 4 of its hands together above its head, gathering immense energy. Even the colors of the world seemed like they were getting drained, vibrant hues desaturating and growing muted. After a couple of seconds of charging up, it fired a beam of rainbow energy. Kellis was ready for the rainbow beam, conjuring an even larger aegis of crystal to intercept it, but that left his rear open. Alistair activated Dash, moving faster than the wind with his enhanced agility. Crystal started forming around Kellis's back, but Alistair was even faster, crashing through the nascent lattice with a mana strike aided by both his ghost whispers and the momentum of his Terrigen raps. Kellis recognized the danger behind him, and Alistair felt the same alteration of fate, but this time he was ready. With his free hand, he prepared a hand of karma, the familiar red energy wrapping around his fist. He tried grabbing Kellis, only to realize the foolishness of his mistake. The power of Kellis's fate-warding skill was far, far stronger than Alistair's meager hand of karma. The moment he connected with the shadow form of the felon, he knew it would overpower him in less than a second. So, Alistair did the only thing he thought might help. He poured more karma into his skill. The pain was indescribably torturous. His best approximation was all the hope and love in the universe vanishing into a pit of hopeless despair. Every drop of karma he had, he poured into his hand of karma until it glowed as bright as a miniature sun with crimson light. He grabbed Kellis by the throat, finally connecting with the scrawny man's body. Alistair spotted tendrils of alternate fates leaking out from his outline, his form constantly showing afterimages of possible paths. Alistair's karmic energy barely held him in one place, and he knew it would not last for long. But it was just enough for him to strike. While he held up Kellis with his burning left hand, with his right hand he activated Mana Strike, spearing the man right through his throat. Blood started pooling down from Kellis's throat, and Alistair felt the man choke and go limp.
Level up. You are now level 26. +2 agility, +2 intelligence, +2 charisma, +2 free attribute points, +15 upgrade points.
His adrenaline was so high he barely noticed crystal spikes impaling his legs and torso. Alistair also didn't notice that the crowd had gone almost completely silent. He was just happy he had his first major fight in which he didn't collapse into unconsciousness after. He opened his status screen ready to allocate his new points, only to find that his karma was -15.
Oh, shit.
25. Tao Archetypes. How the hell did he have -15 karma? Hand of Karma only cost a single point of karma, and he had his full 10 positive points at the time of using the skill. Apparently, he had just lost nearly 25 karma from a single skill. What were even the consequences of having so much negative karma? He didn't have time to think as the announcer descended from the sky once more, landing right next to Alistair in a puff of dust.
Unbelievable! What a truly remarkable performance from the first group of contestants! The crowd cannot believe their eyes!
The announcer was right. The audience was going wild, surpassing the volume of the initial cheers.
Typically, the first batch is thrown against an opponent far beyond their capabilities, a preordained failure for the audience's spectacle. Yet you overcame Kellis Bratavala with surprising ease. What was it that allowed you to counter the Chaos Beast Bloodline's fate-warding skill?
Blood still trickled down his stomach and torso from where the crystal impaled him. The announcer's question broached something he really didn't want to mention to a universal audience, so he did his best athlete dodge.
I think we just got really lucky, you know. But this was a team effort. I wouldn't have been able to land the final blow without the help of Kevin McAdeen, his allies, and the brave orcs and elves who distracted Kellis.
And he's humble, too. Now the audience is dying to know more about you, the first breakout star of this series. Can you let Trillian sitting at home watching into the head of Alistair Tan?
Alistair smiled at no one in particular, hoping the camera would pick it up. He needed his charisma to put in some work.
I'm just trying to survive and make it back home. I bet many people watching can relate to feeling like a cog in the machine, aspiring for something greater. Now that I've been given this amazing opportunity, I promise I won't squander it. Thanks for the support, and I won't let you down.
He did a double-handed air kiss for the crowd. It felt really dumb, but assuming that the final Frontier Empire's culture was similar enough to Earth's, he hoped it would work.
What a nice kid, the announcer said. I'm sorry, folks, but that will be all from Alistair for now. We have to move on to the next batch of matches. After the first match, the next matches will be streamed simultaneously on 20 different channels. If you have a metal divider, all rights reserved by the Akata Corporation, you can watch all 20 at the same time.
The announcer snapped his fingers, and Alistair found himself in a hospital that wouldn't have looked out of place on Earth. The only difference was the technology was far more sophisticated, or at least appeared that way. People were being bussed around on self-driving floating beds, and doors and passages opened out of nowhere in the white walls.
If you need medical attention, the front desk will take you.
A strip of white around the ceiling of the hospital glowed whenever the detached voice spoke.
Treatment is free of charge. Enjoy your stay at the Lycaenean Sanatorium, franchised location within the Dreyer's Alchemist Guild Consortium. Transportation for your next taping will occur in 24 to 36 hours, also free of charge. In the meantime, the complimentary pass stamped on your souls allows free lodging at any 3-star or less hotel.
I wasn't expecting you to actually do it, Kevin said. He looked a bit tired but had no other injuries. The orcs and elves left right away, not bothering to talk to the humans.
Wait, so if I'm understanding this right, you went in there expecting to die?
Alistair asked, remembering the words of the announcer.
Of course,
Larsa said.
The first match is a great honor, but the general expectation is death. I thought you knew that.
I had absolutely no idea.
Why couldn't you just leave? Are we forced to fight?
Latez gave him an incredulous look.
I apologize for my omission of the basic facts. I had forgotten your planet is woefully undereducated.
The stolid magus almost looked exasperated.
It would be a shame beyond words to flee from participation. We and our families would lose untold face. In turn, that makes the fact we succeeded beyond remarkable. It marks only the second time in the last 100 years that the first match ended up in a success for the fellows as opposed to the felons. Usually, the contestants are middle-of-the-road cultivators to better ensure the victory of the felon and increase the stakes for the rest of the contestants.
Kevin looked troubled at Latez's words that it would be an extreme shame to flee. I wouldn't go that far. I was quite certain we'd win after seeing the full capabilities of our team. Father doesn't watch these things, but he still prepared me well.
Middle of the road, Alistair muttered, ignoring the small debate. He supposed his rank wasn't as good as it could be, but he was still in the top 0.00001% of the world. Speaking of rank, Alistair checked the system store, happy to see that with a level up, his rank had shot up all the way to 701. Well, we proved them wrong, didn't we? If Lord Kevin had dealt the death blow, things might be different. You won some goodwill with the crowd, but most people will view what happened as a fluke, Larsa said. And honestly, I'm inclined to agree.
My partner means to say that you did a wonderful job, Kevin said, jabbing Larsa in the shoulder. Do you require medical assistance? Alistair looked down at his wounds, which were already closing. His health was at 250 out of 328, and he didn't feel like he was in any danger. I think I'm good. Why don't we go celebrate our victory then? I took out my life insurance deposit early, expecting to die, so I have a decent chunk of drachma. Alistair was in the mood for some relaxation after the battle. While he felt righteous in defeating Kellis, who clearly was an evildoer of cosmic proportions, he felt that it didn't resonate as much with his Tao as he would have expected. Alistair wasn't sure exactly what it was, but something about the contrived nature of being pitted against Kellis for entertainment felt wrong. Also, it was a perfect opportunity to gather intel. He had so many burning questions that he thought he might explode. A nobleman like Kevin should know more than any person he had encountered on the Pathfinder AI and the Final Frontier Empire. We need to get changed. You especially. Kevin pointed at Latez. What is that beard and ponytail, man? That fashion is so last millennium. Only the progenitor clans still dress like that. And that's because they're the progenitors.
The people of my homeworld are the direct descendants of Casus el Nassar.
Uh-huh. A bastard line doesn't count, Larsa said.
In any case, you all are welcome to join us at the local tavern, Kevin said. But I am serious about the change of clothes. The city was a weird mixture of ancient Chinese and cyberpunk. Giant pagodas and skyscrapers shared equal amounts of the horizon, and zooming hovercars and holographic advertisements packed the streets. Alistair would have guessed he was in a sci-fi movie if he wasn't living it in the flesh. All he knew for certain was that he was definitely not on Earth anymore. He still had 30 upgrade points to put to use, including the 15 from the last level up. In the end, he put them toward the Communion of Spirit branch, to the solid spirit leaf. Alistair reasoned the arena possessed the echoes of powerful warriors, but his current Ghost Whispers wasn't powerful enough to specify individual beings. With the solid spirit leaf, he could identify spiritual implants and potentially even actual ghosts who rejected the call of the afterlife. At first, he wanted to stay in the hospital to wait for Sophia or Alexandra or someone else he knew, but Kevin explained that with the gigantic number of participants, they could be anywhere on the planet, so it wasn't worth it. They would have a chance to reunite after the second round, once the competition whittled down to under 1,000 contestants. Latez abandoned the group, saying that such frivolities were not appropriate for a cultivator. The planet Latez called home tended on the old-fashioned side, harkening back to a time when cultivators were expected to be prim and have untouchable reputations. The time scales of the Final Frontier Empire were beyond any human creation on Earth, but that didn't mean that things didn't evolve or change. Kevin seemed to know his way around the city, confidently traversing back alleys and shouting at slow pedestrians.
he would have been right back at home, back in a city on Earth, which was Alistair's biggest curiosity. "How is everything so similar?" Alistair asked while adjusting his new robes.
"What do you mean?"
Kevin studied Alistair's change of clothes intently, giving it a thumbs up. "I haven't had much time to think about it, but even the presence of humans in the universe makes no sense. Is all of science and the 4.5 billion year history of the planet false? Even if humans exist on other planets, I don't understand how our cultures could be so similar."
"I forgot you're from a completely uncontacted planet," Kevin said. "What your scientists have divined about the history of your people is most likely accurate. What you were missing is that the grand history of the multiverse works through archetypes found in the Tao. Humans and human culture are just one of the innumerable archetypes that exist. Creatures like orcs, elves, and lizard folk are also common. Life that goes along the human path tends to not stray too far apart in terms of culture, though with the sparsity of the Tao and mana on your planet pre-initiation, it created a strange result."
"Indeed," Larsa said. "Your choice of clothing is peculiar, and unlike anything I've seen in the Final Frontier Empire."
Alistair fished for more info with how talkative Kevin was being.
"Can you explain more about the multiverse? And the Pathfinder AI? Is it some kind of god?"
Kevin and his friends started laughing. "A god! Oh, that's a good one," he said. "As if that buggy heap of junk could be called a god."
"The Final Frontier Empire purchased the Pathfinder AI from the Sublimed Machine millions of years ago. The only problem is we have the lowest possible tier product, and there's no way we could afford the next tier up. As you get to higher levels, it becomes useless, or you have to spend a hefty chunk of change for a personal upgrade," Larsa explained. "There's a reason it's called the Final Frontier Empire. We're literally at the edge of the multiverse. Your planet was hidden from the Tao because of how close it is to chaos, the eternal shroud of darkness that surrounds all of creation. So let me get this straight. You're saying the Final Frontier Empire is at the bottom of the multiversal totem pole?" Alistair asked.
"Indeed, my friend. We are classified as a weak grade 4 polity on account that the Emperor is our only exalted realm cultivator," Kevin said. One of the archers, named Tychos, said, "In terms of the realms of cultivation, it goes Foundation, where we are, Adept, Profound, Visionary, Exalted, Ascended, Divine, and finally, Truth Seeker. You'd have a better chance of hitting an atom a million light years away than reaching Truth Seeker. And even then, the peak is still higher. There are rumors that there are levels even beyond Truth Seeker. But in these parts, we'd have no way of knowing. I was born on an uninitiated planet on my father's vacation with his mistress, now his 5th wife. Since he didn't want his 4th wife to know, he left me and my mother behind, only recognizing me as his son once the planet became part of the Final Frontier Empire. Before being initiated, the planet had a sparse amount of mana, impeding our progression. For us, it's been almost a year since the Pathfinder AI arrived. Just goes to show you how important being a premium-tier planet is for fast improvements. You're being subsidized at an insane rate," Kevin said.
"Wow. I think I'm starting to understand. I hope I won't have to keep slaying monsters forever, though," Alistair said.
Kevin shook his head. "Once we reach level 30, we will have to undergo a trial to form a soul core. After that point, you can level up merely by absorbing the ambient mana of the universe and concentrating it within your core. Of course, killing is always a popular path to securing eternity."
"Sorry, I just have one more question," Alistair said as they walked out of the clothing store decked out in new robes. "You might not understand what I'm talking about, but what about Taoism and reincarnation? I feel like I've seen a ton of references to them, and I'm wondering if they're a part of the Tao archetypes you mentioned previously. Like, is Buddha—" They barely made it out on the street before Larsa put her hand over Alistair's mouth. "Are you trying to draw Heaven's attention?"
"What?" Alistair said through her hand. Everyone nearby gave them a large berth, looking to the sky as if they were about to be smited. After a few seconds of nothing happening, he saw Kevin and the others breathe easier. "You don't talk about that without special permission," Kevin said.
Heaven is always watching.
So I can't mention that. Got it. Alistair felt a bead of sweat drip down his forehead. Why did things have to be so complicated? Any other life-threatening ontological consequences I need to be aware of from just saying a word?
Not that I can think of.
Larsa glanced above one last time. And it's not just your life that is in danger. If you get your karmic balance messed up, you could spend 1 billion years in a tribulation hell before being reincarnated. I hope your planet has a concept of what that means. Alistair nodded, though he did wonder about the karmic balance part, what that meant for him with his -15 karma. If he died, would he go to hell? He didn't plan on dying soon, but it couldn't hurt to bring that number back into the positives. On a lighter note, I think we're ready to go out, Kevin announced. We have even more reason to celebrate. Let the Macadine clan forever praise the mercy of the heavens. Alistair learned some more about the structure of the Final Frontier Empire from Kevin as they took a floating train made entirely of mana to the tavern. The leader of the empire was the 13th Fel Emperor Draugr Locator of the Locator founding line. The empire contained 13 fiefs, each ruled by a prince, and each fief was split into several duchies, each duchy into several provinces. That made Kevin the lowest rung of noble that controlled an administrative district. There were other types of nobles, but at a sub-district level. The array of 88 progenitor clans contrasted the bureaucratic system of the landed gentry. Kai Arkos Lakator, the first emperor, was joined by 88 men and women in discovering the universe they would later come to control. The descendants of those 88 made up the original rulers of the empire, but over time their power waned. Now only 4 of the 13 princes were from the progenitor clans, and many of them were even relegated to being ducal lords. The progenitors still held power at court and carried ancient cultivation secrets, but the new line of nobles was quickly rising. There was even a third competitor, other than the new nobles and the progenitor clans: the corporations. During Draugr reign, an economic system Alistair recognized as capitalism back on Earth became more popular. The big names, like the Akata Corporation, Dreyar's Alchemist Guild, Feyen Goods, and many more, were under 1 million years old. That was fairly young in the grand scheme of the empire, which had lasted just under 150 million years. Due to the emperor being an entire realm of cultivation higher than anyone else, the imperial family was a faction in and of itself despite being under 1,000 people. The internal politics and strife of the empire, with no competitors in their universe, were central to its existence. Sometimes the emperor would side with the corporations against the new nobles, and sometimes the new nobles would side with the progenitors against the emperor. For the most part, things were balanced. Kevin explained the intricacies of court life with a smile on his face. The nobleman was at home discussing politics, his family clearly having prepared him well. Alistair suspected the shock of nearly dying made him appreciate life all the more. Alistair, who had nearly died at least 3 times in the last week, was less affected. They arrived at the tavern in under 30 minutes, flying across the city on their spectral ride. Alistair wasn't sure he could properly describe the building they arrived at as a tavern. As tall as the nearby skyscrapers, it resembled a giant pagoda that mixed classical and futuristic styles, complete with mana billboards and projections. Loud music boomed from inside, just like a club back on Earth. "We're on Faxor, a city planet near the Imperial Heartlands," Kevin said. "If we were any closer to the core, the Dao shielding would cost too much." Alistair started to ask Kevin what Dao shielding was, but he stopped himself as he felt an inauspicious feeling overcome him. He didn't dare use any more karma, but he would have bet his life if he activated Eyes of Truth, dozens of black lines of fate would be pointing to him. He foresaw everything but was powerless to stop it. His limbs moved in accordance with the line of fate in front of him. One careless step, and he toppled over. What were the chances of him tripping with his improved proprioception? 1 in 100,000? It didn't matter, as he found all of his weight falling on top of a woman in front of him in line. "I'm so sorry," Alistair said, quickly getting up. He had landed on top of a beautiful young lady,
an unusual variant of human with pitch-black skin with glowing white veins.
"Excuse me,"
a man said. He helped the woman up from the ground, clearly of the same species as the woman.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Alistair groaned internally. His negative karma was coming back to bite him. 26. A Night in Jail. Alistair considered his options. He wasn't sure what the average level was on mature planets, but he was fairly confident that the dark-skinned man was a higher level than him. His aura was more powerful, more congealed, yet also less deadly. It made sense that on already initiated planets, classes would trend to be more and more utility-oriented over time. Still, if Alistair's estimation was correct, he was at least 5 levels ahead of him. He thought back to his decisions. With his negative karma, he had an inkling it might cause him to have bad luck, so should he have stayed in the hospital trying to cloister himself off from any possible negative event? His gut said no. Perhaps the probability of an incident was lower, but there were so many dangerous things in a hospital. For all he knew, his karma could have made a patient with a deadly virus pass by him, or a crazy nutcase could have attacked him.
"He meant nothing by it, my Trexian friend, a mere accident," Kevin said, trying to ameliorate the situation. "I'll decide what's an accident or not, Sharder," the man said.
His accent sounded vaguely Russian, an artifact of the way the Tao archetypes translated speech between vastly disparate regions.
"Do you know who I am?"
No? Alistair wasn't sure if he was supposed to be aware of the Trexian's identity.
"You may refer to me as Lang Aeus Karelian. My Countess Mother owns half of this entire planet. Now tell me, why were you being improper with my lady friend?"
Karelian asked. "I just tripped. I'm very sorry." Alistair didn't enjoy groveling for a stupid reason, but his danger sense was telling him that Lang Aeus Karelian was not a man to be crossed. "I would never be so foolish as to cross the Lang Aeus family."
"Where are you from? To be making company with a Sharder and his slaves tell me you lack solid judgment."
"I'm from a recently initiated planet," Alistair answered truthfully. "I'm not on this planet by choice. The first match of felons versus fellows just happened, so you might have seen me there."
"You think I take part in the bread and circuses of the underclass? I have more important things to do,"
Karelian said, taking an iridescent coin from his pocket. Alistair didn't know what the coin meant, but Kevin and Larsa went pale at the sight.
"This right here is an orichalcum drachma,
more wealth than you'll ever see in your miserable, brief life. It's worth 1 quadrillion gold drachma. Trexians are gamblers by nature. So why don't I flip this coin? If it lands on heads, I'll let you go. If it lands on tails, I'll have you arrested." Karelian flipped the coin before anyone had a chance to interject, and Alistair knew the outcome from the moment it exited the Trexian's hand. With his negative karma, he could literally feel the poor strands of fate manifesting as the coin landed in Karelian's hand. It landed on tails, just as expected. "I'm not sure all this is necessary," said the woman Alistair knocked over. "Can't you just let him go, honey?"
"I'm sorry, Ophelia. The trash needs to be put in its place occasionally. Garrion, throw this man in jail for a night. One of the bad beds, please."
Karelian waved his hand, and a demonic creature composed of darkness and fire stepped out of the Trexian's shadow, causing Kevin and the other Sharders to jump back. Alistair wanted to resist, but he had a feeling with his level of bad luck that wasn't an option. He looked over at Kevin, who wore an apologetic expression. It wasn't so bad, Alistair thought. He just needed to survive for 24 hours, and then his natural regeneration would bring his karma back to acceptable levels. The Shadow Demon grabbed Alistair's arm with a surprisingly cold hand. Being sent to an alien jail was pretty far down his bucket list. Alistair realized he might have overestimated cultivator society. Not that anything he had experienced made him overly partial to the Final Frontier Empire, but it seemed exorbitantly wealthy,
and seeing the futuristic technology made him wonder if problems like poverty and homelessness were absent as a counterbalance to their crazy warrior culture. That turned out to be completely false. The shadow demon picked up Alistair and flew to its destination, a seedier part of the planet's city. Beautiful pagodas and skyscrapers turned into rundown shacks and ultra-dense housing that looked like it would crumble from a small gust of wind. Vagrants and criminals dotted the streets, and Alistair saw 2 stabbings happen in broad daylight. Or moonlight. There wasn't a sun in the sky, with 3 bright moons taking its place, creating a lighting situation that wasn't as bright as day or as dark as night on Earth. Garion was by far the most powerful aura Alistair had ever felt, a dark and sinister miasma of evil that he knew he could not defeat at his current strength. The being was so far above him that Alistair had no scale of reference to measure it. Was Garion level 40? Level 50? Even level 60? "What is it this time?" an exasperated woman asked. The creature dropped him off at one of the more put-together buildings, a flat gray compound with no windows. The front door was barred, and Garion pressed a blue marble up to an indent at its side. Alistair found it somewhat funny that the demon fumbled around the sphere a few times before it managed to open the door. "One night in the bin." Garion's voice was quiet and thin, but carried an authority that exceeded its volume. "Very well. Please mention to the Countess we could use some more funding. I think it's only fair, considering how much Master Corellian uses our services," the woman behind the glass said. "I will duly pass on your request, ma'am." The front desk lady ushered in a pair of full-body armored guards. Alistair felt like they were weaker than him after considering his deadly fighting style and skill advantage. It wasn't like he was actually going to try an escape attempt, however, with Garion holding him down. The moment the guards fastened the familiar translucent cuffs to his wrists, he felt his connection to the Tao and his mana vanish. Despite being just over a week removed from his previous mortal body, Alistair felt like he was wasting away. He lacked his previous vitality, every move taking so much more energy. Checking his status screen, his stats were suppressed to pre-initiation levels, except for his charisma and the bonuses from his badges. He guessed the version of the cuffs he was wearing were weaker than the ones they put on Kellis Bratavala, otherwise the felon would have wiped the floor with the sub-level 30 contestants. But he was more focused on the negative number slotted in the karma section. It now read -6 instead of -15. Alistair's heart raced as he realized negative karma must work the same way as positive karma. In the same way he paid his price for his Eyes of Truth and Hand of Karma, he had paid back part of his karmic debt with the bad luck he was experiencing. All Alistair had to do was survive a little more misfortune, and he'd be back to baseline. Keeping that in mind, Alistair was in good spirits as he walked down a corridor with the guards. The prisoners banged on the fogged glass that held them captive, but no sound came out. One of the glass walls dissipated, revealing 5 prisoners in a small concrete cell. Alistair fell flat on his face after the guards pushed him in, not having his arms free to break his fall. As the glass reformed behind him, Alistair gathered himself to his knees, spitting out blood. He could tell he chipped one of his canines, something that he hoped was easy to fix with a healing skill after they released him. "Look at the fresh meat, boys." Alistair looked up, finding a pair of reptilian eyes glowering at him. At first glance, he thought it was a lizard man, but his face was more humanoid, and he had serpentine appendages in place of hair. "I'm not looking for any trouble," Alistair pleaded, but his karmic senses buzzed with a feeling of awful lines of fate. It wasn't as bad as his luck bumping into the young Lord Langeus, but he knew his next few hours would be trouble. "Oh, believe me, you're gonna get trouble." The reptilian man, whose cuffs weren't linked together, grabbed Alistair by the scruff of his neck. "Jacoby thinks he can encroach Naga turf and send some fucking kid to shake me down. I don't think so." "I think you have the wrong guy," Alistair said as he felt his cell growing smaller by the second. The other snake-like humanoid stood up, crowding him into the corner of their small lockup. "I don't know a Jacoby. I'm not even from this planet,"
Yeah? Everyone knows Jacoby runs with demons. You think you're so slick, but we got our methods. We saw you come in with the shadow spawn.
Alistair could feel there was nothing he could say to dissuade the Naga at that point. Despite the suppression of the cuffs, he still had the knowledge of Assassin's Fist and his honed combat instincts, and he could feel a large haymaker coming. He acted first, launching himself from out of the corner, headbutting the talkative Naga in the nose. He counted 8 of the serpentine humanoids in total. 8 against 1, and he couldn't use his arms at all. They were impossible odds, with his mana and Tao sealed in such a tiny cage, combined with his ungodly terrible luck. They charged him all at once, but Alistair used his tight corner against them. Because of the angle in their burly bodies, only 2 of the Naga could reach him. 2 jump kicks repelled them. That was where his over-reliance on his high agility failed him. His agility inured him to his body responding perfectly in tune with his mind's commands, yet with his cuffs, he lacked his previous kinesthesis. His physical stats still exceeded the Naga because of his superior badges, but not to a severe degree. He landed on a single foot in an attempt to pivot and launch a sidekick, but he misjudged the angle, his ankle buckling underneath him. Pain seared throughout his body as he took a punch straight to the solar plexus, followed up by a kick to the head that made him see stars. Alistair curled up into a fetal position as blows rained down on him from above. He checked his status screen in between kicks, looking at only one number, his karma. Alistair thought the big, fat 0 that turned up was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Jarrell couldn't believe his luck. His assignment as only a secondary cameraman for Felons vs. Fellows was disappointing, but he was finally looking at his big break. His mother always berated him for choosing cameraman as his class, but she would rue her words. One of the new directives from up top to keep things fresh was for candid recording of the contestants to see what they were like out of the public eye. Of particular interest was Alistair of FX-14752, who quickly became a fan favorite after the upset in the first match against Kellis Bratavala. Jarrell had some potential ideas for drama, but the initiate found trouble all by himself. Bumping into the Duke of Faxor's son, who turned out to be a pompous brat? The audience was eating it up, calling for the Trexians' death for jailing their new hero. Then getting beat up in prison on top of that? Jarrell didn't understand how one man could have so much misfortune, but it was perfect for television. If anyone put the cash cow in real danger, Jarrell would step in, but it seemed like Alistair was mostly fine. The magical pugilist might have bruises for the next round, but that played even better to the crowd. An underdog from a planet nearly destroyed by a member of the Malloy, one of the most hated progenitors in the Empire, was a sob story in and of itself. But then having to deal with a pompous nobleman and bravely fighting gangsters in prison? Jarrell practically salivated at the narrative he could build. Jarrell hadn't even used the next part of the story. He reviewed the extra vision tapes of Alistair's interactions on FX-14752. His female companion and sister had also been picked up at the request of the Clearwater sect. So many juicy storylines to use, Jarrell thought. It was only a matter of which one to choose. 27. Dragon's Den Island. Alistair woke up to more bruises than he'd ever seen in his life. His back and stomach were completely purple and blotchy, and he had 2 black eyes and a couple of missing teeth. But he was still alive and kicking, which was more than he could say for the Naga gangsters back in his cell. He didn't want to kill them, in all honesty, but they left him no choice. The Naga could take way more punishment than a human, suggesting their base stats were higher even when suppressed. It was only due to his martial skill that he defeated them. Every time he knocked one out, they just kept getting up until they collapsed for a final time. Alistair was shocked by the tenacity of the Snake Men. If that was how Naga warriors battled, they would make fearsome opponents on the battlefield. He was originally afraid of being prosecuted for killing people in jail, but the producers of the show waved their hands, and it was like nothing ever happened. His recollection of the event was fuzzy, and his clearest memory of the jail cell was waking up in a puddle of blood to a well-dressed woman tapping her cheek. She had him cleaned up and sent to a professional healer, explaining that he was never in any real danger and that a cameraman tracked him the entire time. Somehow, Alistair felt that if he had kept his terrible karma, not even the oversight of felons versus fellows would have been able to save him. Speaking of karma, he checked his status screen, finding a nice +1. It seemed that karma had an unfair distribution. While he had his bouts of good fortune, having 10 positive karma never gave him any concrete feelings of luck, while 10 negative karma brought on misfortune almost immediately. The producer brought him to a pleasant hotel, putting him in a room for the night. The next day, he expected to wake up to beautiful red silk bed curtains and the ostentatious geometric patterns in the wood of his bed frame and windows. But instead, he heard sirens blasting. Alistair emitted an unbecoming sound as he woke up in a jolt, nearly falling off the bench underneath him. Looking around, many of his peers did the same. He found himself in a large mess hall with hundreds of tables lined with people.
Welcome to the second round of Felons versus Fellows! Congratulations on making it past the first round, which is not an easy task. Out of the 50,000 initial contestants, only 1,000 made it past the first round, our judges taking only the most qualified participants. The announcer from before once again descended from the sky. Alistair thought it was getting trite. How many more times would he hide on the ceiling and fly down for dramatic effect? My name is Po Shido, and I am the host of Felons vs. Fellows. You may be wondering why all 1,000 of you were teleported into this large hall, he said, gesturing to the 50-meter-tall dome above. For the second round, you will hunt for treasure on an abandoned island in teams of 6. Shido opened his hand, and a projection of a tropical island appeared. Dragon's Den Island is 500 square kilometers in area, and contains a beach, a volcano, a forest, and many more biomes. Red X's appeared at set locations around the island. There are stockpiles of treasure at a handful of unknown locations on the island. Your goal is to find and retain said stockpiles for the duration of a week. You can already imagine the different strategies you can employ. Should you hunt for treasure early on, or wait until the end and steal it from a weaker opponent? All choices have their own merits. Other teams aren't your only problem, however. 50 of some of the final Frontier Empire's most heinous criminals will be hunting you, along with the natural predators of the island. Hint, they're in the name. Since you lot have made it this far, we've decided to give you a silver escape token. Please check your pockets or bags. Alistair reached into the pocket of his robes, finding a small silver token. If you ever feel in mortal danger, break this token in half, and you'll return to Faxor, unharmed. It's a one-way ticket, and you completely void your participation in the show and any potential prizes. Oh wait, did I mention prizes? Shido smiled as he knew that the mention of prizes secured everyone's rapt attention. We've already given out exclusive items for those who performed extraordinarily well in the first round. For all subsequent rounds, the top performers will also receive a reward. But as you might have guessed, the overall winner receives the best prize. For the champion of Felons vs. Fellows awaits the ultra-limited, one-of-a-kind, mythical rarity, One Above Many badge, granting a permanent 7% bonus to cultivation speed and 25% to all attributes. We're talking about the kind of badge people would kill for. And now that I've explained everything, it's time for team selection. After some discussion with producers, we've decided on partial randomization. Our AI program will create balanced teams, but also maximize entertainment value. Alistair had a bad feeling about the last part of the host's sentence, particularly the way he emphasized entertainment value. He had a couple of theories on how they would execute that, and none of them sounded good. Sorry to change the scenery so quickly, but we have to get the show going, Shido said, clapping his hands. Good luck, everyone! Not for the last time, Alistair wondered how cultivators lived for thousands or even millions of years, yet everything seemed so fast-paced.
Since arriving on Faxor, he had been shuttled around from arena to jail cell. But Alistair didn't feel discouraged. In fact, he felt the opposite. The path forward was clearly visible now, the one above many badge standing at the end. The scenery of the hall faded, replaced by the backdrop of an island. Hot sand seared the bottom of his feet as he took in his surroundings.
Alistair?
He couldn't believe his eyes. So, is this what they meant by entertainment value? Alistair thought, bringing in his sister for a hug and closing his eyes.
Is that your girlfriend?
Another familiar voice asked. No, she's my sister, Evangeline, he told Alexandra, still hugging his sister. Oh, great. Why did they have to pull me with these fucks? Alistair opened his eyes. Entertainment value. Of course. Wonderful to see you again, Alistair. Anthony? Alistair remembered the speaker from his first time in the Solnet, specifically his posh English accent. Alfred Wood and a man he assumed was his brother stood a couple of feet away. Not this greedy motherfucker, too, Anthony complained. I'm not working for your stupid family. I'm all-American right here, and proud of it. I fail to see how a strategic partnership with my family constitutes a betrayal of the United States, but I digress. It looks like we're all on the same team. As if on cue, a special notification window popped up.
Felons vs. Fellows Limited Available Quest Partnership. Alistair Tan, Evangeline Tan, Anthony Ricci, Alexandra Likios, Alfred Wood, and Bartholomew Wood form Team Number 13. Each member of the team must not harm another member of their team on pain of severe consequences. Time limit, 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
Looks like you're hitched to us, Mr. Ricci. Now that all of our fates are tied together, I suggest we do some introductions and explain our strengths. I'll start first. In case you didn't know, I'm Alfred Wood, heir to the Wood family fortune. My class is Spy Master, and I excel at surreptitiously gathering information. In terms of combat, I offer very little, but my younger brother more than makes up for my deficiencies, Alfred offered. Name is Bartholomew Wood. My class is Super Soldier. I served in the Special Air Services, Bartholomew said. He looked eerily similar to Alfred in the face, but was shorter and twice as muscular, with a deeper voice. I specialize in survival, mass bombardment, and aerial supremacy. Hell no, Anthony said after everyone looked at him, since he was next in line. I'm not telling yous anything about my abilities. Completely out of the question. After this is over, we're going straight back to enemies. I would think the present need to survive outweighs future concerns, Alfred responded. I'll take my chances, thank you very much. All right, I guess I'll go next. I'm Alexandra Likios, and my class is Nature's Barbarian. I hit things hard, and I get a bit angry. And some of my abilities relate to nature and life, but I'm still figuring that out, Alexandra said. Wait a minute. Likios? Your father is the Greek shipping magnate. What a small world, Alfred said. Anthony grumbled something about rich kids under his breath. I'm Alistair Tan, and I'm a magical pugilist. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm fast, and I punch people, he said, omitting his karmic skills for now. And I'm Evangeline, Alistair's sister. My class is spiritualist, so I can affect the soul and see things at a more basic level of understanding. See? Now that wasn't so hard, Alfred said, giving Anthony some side-eye. We'll be dominating this island in no time. For the first time since arriving on the island, Alistair got a good look at the landscape. The white sand beach they landed on stretched onward to the left and right into the horizon, blending into lush green forest a few dozen meters inland. He spotted no one in sight, which made sense with the 500 square kilometers of area split amongst 1,000 contestants. Alfred served as a provisional leader of the group. There was something about his silky smooth accent that enamored him to everyone. With his uncanny ability to detect everything going on within a certain radius, he could make the most informed decisions for the group. Even Anthony, who still muttered under his breath about his bad luck, reluctantly traveled with them, realizing the futility of striking out on his own when everyone else would be in their groups of 6. Alistair remembered when he first met Alexandra, she used her contract skill to help them work together, and he asked her if she could apply it to Anthony. It turned out that even if he consented to the skill, which was required, it could only bind rewards for quests and share information. He supposed it made sense the skill was so weak, considering Alexandra was just a first-year law school student. For the first hours after landing on shore, they trekked through the tropical forest. Alistair thought his toughened skin might have protected him from mundane problems like bug bites, but cultivator flies and mosquitoes turned out to be stronger than their counterparts back on Earth. He was crawling with rashes after just a few hours. He caught up and swapped stories with Alexandra and Evangeline, though he was embarrassed to explain his stint in jail. Evangeline maintained her lead on Alistair's rank despite him leveling up 3 times since they last saw each other. She had breached the top 500, up to 475 at level 27, though he and Alexandra weren't far behind at level 26. With Anthony at level 29, those 2 levels separating number 5 from number 500 were no easy canyons to cross. The memory of Anthony focusing his aura on him was still fresh in Alistair's mind, along with the mystery of the man's class. He was certain that the feeling of being trapped and caged, the infinite pressure that Anthony exuded, was key to the identity of his class, but Alistair couldn't put it all together.
"So your plan is to find another group?"
Alexandra asked, her eyebrow raised. Alistair was more wary of her knife-flipping habit now that she had the Tang clan dirk.
"If I know the Final Frontier Empire right, they'll prioritize the early bird in discovering the treasure, and it will probably help us out in gaining cultivation. That's why I think that we'll be better off trying to keep a treasure than stealing one at the last second. For my Spy Master class to be most effective, we need to find people to bug," Alfred explained. "And they won't get discovered. They're extremely difficult for most people to detect. Though I suppose someone with a class like Evangeline's would be able to see it. The chance of that is low, however," Alfred admitted. "Hey, I feel something up ahead," Anthony said, stopping in his tracks, everyone else following suit. "Nah, I'm just fucking with you." Alexandra groaned out loud. The others had reached a breaking point as well. The Italian-American New Yorker had pulled similar stunts, but the danger of the mission kept him on edge every time he said something. "Wait," Anthony said, stopping again. "I'm serious this time." "Yeah, right," Alexandra said. "You can't expect us— Get down!" Alfred shouted. His fighter's instinct went haywire as he dodged a gust of wind overhead, tackling Alexandra down with him. Something moving so fast it just looked like a blur rushed him, pummeling his torso with a series of blows. Even with his agility and assassin's fist, he was too slow and predictable. It was like the creature, which looked almost like a black monkey, could predict his moves before they even happened, leaving him no other choice but to try a hand of karma, surrendering his only point of positive karma. Alistair reached for his cryptic attacker, bending the lines of fate around him to a future in which he successfully grabbed the monkey. It wasn't enough. With the monkey's speed and dexterity, the future in which he succeeded was simply too unlikely given the amount of karma he allocated. And Alistair wasn't about to go into the negatives just to grab a stupid monkey. He missed his target by a long shot, but the monkey had already found a new target. Dodging automatic machine gun fire from Bartholomew, the speedster ape launched itself at Anthony, who had a look of abject horror on his face. But as the monkey rocketed toward the 5th ranker, it slowed down, and not because of gravity or friction. Time itself decelerated in the space between the jumping monkey and Anthony until it reached a dead stop. The moment after the monkey froze in time, it reversed. Every action that brought it to Anthony rewound, sending the monkey flying backward right next to Alistair. He was ready for the monkey's return, preparing a meaty mana strike that ended the monster's life. A level 20 Akuchin monkey. "They've uncloaked themselves!" Evangeline shouted, pointing in the direction the monkey had initially appeared from. "I can sense dozens of monkey souls chasing after us!" Alistair acted instinctively, picking up his sister like a baby and running in the opposite direction of the monkeys. It looked like he had the same idea as the others, who also started bolting. They weren't equipped to deal with a pack of 20 monkeys that possessed incredible speed, especially in the forest's cover, where the monkeys could bounce from tree to tree like ping-pong balls.
Despite the monkeys' speed, with the super soldier covering their retreat with suppressive fire from his RPGs and machine gun arms, they did not attack them in their mad escape. Alistair's regional map detected a treeless enclave deeper in the forest they could take shelter in, outside of the Akuchan monkeys' natural habitat. The fact that the map still worked in such an alien environment honestly surprised him. They reached the rock clearing in 15 minutes, a small mountainous cliffside containing a 100-meter waterfall and river winding farther toward the center of the island. "You guys are pussies. We could have dealt with those monkeys and gotten a serious amount of experience," Anthony said, kicking some rocks nearly 50 meters across the river. "Through my combat analysis program and my brother's intelligence gathering, we assessed the likelihood of success in protracted forest combat to be 12.3%, plus or minus 1.9%, Bartholomew recited. "Yeah, that's because you don't know how amazing I am," Anthony grinned. "Guys," Evangeline said, "I think I might know more than you would imagine." Alfred grinned right back. "You want to test that, pretty boy? Hey!" Alistair rarely heard his sister raise her voice. "There's something off about Anthony," she said, not taking her eyes off of him. "I see something deep within his soul. I think he's been infected with some kind of soul parasite." 28. Spectral Summoning. "What the hell are you even talking about?" Anthony said. "I don't have any parasite." "Can you explain more, Angie?" Alistair asked. "With my passive soul sight skill, I'm always watching people's souls to a certain extent. Anthony's soul looks completely different now. There's something moving right on the surface of his soul. Hey, I'm no spiritualist, but I think I'd notice if something was burrowing in my own soul," Anthony said. "In fact, there's something wrong with you." He pointed at Evangeline as he walked backward, taking some distance. "I was the first person to detect the monkeys, which speaks to my incredible senses. It's like a souped-up version of the danger sense skills a lot of fighter types have. There's something very wrong with this woman. I don't know exactly what it is, but she's putting me on edge. My preliminary